Forward. You know that moment when your cat trips you on the stairs, and you die, and wake up as a sentient rock in a fantasy world that runs on bureaucratic magic? No? Just me? Cool. This is the story of Sarah, a software developer who traded her keyboard for a crystal lattice and her morning coffee for existential dread. It's a story about building something worth protecting in a world that wants to strip you for parts. About finding family in the last place you'd expect, among goblins, kobolds, a fairy with an all-caps personality disorder, and a knight who treats every conversation like a Shakespearean monologue. If you've ever sat through a meeting that could have been an email, rage quit a project because management moved the goalposts, or formed an emotional bond with a piece of technology that was objectively trying to ruin your life, welcome home. You're going to fit right in. Fair warning, the system does not care about your feelings. But Sarah does. Mostly. Lena will. Chapter 1. The Last Respawn. I always figured I'd die heroically. Sword fight on a crumbling bridge, maybe. Diving in front of a bus to save a stranger. An act that would make the local news and get a tasteful memorial hashtag. Instead, I died because my cat was an asshole. It was a Tuesday. Of course it was a Tuesday. Nobody dies on a Friday because the universe has a sense of dramatic irony, and Fridays are reserved for hope and pizza delivery. Tuesdays exist specifically so terrible things can happen to unremarkable people in unremarkable ways. I'd wrapped up a 14-hour coding binge at Techdyne Solutions, a company name that could only have been generated by a drunk algorithm. My project manager, Derek, had suggested during our 9 a.m. stand-up that completing 6 weeks of back-end migration in 3 days was expected and aligned with our Q3 velocity targets. Derek communicated exclusively in corporate euphemisms and motivational LinkedIn posts. He once described a server fire as a thermal learning opportunity. So, I'd spent 14 hours refactoring stubborn code, fueled by 4 energy drinks, a protein bar of indeterminate age, and professional rage that violated several workplace wellness policies. The protein bar had been in my desk drawer since the office holiday party. That was in March, because Techdyne treated holiday as a scheduling suggestion. Don't think about the protein bar, Sarah. The protein bar is in the past, like your career, your social life, and apparently your survival instincts. My apartment was a monument to someone who traded every other human activity for screen time. 3 monitors glowed on my desk, each displaying a different error log I'd been too fried to close. A tower of takeout containers had achieved structural complexity that would interest an engineering firm. My single house plant, a succulent named Greg, had died 2 weeks ago. I hadn't removed him because that felt like admitting defeat, and Greg and I had a complicated relationship built on mutual disappointment. The sink held 3 mugs, all held liquid that had once been coffee but had evolved into something requiring its own taxonomic classification. One had developed a film that, in certain lighting, appeared iridescent. That's not mould. That's a biome. I'm fostering life. I'm basically a nature documentary. Mr. Whiskers observed all of this from his position in the hallway. Mr. Whiskers was a 14-pound Maine Coon with the temperament of a perpetually passed-over middle manager, amber eyes radiating pure, calculated indifference. He didn't love me. He tolerated my existence because I operated the can opener, and occasionally left the bathroom door open so he could supervise. Our relationship was transactional, and we both knew it. I provided food, shelter, and a warm lap. He provided the illusion that something in my apartment was alive and functioning normally. The arrangement worked because neither of us expected more from the other. I'd finished building a new gaming rig. 3 months' salary, custom water-cooled loop, a machine that made my co-workers' setups look like calculators with delusions of adequacy. I'd been assembling it in my home office because of the good lighting, and now I wanted to see it glow on the living room desk, where I'd actually use it. The RGB lighting alone could probably be visible from low Earth orbit. Both arms wrapped around the tower. chin balanced on top to keep the side panel from sliding. Total grip security, moderate. Total visibility of the floor ahead, 0. Don't even think about it, I warned. Mr. Whiskers looked at me from the centre of the hallway. He was doing that thing cats do where they take up exactly as much space as physically possible while appearing boneless. He occupied the hallway like a furry roadblock, with opinions and a pension plan. I should have put the PC down. I should have nudged him aside with my foot. I should have taken the long way through the kitchen. Instead, I tried to step over him, because I am exactly the person who dies as they lived, committing fully to stupid choices. He moved. One fluid motion. 14 pounds of Maine Coon wrapped around my ankle, claws sinking into my sock with surgical precision. Not a playful swipe. A committed grab. A grip that screamed violence. Premeditated. Personal. I stumbled. My foot caught on the hallway runner, the stupid carpet I'd been meaning to tack down for 6 months. Every time I'd tripped on it before, I told myself, I should fix that. 6 months of, I should fix that, all leading to this exact moment. The gaming rig, 3 months of carefully assembled components, slipped from my arms like it was evacuating. It hit the stairs first. I heard something expensive shatter, a cascade of breaking components that sounded like my bank account screaming. Then the corner of the tower caught me in the temple. Not a glancing blow, a direct committed impact, an impact you feel in your teeth, behind your eyes, in the part of your skull that handles regret. I thought, with the clarity that arrives right before the lights go out. That's going to be embarrassing. The last thing I saw was Mr. Whiskers, watching from the end of the hall. He licked one paw, slowly, deliberately, like he'd accomplished something he'd been planning since the day I adopted him from the shelter. Adopted, sure. Who adopted who, really? Then, nothing. No darkness. Darkness requires a space where light could exist. This was erasure. Complete absence, no colour, no dimension, no temperature, no time. Like someone had deleted reality itself and left the screen powered on with nothing to display. Am I dead? The question floated through whatever was left of me. It should have been terrifying, but the sheer absurdity created an emotional buffer zone. You can't properly panic about oblivion when the last thing you remember is being assassinated by your own cat. If this is the afterlife, it needs a serious UX overhaul. Where's the onboarding flow? The welcome screen? At least a loading bar so I know something is happening. Some angel with a clipboard going, "Take a number, we'll be with you shortly." I tried to move. Failed. Tried to feel my hands, my face, my anything. Failed. The sensation, the complete absence of sensation, was worse than pain. Pain at least tells you that something exists to hurt. This was nothing. A consciousness suspended in the void like a process running with no input and no output. I was alive, what felt like 40 minutes ago. I was annoyed about carpet and worried about RGB lighting, and now I'm whatever this is. How does a person go from complaining about Derek's sprint estimates to not existing? Somewhere in that non-space, Mr. Whisker's food bowl sat on the kitchen floor, half full. The automatic feeder I'd set up would run for about 3 days before the kibble ran out. Then he'd start yowling. Then, eventually, someone would come check on me. Someone is going to find my body at the bottom of the stairs. They'll see the broken PC and the cat and the hallway runner, and they'll file it as a domestic accident. Blunt force trauma, accidental fall. The police report will be 1 page long and profoundly uninteresting. Nobody investigates feline homicide. Greg the succulent was already dead. At least we match now. Then came the voices. They didn't arrive from any direction because direction had stopped being a concept. They existed the way background processes exist, running before you even log in, fundamental and indifferent to whether anyone is listening. This one has potential. The first voice was smooth, measured, carrying the inflection of someone reviewing a quarterly performance report. There was a crisp, administrative quality to it, like every word had been cleared by legal before being spoken. Skeptical, but creative. Terrible luck. A second voice, drier, with the tone of an underwriter who'd seen too many claims to find any of them interesting. Misfortune index, 92 out of 100. That's third quartile even for this fiscal cycle. Fiscal cycle. Misfortune index. Who talks about dying people like they're portfolio assets? Perfect for the premium package test. The failure rate for premium subjects is exactly why we need a subject unlikely to succeed. The first voice again, patient. The way a project lead is patient when explaining scope to a junior developer. The control group is performing too well. We need variance. I'm variance. I died so I could be statistical variance. She's going to be extremely annoyed. Even better. The spite metrics on these types are always magnificent. 23% above median for creative class professionals with feline-related cause of death. There are enough cat-related deaths to have a statistical category. I tried to speak, to scream, to register any form of objection. But I had no mouth. No lungs, no vocal cords. I was a consciousness eavesdropping on beings who were discussing me like a quarterly investment opportunity, and the worst part was that their analysis was uncomfortably accurate. I was annoyed. I was full of spite. They'd called it before I'd had a chance to decide how I felt. Packaged here? The second voice, consulting something. Papers rustling, or whatever the cosmic equivalent of papers was. Standard premium. Dungeon core track. Dungeon? Not hero? Not merchant? Not the artisan path? She's a builder. The psych profile is clear. Give her constraints and she'll engineer around them. Give her resources and she'll allocate them. Give her people and she'll manage them, badly at first, then competently, then she'll start caring about them, and that's when things get interesting. I am right here. I can hear you. And I don't care about my direct reports. I review their code and try to keep Derek from assigning them impossible sprint targets. Soul quality assessment? Intact. Minor fragmentation from the extraction, nothing that won't heal in transit. Creativity index, high. Adaptability, moderate to high. Stubbornness, off the chart. Capacity for attachment, suppressed but significant. Suppressed but significant. That's what my therapist said. Before I stopped going because I decided I was fine. Which I was. Was. Projected survival timeline? 14 months before kingdom detection, 18 months before classification assessment. After that, a pause, loaded with the discomfort that comes from knowing the actuarial models and hating what they showed. The actuarial models are unclear. How unclear? She's either going to die within the first year or she's going to change everything. The models can't resolve which. The first voice laughed. A real laugh. Not performative, carrying the genuine amusement of someone who finds uncertainty entertaining rather than alarming. Wonderful. Initiate transfer. A jolt ran through me. Not around me, because there was no around. Inside me. Through me, like being reformatted while the hard drive was still spinning, every sector rewritten simultaneously, each byte of who I was being re-encoded into something the destination system could read. System notification. Premium reincarnation package. Standard tier. Activated. Account. Sol-FC-307. Status. Processing. Note. By existing in a state of post-mortem consciousness, the account holder is deemed to have accepted all terms, conditions, and subclauses of the Eternal Services Agreement, including, but not limited to, soul collateralization, involuntary career reassignment, and permanent forfeiture of biological privileges. What? No, I didn't accept anything. I was unconscious. You can't consent to a contract while you're dead. That violates every principle of contract law, and I'm not even a lawyer. Digital paper fluttered through whatever remained of my consciousness. Pages and pages of fine print, scrolling past too fast to read. each one stamped with glowing purple sigils that pulsed like a migraine given visual form. The text was tiny and dense and appeared to be written in a language that translated itself into English only grudgingly, with the reluctance of a document that would prefer to remain incomprehensible. Contract notification. Eternal Services Agreement. Revision 7042.3. Signed and filed. Signatory Sol #FC-307. Implicit consent via existence. Witnessing entity the Committee for Profitable Afterlife Allocation. Note: the committee wishes to remind all new clients that implicit consent via existence has been upheld in 14,207 consecutive arbitration proceedings. The committee's legal department remains undefeated. The committee's legal department will remain undefeated. Further inquiries may be directed to the Department of Circular Reasoning, 3rd floor, Office of You Already Agreed to This. Implicit consent via existence. That's not a legal doctrine. That's a war crime with a filing system. I could feel myself being pulled. Not physically, because I had nothing physical left to pull. More like my consciousness was being threaded through the eye of a needle made of static electricity and bureaucratic malice. Every thought I'd ever had seemed to compress, fold, compress again. Memories flickered past. My mother's kitchen. The smell of coffee at my first real job. The particular shade of orange that Mr. Whiskers turned in afternoon sun. The feeling of code compiling clean on the first try. All of it compressed, filed, stored where I couldn't reach. The voices continued, indifferent to my experience, the way server administrators are indifferent to whatever users are feeling during a migration. Transfer coordinates locked. Insertion point confirmed. Sector 7, Blighted Wastes. Blighted Wastes. That sounds like a place that gets a 1-star review that just says blighted and wastes. Beginning soul insertion in 3. Wait, I have questions. A lot of questions. Starting with, what gives you the right to... This is kidnapping. Literal soul kidnapping. I demand to see a lawyer. A cosmic lawyer. A lawyer who handles interdimensional wrongful death suits and has experience with feline accomplices. 1. System notification. Soul transfer initiating. Please do not resist. Note: the system acknowledges that you were already resisting. The system does not care. Something happened that I don't have words for, because the words for it don't exist in any language designed by beings who've only ever had one body. Take the worst system migration you've ever experienced. The kind where production goes down at 2 a.m. and nothing works and the rollback fails and you're on a conference call with 6 people who are all blaming each other. Now, imagine that the system being migrated is your soul, and the target environment runs a completely different operating system and nobody tested the migration script beforehand. It didn't hurt exactly. Pain requires nerve endings and a brain to interpret them. This was something else entirely. The sensation of everything that made me being disassembled at the source, compressed for transfer, transmitted through something that felt like it was made of screaming math, then decompressed and reassembled in a configuration I never agreed to. Quality assurance had clearly not been consulted. The transfer finished. Or maybe it didn't finish so much as give up. The cosmic equivalent of a progress bar that sits at 97% for 20 minutes and then closes the window. I existed. That was the only thing I could say with certainty. I existed, and the way I existed was fundamentally, irreversibly different from before. There was no body to orient around, no heartbeat marking time, no breath anchoring me to the rhythm of being alive, no weight, no warmth, no boundaries between where I ended and nothing began. Only awareness. Cold, raw, terrified awareness suspended in something that might have been darkness or might have been the space where darkness would go if darkness had a home. System notification. Soul transfer complete. Welcome, core #FC-307, to your new existence. Your premium reincarnation package includes eternal consciousness, magical abilities, a complimentary existential crisis, and an impressive 10,000 astral coin debt. Note, refunds are not available. Complaints may be filed with the Department of Afterlife Consumer Affairs, which meets biannually on the third Tuesday of Never. Light refreshments will not be served. 10,000 astral coins. I didn't know what an astral coin was, but I knew what debt was, and I knew that any debt you didn't agree to and can't refuse was the sort of predatory financial instrument that would make a loan shark jealous. I was charged for this. I was charged for dying, for being stuffed into whatever this is against my will. In what universe is that? Oh, right. Not my universe anymore. Something warm flickered in the nothing. Faint, barely perceptible, like the last pixel on a monitor that hasn't quite finished dying. A tiny spark of something that wasn't me, but was definitely inside whatever I'd become. It pulsed once, twice, keeping time with a rhythm I couldn't identify. System notification. Mana core initialization at 2%. Consciousness integration in progress. Recommendation, remain calm. Addendum. The system recognizes that this recommendation is functionally useless and borderline insulting, but is contractually obligated to provide it. Consider it a wellness check. The system has now checked on your wellness. You are welcome. Remain calm. Sure, I'll remain calm about being dead and stuffed into a magic rock like some metaphysical Build-A-Bear. Totally calm. The calmest dead woman who ever didn't exist. The warmth grew. Not comfort, more the mechanical hum of booting systems, components flickering to life one at a time, each one bringing a new sliver of awareness. Consciousness expanded outward from whatever I was, mapping the rough walls of an enclosed space, feeling the density of stone, the hairline fractures in limestone that had been forming for centuries, the slow drip of water from a stalactite that had been working on its pointy ambition since before human civilization learned to complain about the weather. 5 feet in every direction. That was my world. A sphere of perception centred on a fist-sized crystal that apparently contained everything I used to be. The crystal. Me. I could feel its facets, each one catching some frequency of ambient magic and refracting it back at slightly different angles. It was warm, which was wrong because the cave was cold and crystals don't generate heat, but there it was. A steady, low-grade warmth that radiated from the centre like a server that's been running too long without proper ventilation. I'm warm because I'm processing. I'm a computer now. A very small, very magical, very angry computer that used to be a person. I'm a rock. I'm a sentient rock in a cave, and I can feel the geological history of my immediate surroundings like I'm reading the world's most boring Git log. Line by line, layer by layer, 100,000 years of sediment and pressure and quiet, mindless existence. This is what my computer science degree amounted to. The cave was cold. Not cold like winter, cold like something that had never been warm and had no frame of reference for warmth. The stone bore everything above it with grim, endless patience. Unthankful labour, forever unnamed, forever holding. Me and this cave have a lot in common. Unappreciated, load-bearing, cold. We're practically roommates. Except one of us chose to be here and the other is having a very bad Tuesday. I wondered, briefly and painfully, whether this was what all rocks felt. Whether every stone in every mountain had this quiet awareness of its own weight and purpose. Whether the pebbles in my mother's garden knew they were in a garden, or whether consciousness was the special punishment reserved for rocks that used to be software developers with attitude problems. Probably just me. Lucky me, misfortune 92 out of 100. Water traced slow paths down the walls, each droplet carrying dissolved minerals that registered in my awareness as a faint, metallic resonance. I could feel each one, tiny cold points of pressure against stone that was, somehow, also me. Every crack, every pocket of air, every grain of sand pressed between layers of sediment. All mapped, catalogued, and understood at a level that went deeper than sight or touch. I was the cave, or the cave was me, or we were both just different expressions of the same terrible situation. System notification. Environmental scan complete. Location, natural cavern, Sector 7, blighted wastes. Nearest settlement, 4.7 miles. Kingdom of Valahall, border territory. Threat assessment, low. You are currently too insignificant to threaten or be threatened by anything with a pulse. Note: the system finds your insignificance oddly comforting. It suggests you enjoy the anonymity while it lasts. Things that grow in the blighted wastes tend to attract attention, and the attention tends to carry weapons. Too insignificant to threaten or be threatened. That might be the most honest assessment anyone had given me, and I'd sat through 7 annual performance reviews at Techdine, where Derek once rated my synergy quotient as developing. Something moved at the edge of my perception. Not inside the cave, but beyond it, deeper in the earth. A vibration. Slow. Rhythmic. Ancient, like something massive turning over in its sleep a very long way down. The stone carried the tremor the way still water carries ripples, faintly, almost imperceptibly, but definitely there. Don't think about what else might be down here. One existential crisis at a time, Sarah. Prioritise your panic like a good project manager. Immediate threat. I'm dead. Secondary threat. I'm in debt. Tertiary threat. Something large is apparently napping beneath me. We'll circle back to that one in the next sprint. I turned my attention inward, because outward was a 5-foot radius of damp limestone and increasingly troubling vibrations. Inside the crystal, the spark of mana pulsed steadily now. My reserve. My entire inventory of magical power. I probed it carefully, the way you'd poke at code you didn't write and don't trust. The mana responded to attention, shifting slightly, a warmth that moved when I focused on it and settled when I didn't. It felt like potential. The same feeling you get when you open a blank IDE and a new project file and know that, technically, anything is possible, even if practically you're going to spend the first 3 hours configuring the build environment. It was pathetic. If my mana reserve were a bank account, I'd be getting overdraft notices and patronising letters from the bank suggesting I consider financial counselling. But it was mine. The only thing in this entire terrible, impossible, cosmically unfair situation that was definitively, inarguably mine. Not assigned by committee, not extracted from a life I'd lost, not stamped with a contract I didn't sign. A tiny, warm point of light that pulsed in time with whatever passed for my heartbeat now. I held on to that. Not because it was comforting, but because it was. And being was infinitely better than the nothing I'd been floating in. Okay, fine, I'm dead. I'm a rock. I'm in debt to cosmic loan operators for a reincarnation I didn't ask for, didn't want, and couldn't refuse. My cat murdered me, and he's going to get away with it because nobody investigates feline homicide, and he'll probably get adopted by some nice old lady who doesn't know she's harbouring a killer. But I can feel this cave. I can feel this stupid little spark of magic inside me. And I'm still thinking, still sarcastic, still absolutely furious about every single part of this situation. Whatever they did to me, whatever they compressed and transferred and reformatted into this crystal, in this cave, in these blighted wastes, in this world that shouldn't exist, they didn't get everything. They kept my memories compressed and filed, they took my body, my voice, my cat, my terrible apartment with its dead succulent and its iridescent coffee mould. They took Derek, and Techdine, and the hallway runner, and the gaming rig I never got to use. But they didn't get me. The part that looks at an impossible situation and starts listing everything that's wrong with it. The part that argues with systems because systems are only as good as the people who built them, And the people who built this one are clearly amateurs with a god complex and a predatory lending model. That part is still here. Furious, terrified, grieving, and completely unwilling to shut up about any of it. The mana flickered, and for just a moment, the walls of my tiny cave trembled in response. A micro-vibration, barely a shiver in the stone, but I felt it. And I felt it because I'd caused it. My anger, my refusal, my sheer bloody-minded spite had reached out through the crystal and touched the world. System notification. Minor earth manipulation detected. Involuntary activation. Mana expenditure negligible. Note: emotional outbursts may trigger uncontrolled magical abilities. The system recommends emotional regulation practices, such as meditation, deep breathing, or acceptance of one's cosmic circumstances. The system is fully aware this recommendation will be ignored. The system has adjusted its expectations accordingly. Somewhere above me, beyond the stone and the soil and the layers of compressed earth between my cave and whatever sky existed in this world, time was passing. I couldn't see it, couldn't feel wind or sunlight or temperature change, but I knew it, in the way I now knew the stone around me, through some deep mineral certainty that had nothing to do with clocks or circadian rhythms. My first night as a magic rock. This is fine. Everything is fine. I'm fine. I wasn't fine. But I was here, and I was awake, and I was angry enough to keep existing out of sheer, magnificent spite. Given my stats, that tracked. Chapter 2. Well, this sucks. I don't know how long I floated. Time doesn't work the same when you don't have a body. There's no heartbeat to count, no breath cycle to measure, no stomach growling to remind you that hours have passed and you've forgotten to eat again. Only consciousness, suspended in whatever I'd become, trying to make sense of reality that fundamentally refused to make sense. The cave was my entire world. 5 feet of damp stone in every direction, perceived not through eyes or ears, but through some alien awareness that mapped surfaces and pressures and temperatures like sonar rendered in feelings instead of sound. I knew the precise texture of every wall. I knew the exact rate at which water dripped from the stalactite in the northeast corner, 1 drop every 43 seconds. I knew the temperature of the stone, 7 degrees Celsius, steady, unchanging, a cold that doesn't bite so much as simply exist as a permanent fact. What I didn't know was anything useful. Like what I was, what this place was, why being dead apparently came with magical cave perception and a debt notice. Okay, Sarah, systems analysis. What do you actually know? I knew I was dead. Confirmed. Filed under unfortunate and irreversible. I knew I was a crystal, because the awareness emanated from a central point that had facets and a faint internal warmth. I knew I owed 10,000 astral coins to an entity called the Committee for Profitable Afterlife Allocation, which was the most aggressive company name I'd encountered since Aggressive Solutions LLC pitched our department on a CRM platform. I knew I had stats. That part still didn't feel real. Pull them up again. Maybe they'll make more sense the second time. I focused inward, searching for the interface the system had briefly displayed during the transfer. It took several minutes of concentrated effort, like trying to remember a password you set 6 months ago and never wrote down. Then purple text bloomed in my awareness, glowing with that particular shade of violet that sits right on the edge between readable and migraine-inducing. System notification. Character sheet requested. Displaying current status. Note: the system appreciates your initiative in reviewing your situation. Most new cores spend the first 48 hours screaming. You have been conscious for approximately 3 hours and have only screamed 17 times. This places you in the 80th percentile for emotional stability among involuntary reincarnations. 80th percentile. I'm in the top 20% of not screaming dead people. Put that on my resume. The stat block materialised, each line pulsing with that faintly condescending purple glow. Core status, FC-307. Classification, Novice Dungeon Core, unaffiliated. Level 1. Attributes, Wit, 68 out of 100. Spite, 74 out of 100. Misfortune, 92 out of 100. Arcane Hunger, 5 out of 100. Existential Dread Generation, passive, cannot be deactivated. Soul debt, 10,000 astral coins, AC. Interest rate, variable. Current monthly minimum, your dignity. I stared at the numbers, if a crystal can stare, and tried to process the fact that my afterlife had been gamified by someone with a dark sense of humour. Wit, 68. That's a D+ in afterlife intelligence. A C+. I had a 3.7 GPA in computer science. I built distributed systems and the cosmic algorithm looked at my soul and said 68. The spite number felt accurate. 74 on climbing, given the circumstances. Misfortune at 92 was frankly redundant. Yes, I was unlucky. I'd been murdered by a cat reincarnated as a rock and charged for the privilege. A 92 seemed conservative. But Existential Dread Generation passive was the one that really got me. It wasn't a skill I'd chosen or an ability I'd unlocked. It was a passive trait, meaning it was always on, always running in the background, like an anxiety disorder with magical properties. I generate existential dread. Automatically. Without trying. That's my superpower. I make things feel slightly worse through sheer existence. That actually tracks. The worst part was that I couldn't turn it off. Cannot be deactivated, like a subscription you forgot to cancel. Except the subscription is too cosmic horror and the cancellation button doesn't exist. I tried to reach for the interface again, pushing past the stat block to whatever lay beneath. There had to be more information. A manual, an FAQ, a help desk, anything. System notification. Dungeon interface access requested. Status locked. Requires tutorial completion. Tutorial status not started. Note, the tutorial cannot begin until your assigned Fey guide arrives. Estimated arrival within 24 hours. The system recommends patience. The system knows you don't have any. A Fey guide? Someone is coming to help me? Or at least to explain what's happening. Relief hit immediately and felt embarrassing. Here I was, a dead software developer stuck in a crystal in a cave in a place called the Blighted Wastes, and I was excited about the prospect of a visitor, like a retiree waiting for the cable guy. Don't get your hopes up. The last time someone promised you guidance, it was Derek's mentorship program, which turned out to be a monthly email with links to YouTube productivity videos. I settled into waiting. It turns out that waiting without a body is its own special kind of torture. You can't pace, can't drum your fingers, can't scroll through your phone or stress eat or clean the apartment you've been meaning to clean for 3 weeks. You exist, aware of everything within your radius and nothing beyond it, counting water drops and cataloguing stone density variations because there is literally nothing else to do. I tried sleeping. Sleep doesn't exist when you're a crystal. There's no tiredness to slide into, no eyelids to close, no gradual dimming of consciousness into restful nothing. I'm permanently on, a server with no off switch, and no sleep mode, and no screensaver to indicate that time is passing. Is this what insomnia feels like when it wins completely? Endless awareness with nothing to be aware of. I tried remembering instead. If I couldn't escape the present, maybe I could hide in the past. I pulled up memories deliberately, testing whether they still worked, whether the transfer had preserved them intact or scrambled them into compressed formats I couldn't fully decompress. My mother's kitchen came first. Sunday mornings, the smell of coffee and cinnamon rolls, the specific way she hummed off-key to songs from the 80s while pretending she wasn't burning the toast. The kitchen had yellow walls and a window that faced east, and the light at 8 a.m. made everything warm and forgiving. That's still there. That's still mine. College next. The computer science lab at 2 a.m. 4 of us staring at a recursive function that should have worked but didn't, fueled by vending machine coffee and the particular stubbornness of 20-year-olds who refuse to go to bed until the code compiles. The satisfaction when it finally ran clean. That dopamine hit of watching the impossible become possible because you were too stubborn to stop trying. Still mine. The first day at Techdine. The cubicle that smelled like new carpet and broken dreams. Derek shaking my hand with the grip of someone who'd read exactly 1 article about body language and was now committed to crushing every metacarpal he encountered. The orientation video that used the phrase synergistic paradigm shift 11 times in 12 minutes. I'd counted. Still mine, unfortunately. The memories were intact, compressed and slightly distant, like looking at old photos through a window, but present, real. Proof that the person I'd been actually existed, that the transfer hadn't erased her entirely, only relocated her into a container that couldn't do any of the things she was designed for. Mr. Whiskers on my lap, purring with the particular vibration that meant, I am tolerating this because you are warm. The protein bar I ate at my desk on my 28th birthday because I'd forgotten to plan anything and didn't have anyone to remind me. The particular blue of the sky on the day I graduated, when my mother took 47 photos and my father pretended he wasn't crying. All of it preserved. All of it useless now. Memories of senses I no longer had. Emotions tied to a body that was cooling at the bottom of a staircase, while my cat watched with the serene indifference of a creature that has never once felt guilt and doesn't intend to start. Don't go there. Not yet. You'll break and there's nobody here to put you back together. Like running a AAA game on a calculator. All the data is there, the resolution is reduced. Drop, 43 seconds. Drop, 43 seconds. Drop, 42.8 seconds. Inconsistent drip rate. The stalactite must be accumulating a slightly variable mineral deposit that affects droplet formation dynamics. Or maybe I'm going insane and imagining fractional variations in cave water timing, both seem equally likely. The stone around me was dense and old. Not old the way buildings are old, decades and centuries. Old the way continents are old. Patient and enormous and completely indifferent to the things that lived and died on their surface. I could feel the layers, compressed sediment from an ancient ocean floor, each stratum a chapter in a geological autobiography that spanned millions of years. I was nestled in a pocket of limestone that had been hollowed by water over 10,000 years of quiet erosion. The cave wasn't carved or designed. It was an accident, a void that existed because water found a slightly softer path through stone and took it, drop by patient drop, until there was enough empty space for a fist-sized crystal and its accompanying existential crisis. I live in a geological accident. I am a consciousness that exists because of erosion and a cat with impulse control issues. My origin story is water and bad luck. The warmth inside me pulsed, steady and small. Mana, presumably. The magical energy that apparently powered whatever I'd become. I'd explored it gingerly since the transfer, afraid of spending it, afraid of doing something irrevocable with the only resource I had. It was tiny. If mana were electricity, I was running on a AA battery with a slow leak. Every time I reached out to probe the edges of my awareness, I felt it dip slightly, like watching a phone battery tick down in real time when you're at 2% and nowhere near a charger. Resource Management Rule 1. Don't spend what you can't afford to lose. Resource Management Rule 2. You can't afford to lose anything. I tried pushing the mana toward a wall, a whisper of energy directed at the stone nearest to me. The stone noticed? That's the only way I can describe it. Like pressing your palm against a door and feeling it give slightly under the pressure, a tiny acknowledgement that force had been applied. Nothing moved, nothing changed, but the stone had felt me, and I had felt it feeling me, and in that recursive loop of awareness, there was something that approached potential. System notification. Minor earth manipulation. Attempt detected. Result. Negligible. Mana expenditure. 0.3 units. Current working mana. 4.7 out of 5. Accessible. Core reserve. 142 out of 250 locked for baseline consciousness maintenance. Note, at this rate of expenditure, you will deplete your entire accessible working reserve in approximately 16.7 attempts. The system recommends strategic restraint. The system also notes that your accessible regeneration rate is currently 0.1 units per hour, until tutorial conversion unlocks the larger core pool, which is frankly embarrassing, but technically above the minimum threshold for continued consciousness. 0.1 accessible units per hour. So if I depleted the 5 units I could actually touch, it would take 50 hours to recharge that working buffer. Just over 2 full days of absolute helplessness, assuming absolute helplessness was even distinguishable from my current state. I generate less magical energy than a nightlight. I am the low power mode of the dungeon world. I ran the math because math was the only thing that still worked the way it had before I died. 5 accessible mana in the working buffer, with the rest of my core reserve locked behind tutorial safeguards. 0.1 accessible regeneration per hour. Each manipulation attempt costs 0.3. That meant I could try to move stone roughly 15 or 16 more times before hitting the buffer limit, and each try would take 3 hours to recover. This is worse than our cloud computing budget at Tectine. At least there I could petition for more resources. Who do I petition here? The Committee for Profitable Afterlife Allocation. Their arbitration record suggests that would be a waste of the mana I can't afford to waste. I tried again anyway. Because I was a software developer, and software developers are constitutionally incapable of leaving a system unexplored. This time, I focused on a different section of wall, lower, where the stone was fractionally softer. A gentle push, not trying to move it, only trying to understand it. The stone structure opened up to me like a codebase I was reading for the first time. Crystalline matrices of calcium carbonate. Tiny pockets of trapped water. Hairline fractures where stress had accumulated over millennia. It was complex and ordered and followed rules I could understand with better processing power. It's like code. The stone has an architecture, it follows patterns, if I can learn the patterns. I pushed again, still gently, but this time following the grain of the stone rather than fighting it. The calcium carbonate responded differently here, less like pushing against a wall and more like suggesting a direction. A nudge along a path the stone already wanted to take. The hairline fracture I'd mapped earlier widened by a fraction of a millimetre. Barely perceptible, but change. Actual physical change in the material world, caused by me. A consciousness trapped in a crystal that shouldn't be able to cause anything. The mana cost was lower this time. Working with the stone's natural structure instead of against it made the energy transfer more efficient. Not much more efficient, like shaving a few milliseconds off a database query. Barely noticeable on its own, but meaningful at scale. There's a principle here. Working with the material, not against it. Don't force the architecture, understand it and redirect. Refactoring, not rewriting. A click deep inside. Not the wall, but inside me. A tiny click of understanding, like finding the right documentation page after hours of searching. The stone wasn't a solid barrier. It was a structure, and structures could be modified if you understood their load paths and stress points. System notification. Geological analysis subroutine activated. This is a passive component of your minor earth manipulation ability. Note: congratulations on discovering that rocks are not, in fact, homogeneous blocks of nothing. The system awards no points for this observation, but acknowledges it with faint approval. The subroutine, as the system called it, layered new information over my perception. I could see, feel, sense the stress lines in the cave walls, the points where the stone was weakest, where a targeted push might accomplish something. It was like getting syntax highlighting after staring at raw text for hours. Okay, I can read the stone. I can't move it yet, not meaningfully, but I can read it. That's something. That's more than nothing. I spent the next several hours mapping my cave with the new perception. Not pushing, not manipulating, only reading. Every wall, every ceiling section, every square inch of floor, catalogued and analysed for structural properties. My mana ticked down slowly with the passive effort, but the regeneration mostly kept pace. The cave wasn't much. A rough oval, wider than it was tall, with the stalactite dripping in the northeast corner and a narrow fissure in the south wall that led somewhere I couldn't perceive. The fissure was too small for anything larger than a rat, but air moved through it, carrying chemical signatures I could taste in the stone's surface moisture. Minerals from deep underground, trace amounts of organic compounds, the faintest suggestion of warmth from a geothermal source far below. Above me, the ceiling was a textured dome of compressed limestone, and my analysis subroutine highlighted 3 points of structural weakness where hairline fractures converged. Natural stress points. The kind of places where, with enough mana and enough understanding, stone might be convinced to move. Filing that under future demolition options, if I survive long enough to have a future. The floor was more interesting. Uneven, sloped gently toward the south fissure for drainage, with pockets of accumulated silt that suggested periodic flooding from surface rain. The silt was softer than the surrounding stone, more malleable, easier to manipulate. Soft material first. Work up to the hard stuff. Basic training montage logic. I spent what felt like another hour running my geological analysis over the floor silt, building a detailed map of where it was deepest, where it compacted against harder substrate, where it might yield to a careful push. It was meditative, in the same way that debugging is meditative. Repetitive, focused, narrowing your attention until the outside world, or in my case the crushing emptiness of eternal consciousness, fades to background noise. There's a world out there. Beyond my 5-foot bubble of awareness, beyond this cave, there's an entire world full of things I can't see or reach or interact with. Things with bodies and agency and the ability to move anywhere they want, to eat food, drink coffee, pet cats that are trying to murder them. The loneliness hit without warning. A sudden, crushing awareness of isolation that had nothing to do with square footage and everything to do with being the only thinking entity in a very small box of stone. I was alone before, in the apartment, with the takeout containers and the dead succulent and the cat who didn't love me. But that was chosen solitude. The comfortable kind where the world existed beyond your door and you could rejoin it whenever you wanted. This is different. This is the kind of alone where the world doesn't know you exist and wouldn't care if it did. System notification. Emotional distress detected. Existential dread generation output increasing by 3%. Note, your passive ability responds to genuine emotional states, amplifying ambient unease in your immediate vicinity. Currently, you are the only entity in your vicinity. Congratulations! You are haunting yourself. I was haunting myself, generating my own existential dread and then experiencing it in an infinite feedback loop of magical sadness. This was, without question, the most efficient suffering system I'd encountered, and I'd worked in corporate America. Okay, stop it, stop spiralling. You're a systems person, remember? Every system has inputs, outputs, and processes. The input here is dead, alone, crystal. The current output is despair, but if I can change the processes, I can change the output. I can't change that I'm dead, can't change that I'm alone, can't change that I'm a crystal in a cave, but I can change what I do with those facts. I did what I always do when a project feels impossible. I broke it into steps. Step 1. Understand the environment. Done, mostly. The cave is 10 feet of limestone. I have 5 feet of perception. There's a fissure in the south wall leading somewhere, and the stone has a readable architecture. Step 2. Understand my abilities. In progress. I have minor earth manipulation, geological analysis, existential dread generation, and 5 subunits of mana that regenerate at a rate suitable for powering a small light bulb. Maybe, if the light bulb had very low expectations. Step 3. Formulate a strategy for survival and growth that doesn't require me to become the murder machine the system clearly wants me to be. Step 4. Don't think about Mr. Whiskers or the apartment or the way morning light used to come through the kitchen window while I made terrible coffee that I drank anyway because bad coffee was better than no coffee and... Step 3. Stay on step 3. The fact that I'd defaulted to project planning was evidence of remarkable psychological resilience, or that Tech 9 had broken my brain so thoroughly I literally couldn't process reality without framing it as a workflow. Derek would be proud, assuming Derek was capable of an emotion that complex. System notification! Cognitive pattern analysis complete! Core FC-307 exhibits strong systematic processing bias. Projected management efficiency? High! Projected emotional processing efficiency? Critically low. Note: the system has seen this archetype before. They tend to organise their way out of despair and into competence. They also tend to suppress grief until it detonates at the worst possible moment. The system set a reminder to check on you in approximately 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Thanks for the heads up that I'm going to have a breakdown on a schedule. Very helpful, very supportive, really feeling that premium package value. The mana spark pulsed inside me, small and steady, regenerating at its pitiful rate. I watched it grow. 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, counting tenths of a unit like a miser counting pennies. Outside my awareness radius, something changed. I couldn't perceive it directly, couldn't extend my senses beyond the 5-foot sphere, but the stone itself carried signals. Vibrations through the substrate. Faint, distant, rhythmic, not geological. Not the deep, slow breath of the earth I'd felt before. This was faster, lighter, more chaotic. Something was moving out there. Coming closer, maybe. Could be anything. An animal, an underground river shifting, a geological event. Don't assume, don't panic. I waited. The vibrations grew slightly stronger over the next hour, or what I estimated was an hour. Hard to tell without a clock. Then a new sensation. A burst of energy at the very edge of my perception. A flash that wasn't mana or wasn't exactly mana, more like the afterimage of mana. A rainbow sparkle that vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. Something magical was approaching my cave. System notification. Phase signature detected within 100 metres of core location. Classification. Ministry of Dungeon Guidance. Licensed Fey Guide. Note: your assigned guide is en route. The system rates this particular guide's performance as enthusiastic. The system uses enthusiastic, the way a restaurant uses rustic, to describe food that fell on the floor. Enthusiastic. Great, that's not ominous at all. The rainbow sparks grew brighter, closer, flickering through stone that should have been opaque but apparently wasn't, at least not to whatever senses registered magical energy. Each flash was accompanied by a tiny vibration, like a hummingbird made of glitter was headbutting its way through the Earth's crust. My first visitor. My first contact with another conscious being since dying. And the system is already warning me about her with a food hygiene metaphor. I prepared. Not that I had anything to prepare with. No weapons, no defences, no clean towels and a cheese plate. But I pulled my accessible mana inward, concentrated it, made myself as alert and aware as a locked working reserve and a newly mineral consciousness allowed. I ran through everything I knew, which was almost nothing, and everything I could do, which was fractionally more than nothing. I waited. A crystal in a cave, alone and afraid and trying very hard not to let either of those things show, even though there was nobody to show them to. The sparks grew brighter, pulsing in patterns that were almost rhythmic, almost musical, like a heartbeat made of glitter and poor decisions. Every pulse carried warmth, a different kind from my own mana, alien and aggressive and unmistakably alive. Something was about to arrive, and nothing about my existence was going to be the same after. I didn't know if that was good or bad. Based on my track record with cosmic events, the smart money was on bad, but bad was still better than nothing, and nothing was what I'd had for the last several hours of eternal consciousness. At least it'll be a change from counting water drops. Drop. 43 seconds. Drop. The entire south wall of my cave erupted in glitter. Chapter 3. Fairy Godmother from Hell. The glitter storm subsided into lazy sparkles, still defying every law of physics and good taste. My cave smelled like a craft store had exploded during a Vegas bender, mixed with something metallic and ancient that I recognised as stone older than civilization. I was trying to process the fact that my death certificate had apparently come with strings attached, fine print, and a fairy godmother in a crop top when she materialised through the glitter cloud. So, that's what a violation of spatial continuity looks like up close. Great. Fantastic. Really nailing the suffering part of my eternal punishment. She was roughly 6 feet of pure chaos, in hot pink and iridescence, with wings that shimmered like they'd been assembled from someone's saved screenshots. Her smile had too many teeth. Everything about her screamed, "I am contractually obligated to be here," and actively resent it. Which, granted, was ironic, considering I was pretty sure I was the one who should be resentful. "Sarah! Oh my gosh! Welcome to Dungeon Core Life! I'm Glitz, your onboarding fairy, and I am so pumped to help you navigate your new existence!" Each sentence ended with an exclamation mark that seemed to physically manifest in the air, leaving little punctuation marks hovering in the glitter like someone had been using grammar as a special effect. She bounced. She actually bounced, her wings creating little whirlwinds of sparkle that made me want to cry from sheer irritation. "Your physical form is quite thoroughly dead, by the way. No take backsies. The fates are super serious about that part." Fantastic. My guardian angel is a cryptocurrency bro in a tutu. This is what afterlife customer service looks like. This is it. This is the bottom. I tried to affect the appearance of calm. In the server rooms of my previous life, I'd mastered the art of breathing through rage. There's a special kind of fury that comes when someone's pushed a code change to production at 4:47 p.m. on a Friday, and it's somehow your responsibility to fix the cascade failure it creates across 17 different systems. It's a quiet rage, bottled and pressurised. This was worse. This was the fury of realising your entire existence had been outsourced without consultation, packaged, and sold for the warranty you never agreed to. So, the fates, the ones who apparently charged me for dying without my written consent, those fates? Yes! Well, technically the committee oversaw your case, but the fates approved the contract. Glitz pulled out a document that seemed to exist in more dimensions than should be legal. It was covered in text so small it violated UN conventions. The letters seemed to writhe when I tried to focus on them, like they were written in a language that existed perpendicular to human cognition. "You signed right here." She pointed to a spot that was definitely not where I'd ever put a signature, and also might not have physically existed in the normal three-dimensional space. It was a metaphorical signature location. Of course it was. I was at the bottom of my own staircase. My cat had tripped me while I was carrying a brand new gaming rig, and the stairs finished the job. I did not sign anything. I was busy bleeding out. "Oh, it was more of a spiritual signature. Very binding." She said this like she'd just explained why my life insurance wouldn't cover acts of God plus accidental self-deletion. The casual cruelty of it made my crystalline core vibrate dangerously. I could feel the vibration resonating through the stone around me. "See, when your consciousness was uploaded into the Dungeon Core Matrix, your soul essence was automatically obligated to—" "Stop!" I held up a hand. My hand, I realised, was made of crystalline lattice and pure geometric fury. I have hands. Do I have a body? Where am I? Am I the hand? Am I in the hand? The lattice projection collapsed back into awareness before I could decide whether this was a stroke or legitimate cosmic horror. The sensation was like being suddenly aware of a phantom limb, except the limb was made of solid light and wrongness. Each finger was a separate geometric construct, angular and precise. I could feel the cave through them, could sense every grain of sand, every crack in stone. Back up. Explain like I'm someone who died mid-slack and doesn't understand fairy bureaucracy. Glitz's enthusiasm didn't dim. If anything, it got worse. She pulled out more documents from somewhere that definitely wasn't a pocket. Everything about her suggested she had an entire filing system of interdimensional paperwork, and she was thrilled to show it to someone who actively wanted to commit murder. "Okay, so, dungeon cores are amazing. You're essentially a crystalline entity that can shape earth, summon creatures, and harvest essence from living things to fuel your growth. You have mana reserves, you have abilities, you have a whole interface system, and get this. You're sitting on top of this incredible cave system that's your new startup." Did she just call my tomb a startup? Is that the insult I'm supposed to focus on, or should I go back to the part where I'm apparently a magical pyramid scheme? Also, did she say summon creatures? Does that mean— no, don't think about what that means. She pulled up more floating data, a visual interface that looked like someone had let a middle manager design a fantasy RPG. There were stats and numbers and little indicator bars that all seemed subtly misaligned. Your core is phase-locked to this geographical region, which means you can sense everything within about 200 meters of your crystal. You can move earth and stone directly, up your mana limits, which means you can carve out rooms, create traps, architect your entire dungeon, and the more interesting part? You can summon creatures directly from the essence you've harvested. Little ones at first, but eventually, with the right resources and mana, you could summon actual monsters that'll populate your dungeon and defend it. As in, create life? As in, I have the power to birth things and then watch them die so I can harvest them for parts. The horror is exquisite. The power is exhilarating. Both feelings exist simultaneously, fighting for dominance. Your soul is bonded to this dungeon core matrix as collateral against the premium package you received. This includes emergency teleportation, instant dungeon restoration, the Glitz intervention protocol, that's me, and priority access to the Fates customer service line, which has a 900-year wait time, but hey, at least it's something! I watched her deliver this information with the energy of a TikTok creator on espresso and crystal meth. My rage was building into something corporeal. The cave walls trembled slightly. Little cracks appeared in the limestone, spreading like spiderwebs from the point where I was connected. Dust drifted down from the ceiling in lazy spirals. I was becoming aware of something like muscles, except they were made of earth and intention. The stone responded to my anger the way muscles respond to adrenaline. So, let me pass this correctly, I said, and my voice sounded strange in my new existence. Like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere, resonating through the stone itself. It was my voice, but it was also the cave speaking. We were the same thing now. I died. I didn't volunteer to die, I didn't fill out a form, I was actually in the middle of dying, efficiently, ignominiously, on my own staircase when the universe decided to franchise my consciousness. And now I'm apparently in debt to some ancient cosmic bureaucracy for the privilege of experiencing eternal existence as a literal dungeon. Yep! That about sums it up! Glitz clapped her hands. Sparks flew. Actual, literal sparks that made little burning spots on the cave floor and made my new crystalline senses register them as bright spots of heat against the cool stone. And your debt is approximately 7,329 years at your current mana generation rate. But look on the bright side. If you don't escape your crystal shell and achieve enlightenment, it's not that much of a problem. You've got eternity, actually. She thinks that's the bright side. She thinks the fact that I can't possibly escape means I should feel better about this. That's not optimism. That's Stockholm Syndrome in a crop top. That's someone who got paid to deliver good news, so she just decides everything is good news. Escape my crystal shell. As in, I'm stuck in here physically. I'm not. I paused, trying to figure out what I was. The sensation of being Sarah felt distant now, like remembering someone else's life. A former co-worker, someone I used to know. I'm not a person anymore, am I? Well, that depends on your philosophical framework, Glitz said brightly, completely oblivious to the crushing existential weight of that question. She might have been designed to be oblivious. That seemed like a feature rather than a bug. But technically, no, you're a dungeon core now. You're a magical construct, fundamentally bonded to the earth and stones around you. It's really cool. You should try moving some rocks. I didn't think about what happened next so much as it happened around me, like a command I'd just executed. The rage crystallized. Not metaphorically, there was a literal grinding sensation across whatever I used for consciousness, and suddenly I was aware of the cave ceiling, with an intimacy that suggested I could ask it for personal favours. The stalactite was part of me, the way my fingers used to be. I could feel its weight, its mineral composition, the slow drip of water that had formed it over millions of years. Millions of years it had hung there, just existing, part of the landscape, waiting for someone like me to come along and realise it could be a weapon. The stalactite directly above Glitz's aggressively cheerful head detached from the ceiling, with enough momentum to make physics seem like a suggestion. It was exhilarating and terrifying, in a way I didn't have words for. It was better than the rage. It was the rage given form and weight and the ability to hurt something besides myself. Glitz's eyes went wide. Oh, no! The impact was surprisingly loud. Not loud like a sound, but loud like a statement, loud like proof, loud like violence, giving form to rage. The stalactite shattered on impact, creating a spray of stone fragments that scattered across the cave floor. Some of them glowed faintly, luminescent with essence. Glitz glowed brighter still, iridescent and fading, like someone dimming a light. Glitz exploded into prismatic mist, and for one crystalline moment, the cave was quiet. Just me, and the dust, and the glittering residue settling across stone, and the growing realization that I'd just killed someone. Something, whatever Glitz counted as. And more horrifying than the act itself was how good it felt. How the rage finally had somewhere to go, how my crystalline core sang with a sensation that registered dangerously close to joy. Then, in the space where Glitz had been, the mist coalesced. Achievement unlocked! Fairy Slayer! First creature killed! Essence absorbed and converted through dungeon metabolism. Mana plus 47. Note: insurance investigators classified this as death by feline and technological intervention. The committee is very confused. And then Glitz materialised again, completely intact, but now with the small number 1 hovering above her head, like a gaming UI element that had decided to become real. Her dress was still pristine. Not a wrinkle, not a tear, which somehow made the murder feel less satisfying. Like I'd tried to hurt something that refused to be hurt. She looked at the rubble, looked at me, and her smile somehow got worse. Oh wow! That was aggressive! I love the energy! So you're figuring out the mana thing already! Great! She bounced again, slower now, like she was reassessing the threat. There was a fraction of a second where I saw something beyond rage in her expression. Something that might have been actual fear, before the corporate enthusiasm swallowed it again. For your reference, yes, I respawn. I can feel pain, which, well, I definitely felt that. But the Fey healing is practically instantaneous. Isn't that neat? Get away from me. Sure thing. But first, let me explain your basic interface. She held up her hands, like she was about to show me something incredible. The air shimmered, and the menus seemed to float in my perception. Not my vision exactly, more like I was suddenly conscious of data, the way I used to be conscious of deadlines, intrusive and omnipresent and impossible to ignore. The menus felt like they'd been designed by someone who never actually used an interface before, stacked in layers that didn't quite make sense. You have health, mana essence, and soul integrity. Health is your crystal structural integrity. You're currently at 87% because apparently dropping a rock on a fairy counts as dangerous behaviour and the system doesn't like that. Mana is your magical fuel and, oh boy, do you have a long way to go. The numbers swam into focus. I had 189 mana now, bumped up from a starting 142 by Glitz's murder. I owed 7,329 years' worth of repayment at current generation rates. The math was depressing in a way that transcended usual mathematics. It was the kind of numbers you saw in climate change reports or national debt calculators. It was a number that was supposed to remain theoretical and horrifying and never actually apply to you personally, but here it was, attached to me like a leash, like a contract written in a language of compound interest. Essence is what you harvest from creatures you kill, or that die in your dungeon, and it's currency plus XP. You can spend essence to upgrade your abilities, summon stronger monsters, expand your dungeon range, all sorts of neat stuff, and soul integrity is, well... Glitz's smile faltered for a microsecond, the first genuine crack in her facade. That's the thing you're slowly surrendering as payment for existing. Every day you're in the dungeon core, about 0.000037% of your soul gets harvested and sent to the committee. Don't think about it too hard. Don't think about it too hard, right? Because if I do the math, I realise that at 0.000037% per diem, even if I kill creatures every single day and harvested maximum essence, the best I could hope for is maybe paying off the debt by the time the sun explodes. But the committee expected me to accept a repayment schedule measured in civilizations. Oh, I won't do the math. That I'm supposed to just accept this and get on with the business of being a monster because the alternative is to acknowledge that I'm trapped forever. I hate you. I know! Most of my clients do initially, but you'll come around. She paused, tilting her head. Probably. The statistics say 60% of dungeon cores achieve some form of acceptance by year 3. The other 40% achieve malevolent superintelligence and try to end the world. We don't talk about those very much. So, my options are Stockholm Syndrome or supervillain origin story. Cool, great, this is fine, totally fine. I'm definitely not currently becoming aware that I just murdered someone out of rage and felt relief instead of guilt. I'm definitely not noticing that the interface is already showing me ways to harvest more essence. I'm definitely not already thinking about what else I could kill. There was a hollow sensation in what I assumed was my chest, a recognition that the rage was burning away at anything beyond rage underneath. A sensation that registered a lot like grief. Grief that didn't come in waves but in slow, creeping realizations. My parents would get a death certificate that meant nothing. They'd have a funeral for an empty box. My mother would cry and my father would stand beside her looking confused, the way he always did when reality became too complex. They'd be destroyed by something meaningless. My company would send a sympathy email to the team and find someone to fill my cubicle within the week. Probably someone younger, cheaper, with fewer medical issues related to burnout. By next quarter, they'd have optimised away every trace that I'd existed. They'd make a small donation to some tech charity in my name and feel good about it. The apartment I've been saving for. 7 years of budgeting, of saying no to vacations and new clothes and therapy. Also, I could maybe have a place that was truly mine, would remain a theoretical place. A maybe that would never happen, a future I'd never see. That money would probably go to taxes or legal fees or something equally meaningless. And somewhere in the bureaucratic depths of the committee's filing system, I was now a line item on a cosmic ledger. Not a person, not even a particularly interesting case study, just a unit of labour with a debt and an expiration date measured in millennia. A resource to be harvested. A dungeon core with potential. They didn't even ask me. Wasn't even a survey, no, would you like to become an immortal sentient crystal? No checkbox, no escape clause, no option to negotiate, just here's your eternity. Please pay it back in gold, and if you don't like it, well, there are plenty of versions of you that went ballistic and tried to destroy reality, so we're pretty sure this is working as intended. You still have a lot to learn, Glitz chirped, making absolutely no effort to read the room or recognise that I was currently experiencing the full weight of my cosmic damnation. She was here to deliver the pitch and collect her commission. Tomorrow, we'll cover terrain manipulation. You've got so much potential to create amazing dungeon layouts, and I have a really good feeling about... Another stalactite fell. I didn't even think about it this time it happened. It was becoming easier, more natural. Like learning to blink. Or learning to hate. The stone responded to my anger like it was waiting for permission. Glitz's number ticked to 2. Yeah, okay, I'll come back tomorrow, she said from the mist, her voice slightly less chipper. There was something nearly wounded in it. Try not to collapse the cave in a fit of rage. Your structural integrity can only take so much. Easy. I'm not even trying hard. The thought came with a kind of terrible clarity. I'd killed her twice now without any real planning. I felt angry and the stone responded. I'd wanted her gone and suddenly there was a solution made of rock and gravity and consequence. What happened when I stopped being angry? What happened when I actually tried? When she reconstituted, she took the hint and faded out, her sparkles dissipating into the darkness like someone turning down the saturation slider on the entire spectrum. The cave settled into silence, and beneath that silence something worse, the sound of my own existence. The crystalline resonance of a soul slowly being harvested atom by atom. I'm going to get very good at this, I thought. That's the real horror, isn't it? Not that I'm stuck, but that I'll adapt. That by year 3, I'll have either accepted it or become something that finds joy in what I've become. That I'll either be Stockholm syndromed into contentment, or I'll become one of the 40% that tried to end the world. And honestly, the second option is starting to look less like a tragedy and more like a promise. I was alone. The cave was full of broken stalactite fragments. My mana had ticked up to 236 from Glitz's second death. My soul integrity had dropped to 99.999963%. Apparently the first day's tick had posted the moment the committee finished binding me. And somewhere in the cosmic background radiation of existence, something was watching me with the patient hunger of compound interest. It would eat me slowly, 0.000037% at a time, until I was hollow. until I was just a mechanism running on pure function. By the time it was finished, there would be nothing left but a hollow shell that used to be a person. A dungeon core that had forgotten it was ever anything else. I could feel the fragments of the stalactites still. They were part of me now. Extensions of my will, just like the intact formations overhead. I could move them if I wanted. Could shape them, could stack them into walls or weapons or whatever my shattered mind decided to build. The power sang in my crystalline core, seductive and terrible. Every drop of essence I'd harvested from glitz amplified it, making it easier to think in terms of force and leverage and consequence. This is how it happens, I thought. This is how the 40% go wrong. You start with a terrible situation, and you find out you're good at being terrible. You find out that the only thing that made you feel alive, the only time the numbing weight of eternal debt lifted even slightly, was when you broke something. When you murdered something. When you proved that, despite being crystalline and bound and functionally powerless, you could still exert your will on the world through pure malice. The darkness of the cave felt less like imprisonment and more like canvas. I could almost see it. Could almost imagine what I could become if I spent 7,000 years learning to use the stone as an extension of my rage. What kind of nightmares I could birth from the earth. What kind of empire I could build on the foundation of everything I'd lost. The real tragedy wasn't that I was trapped. The real tragedy was that I was probably going to enjoy it. Oh, I'm going to hate this, aren't I? Thought was quiet. Almost gentle, like it was coming from somewhere outside myself. Yeah, definitely going to hate this. For 7,329 years. I settled into the crystalline lattice of my new prison and waited for tomorrow's lesson in dungeon management from a fairy who'd already learned that I solve most problems by dropping rocks on them. The stones around me hummed with potential, singing in frequencies that had nothing to do with sound. Somewhere in the darkness, there was earth to shape, monsters to summon, creatures to harvest. I was a machine now, a mechanism, and I was just beginning to understand what I could do. The cave expanded around me in my awareness, each stone singing its ancient song. I could feel the mountain pressing from above, the deep earth below, the slow seep of water through ancient channels. The sensation was overwhelming and clarifying at the same time. I could shape this. I could build with it. I could create things that lived and died and gave me essence. I could use them, exploit them, refine their debts into power and progress toward a debt I could never repay. But that's the thing, isn't it? The thought was cold now, calculated. The committee doesn't care if I pay it off. They want me to fail. They want me to stay here and generate essence and maintain the dungeon and slowly lose the thread of what I used to be. Every day I'm here, I become less Sarah and more core. Less person and more process. That's the real contract. Not debt repayment, but transformation. They're not charging me to be a dungeon core, they're charging me to stop being human. But first I had to learn the rules. I had to learn to be good at this, and I was already starting to realise I was going to be very good at this indeed. System notification. Soul data accrual 0.000037% per diem. Repayment schedule. Approximately 7,329 years at current efficiency. Note: the committee suggests accepting your fate with grace. The committee is very optimistic about things that don't directly affect the committee. Chapter 4. The worst tutorial in heroic history. Day 1. Somewhere around 3 AM by my estimates, which was probably meaningless, since I no longer had a circadian rhythm. A consciousness spread across stone and rage, and the slowly accumulating horror of my situation. I haven't slept. I can't sleep. There's no off switch for this. I was aware of every grain of sand in my cave, every drop of moisture seeping through the limestone, every tiny movement of insects living in the cracks, every forgotten fossil embedded in rock, every molecule of air moving through the chambers. It was like being conscious of every single cell in a body that stretched for 200 metres in all directions. It was like being aware of your own heartbeat forever, for eternity, without mercy, multiplied by the number of possible heartbeats. The exhaustion should have been crushing. In my old life, missing sleep made me hallucinate within 36 hours, made me unable to form sentences, made me dangerous behind the wheel of a car, and useless in front of a keyboard. But crystalline existence didn't come with those mercies. I wasn't tired, I wasn't hallucinating, I was just painfully, unbearably conscious. Every sensation bled into every other sensation. The stones sang, the water whispered. The insects chittered in frequencies that felt as though they were directly wired into my awareness. And underneath it all was the constant drain. 0.000037% per day. Microscopically small, utterly devastating. I'd spent the hours after Glitz left exploring what I could do. The interface was still floating in my perception, a constant reminder of my status. 236 mana, 99.999963% soul integrity, roughly 7,400 years until I was completely hollowed out. Assuming I lived that long. Assuming I didn't find a way to die. Don't think about that. But it was hard not to. Harder when you were crystalline and geometric and fundamentally bound to the earth. If I wanted to stop existing, I'd have to somehow destroy my own core. And given that my core was currently responsible for my entire existence, that seemed like the cosmic equivalent of a suicide hotline with an infinite hold time. Glitz reappeared exactly on schedule, which is to say she materialised in my cave at 6:47 AM with her wings reset, her counter still carrying yesterday's damage, and her enthusiasm completely intact. Like murdering her twice had just been a teaching moment. Like I was a student, and violence was just part of the curriculum. "Good morning, Sarah! Ready to learn about terrain manipulation?" She was bouncing again, everything about her was bouncing. Even her voice seemed to bounce. "This is where dungeon cores really get to show their personality. You can build rooms, and corridors, and traps, and all sorts of creative stuff. I've been conscious for 11 straight hours, and I'm having an existential crisis. How is any of this going to help?" "Oh, it'll totally help. Nothing makes you feel better about your cosmic imprisonment than productive work. Trust me, I've got centuries of data on this." She said it like she was reading from a corporate wellness brochure. "So, today, we're going to craft your first actual room. You'll practice moving earth, shaping stone, and really getting a feel for your new supernatural abilities." Great. Wellness activities. The committee's idea of therapy is probably a self-help course in accepting permanent cosmic debt. The interface shifted, and I had a new menu hovering in my perception. It was labelled Terrain Tools, and it looked like it had been designed by someone who'd never used tools before. Everything was in the wrong place. The buttons were oddly sized. Half of them seemed to require combination moves to activate. "So here's how this works," Glitz said, pulling up more tutorial windows that overlapped and made the whole thing worse. "You visualise what you want, you spend mana, and the stone responds to your intention. The amount of mana depends on how much earth you're moving and how precisely you need to shape it. Simple." That's the opposite of simple. "Well, for dungeon cores it is." She seemed genuinely confused that anyone would find this complicated. "Okay, let's start with something basic. Make a room about 12 metres across, with a ceiling 5 metres high and a door about 2 metres tall. Minimum precision, just rough shapes, go." I tried to comply. Tried to visualise a room in the way she described. And for a moment something happened. The stone responded. I sensed it moving, fragmenting, reorganising. It was exhilarating and terrifying, and the room came out toilet-shaped. Not metaphorically. It was genuinely, profoundly toilet-shaped. There was a great curved depression in the middle of the floor that led to a hole, and the whole structure had this vaguely hygienic aesthetic that screamed bad user input. Glitz stared at it. "Oh, wow! That's creative." "This is terrible. This is the worst thing I've ever made. And I once wrote code that made the entire company's DNS resolution fail for 6 hours. "Well, that's okay. That's what tutorials are for. Let's try again." Glitz pulled up the terrain tools again. "And this time, try to visualise the room more carefully. Think about the walls, not just the general shape. Feel the stone as it moves." Tutorial conversion triggered. Core reserve safeguards relaxed for supervised construction. Available mana pool expanded to 142 out of 250 for authorised tutorial activities. I tried again. I focused. I visualised a proper cube-shaped room with actual walls and a ceiling that wasn't threatening to collapse into Kafkaesque nightmares. I spent 12 mana. I concentrated harder than I'd concentrated on anything in my entire life. I sensed the stone responding, moving, rearranging itself according to my will. The second room came out shaped like a toilet bowl with a lid. I am a software developer. I should be good at following instructions. I should be good at precise visualization. I spent 7 years debugging other people's incomprehensible code. I should be able to make a room that doesn't look like human waste. The rage was building again, but it was different now. Not clean rage, not productive rage, just frustrated, impotent fury at a system that didn't work the way it was supposed to. You know, I think the interface might just be fundamentally against you, Glitz said, and she sounded sympathetic. Some brains just don't play well with the visualization paradigm, especially human brains that spent their whole existence thinking in linear sequences instead of three-dimensional spatial relationships. Your brain was trained to read code, not to see architecture. Let's try a practical step, Glitz said. Make a simple hallway first, a straight line, floor to ceiling, about 3 meters wide and let's say 10 meters long. I focused all of my attention on making a simple hallway. Nothing fancy, a passage, a tunnel. Something that served a basic function without any toilet-related aesthetic. The hallway came out at a 47-degree angle and looked vaguely like a throat. Okay, that's kind of cool, Glitz said. Neat, very dungeon-like. I'm going to interpret this as growth. You're developing a signature style. My signature style is apparently making things that look like human orifices. This is bad. It's not bad, it's just distinctive. Look, every dungeon core has a learning curve. Some take days, some take weeks. One core I trained took 3 months before she could make anything that wasn't a perfect sphere. You're doing pretty well by comparison. I am going to murder this fairy so many times. But the rage wasn't clean anymore, it was getting complicated. Beneath the rage was frustration, sure, but also something more. Something that felt dangerously like problem solving. I was beginning to think about the interface itself. About how the instructions were fuzzy, about how the visualization tools were working against me, about how this was exactly like a badly designed UX. Terrible affordances, no feedback, frustration-driven engagement. Wait, is the interface deliberately bad? The thought crystallised. Is it designed to be frustrating so that I get angry, so that I generate more essence through emotional flux? Is bad UX a feature, not a bug? Okay, new approach, I said to Glitz. Let's try something different. What if I approach the terrain manipulation, like I'm designing a database schema instead of visualising architecture? Glitz looked at me like I'd suggested designing dungeons in Morse code. A what? Just let me try something. I closed off the visualisation tools. Instead, I approached the stone like it was a system I could query and modify. Instead of trying to picture a room, I thought about walls as distinct entities with specific properties. I thought about the floor as a surface with defined boundaries. I thought about the ceiling as a separate layer that existed in the same logical space. The stone moved. It wasn't pretty, wasn't elegant, but it worked. A room materialised, roughly rectangular, with walls that were approximately vertical and a ceiling that wasn't actively threatening to collapse into a biological horror. It was functional. It was a room. It wasn't toilet-shaped. Oh wow, Glitz said. See, you just needed to find your own approach. I just needed the interface to stop asking me to do something my brain isn't wired for and let me approach it like a technical problem instead of an artistic one. But I wasn't going to explain that to Glitz. I was too busy realising something more. Achievement unlocked. First proper room. Small but functional dungeon chamber created. Note, the Fates have noted your capacity for abstract problem solving. They are considering elevating you from disaster waiting to happen to potentially useful resource. Great job! Glitz was genuinely happy now. See, productive work. You're feeling better already, right? I feel like I'm trapped in hell with no escape clause and I'm slowly being harvested for parts while learning to build elaborate prisons that I'll never leave. But you feel like you're trapped in hell productively, that's growth. She seemed genuinely oblivious to how terrible this was. Or maybe she was just trained to respond to all negative feedback with aggressive positivity. Okay, next step. We're going to talk about essence generation and creature summoning. These are the real fun parts. She pulled up a new menu, and my interface exploded with information. There were categories for different creature types. There were mana costs. There were dependency trees showing how to unlock better creature options. And there were details about what each creature would eat, how much essence they'd generate when they died, how long they'd survive in a dungeon. So, here's the thing, Glitz explained, pointing at numbers that made my soul weep. The creatures you summon need food. They need space.
They need maintenance, but in exchange, they generate essence when they die, and essence is your currency for everything. You want to expand your dungeon, essence. You want to summon stronger creatures, essence. You want to upgrade your abilities, essence. You want to accelerate your debt repayment, well, that's impossible, so don't think about it. So, I'm running an animal farm where the animals are just resources to be killed for profit.
Well, yes and no. Some creatures will die naturally. Injuries, starvation, age, natural causes. It's not like you have to personally murder them all.
But I can.
Oh, absolutely. You can definitely do that. Some cores make it their whole thing. One of my previous clients just kept creating lesser rats and dropping things on them. She had the Fairy Slayer achievement, so she went for a similar murder fairy aesthetic.
I'm a horror story. The committee turned me into a horror story and they're paying someone to pretend this is fine. But then something else registered beneath the rage and the grief. The creatures were already real in my mind. I could sense where they'd exist, how they'd move through the spaces I created. I sensed the flow of essence they'd generate when they died. The wrongness of it was exquisite. The power of it was addictive. This is how it happens, I thought. This is how you go from, I'm a person trapped in a nightmare, to, I'm a core with a facility for managing resources. You start by learning the system. You start by being competent at something, and being competent becomes being committed. And being committed becomes defining yourself by your efficiency. Let's try it, I said. Summon a creature, something small. Let's see what I can do. Glitz's smile was radiant.
Yes! This is the right attitude. Okay, so for your first creature, I'd recommend a basic lesser rat. Low mana cost, eats almost anything, generates decent essence, and they're immortal in dungeon conditions unless something kills them.
The interface populated with the summoning option. I could see the cost, 15 mana. I could see the stats. Tiny little creature. Probably not capable of hurting anything. Perfect for a first victim. It's a rat. It's not even sapient, it won't suffer, it's not like you're doing anything wrong. But I sensed myself lying to myself even as I thought it. I summoned the rat anyway. It materialised in a corner of my functional room, a small grey thing with beady eyes and a twitching nose. It looked around in confusion, completely unaware that it had just been created as a resource to die for my convenience.
Perfect, Glitz said. Now the rat will forage for food, breed if given the right conditions, and generally just exist until something kills it. You can monitor its status in your interface, and when it dies, the essence automatically feeds back to your reserves.
I looked at the little rat. It was already sniffing the ground, looking for food in a cave that didn't have any. It had tiny claws, tiny eyes, a tail that twitched with some kind of rat anxiety. It was the smallest, most insignificant creature I'd ever been responsible for, and somehow it was more real to me than anything I'd seen since becoming a dungeon core. How long will it take to die? I asked, and I hated how neutral my voice sounded. Like I was asking about a technical specification, like I was querying a database for creature lifespans.
Oh, if you don't feed it, probably a week. Starvation's a pretty efficient killer. Or you could just drop a rock on it now and get the essence faster. Death delivers a delightful flood of essence, actually. Your reserves spike the moment a creature dies.
Death delivers a delightful flood of essence, I repeated slowly. Is that something you've been trained to say?
What? No? Well, yes, but it's also true. You should feel it. Go ahead, let it die, and watch your mana reserves fill up. The essence generation rate from a freshly dead creature is your biggest mana spike opportunity as a new core.
So, the system is set up to reward me for killing things as quickly as possible.
Well, yes. Creature death is the primary mechanic for essence generation. It's how the system works. The sooner things die, the sooner you get resources.
It would take one small manipulation of the stone. The rat would be dead in an instant, no pain, probably. The stone is heavy. It would be quick. I'd gain essence. My progress toward my debt would accelerate infinitesimally. It was efficient. It was optimal. It was the smart play for a dungeon core trying to generate enough resources to survive 7,329 years. And it was absolutely fundamentally wrong. I didn't drop a rock. Instead, I did what was probably stupid and definitely sentimental. Something every economic optimization would argue against. Something that made no sense in the context of dungeon core survival. I focused on the stone and created a small depression in the floor, lined with softer clay-like material. Not comfortable, but less hostile. I created a small gap in the wall that let in a tiny bit of water from the external stone seeps. I created a space where something could exist without actively dying. The mana cost was minimal, but the philosophical cost was enormous. What are you doing? Glitz sounded confused. I'm not sure yet, but I was sure. I was creating a habitat. I was choosing an efficiency. I was choosing what had nothing to do with optimization and everything to do with the fact that I was still human enough to recognise that living things deserve better than to be killed for fuel. But you're wasting mana. The whole point is to convert biological resources into essence. If you keep the rats alive indefinitely, they become a net loss on your balance sheet.
That's it, though. That's the trap.
That's how they get you. They frame it in economic terms. Creatures become resources. Resources have to be optimised. Optimisation means death. Death means essence. Essence means survival. And you're harvesting intelligent beings without even considering that they might deserve better. The committee doesn't want me to go insane from cosmic despair. They want me to embrace the system so completely that I stop seeing it as a system and start seeing it as a natural law. I'll generate essence differently, I said. But I wasn't sure I believed myself. The rat drank the water droplets. It sniffed the soft earth with tiny pink nostrils. It curled up in the depression I'd made and seemed impossibly to be calmer than it had been when it first spawned into existence. Its little heart was beating. Its tiny lungs were breathing. It was alive, and more importantly, it was alive because I'd chosen to let it live. The mana cost barely registered. The philosophical cost was enormous, and the practical cost was starting to look like it might be insurmountable. This is a mistake. This is sentimentality that will cost me resources I can't afford to waste. I'm going to regret this when I hit year 500 and realise I'm still not making any progress on the debt. I'm going to regret this when the committee sends me notices about my below-optimal efficiency ratings. I'm going to regret this when I realised that mercy was a luxury I couldn't afford. But I also wasn't going to murder it just because the system made it efficient. Because the moment I started accepting the system's economics, the moment I started thinking of creatures as resources to be optimised, I'd lose the last thing that made me Sarah, instead of a dungeon crawl with her memories. Okay, so that's an interesting choice, Glitz said, bouncing nervously. Interesting, very not optimal, but you know what? I'm going to put this down as creative problem solving and move on to the next lesson. You can't expand your dungeon effectively if you don't understand mana economics. The interface shifted again. Now I was looking at calculations, at generation rates, at the crushing reality that at my current essence generation rate, I'd pay off my debt in... Glitz scrolled through the numbers. 7,329 years, roughly. Maybe slightly less if you kill things more efficiently, but you've got plenty of time. She thinks thousands of years is reassuring. Glitz died 4 times across the day's lessons and demonstrations. I needed a reason to kill after the philosophical horror of realising I'd need millennia to pay off my debt. Stalactites fell with a precision that was becoming second nature. By the end of the day, her counter read 6. By the end of the second day, it read 12. System notification. Terrain manipulation unlocked. Basic creature summoning unlocked. Note: the committee is impressed by your dedication to violence, but concerned about your mana efficiency ratings. They recommend killing the rats immediately. The days blurred together in a way that shouldn't have been possible for a being that couldn't sleep. But time moves differently when you spread across stone. When you're aware of every second that passes, because every second is another reminder that 0.000037% of your soul is being harvested each day. I learned to shape stone with precision. I learned the basics of creature summoning and essence management. I learned that the interface genuinely seemed to get worse when I was frustrated, as if it was designed to be most confusing at the exact moment when I needed clarity. Each day brought new challenges, new frustrations, new opportunities to betray myself a little bit more. I created more rooms. Each one got gradually better as I stopped trying to visualise and started trying to think structurally. My brain learned to treat architecture like a query language, like a system to be passed and executed, rather than imagined and rendered. By day 3, I could create functional chambers without the assistance of Glitz's tutorials, and had to start sketching plans for branching corridors and multi-level spaces. I summoned more rats. Dozens of them, more than I could track. Each one cost mana I couldn't afford to waste. Each one was a resource sink, and a system built entirely around efficient resource extraction. Each time, I told myself I'd let the next one die to be efficient. Each time, I expanded their habitat instead. I created new chambers just for them. I reinforced the walls so they wouldn't collapse. I created water sources and food supplies and comfortable places to sleep. I had no idea why I was doing it. They were just rats. They'd generate more essence if I just murdered them. The economic argument was airtight. The optimization was obvious. The smart play was to maximize death and minimize compassion, but somewhere deep in the crystalline lattice of my consciousness, something was rebelling against the idea of being efficient, against the idea of converting everything into resource generation, against the idea that the best life was the most optimized life, against the idea that the committee got to decide what I was capable of becoming. Maybe that's the real trap, I thought. Not the debt, not the system, but the acceptance that the system is right, that efficiency is virtue, that murder in service of optimization is justified because it's all just numbers. On day 3, I had created 7 functional rooms, summoned 43 creatures, murdered Glitz 24 times, and generated less than 4 measurable essence toward a 7,329-year debt. At this rate, I'll be done in plenty of time for the heat death of the universe. I'll be done in plenty of time for multiple extinction events. I'll be done in plenty of time for my own consciousness to fragment so completely that the me that emerged at the other end wouldn't even remember what human was. The rats had already started breeding by day 3, helped along by the system's tendency to treat dungeon ecosystems as a suggestion rather than a biology textbook. Population doubling every 3 days under ordinary conditions, faster when mana and bad decisions got involved. I sensed them multiplying, sensed them through my connection to the stone. Small minds, but present. Small needs, but accumulating. A problem that would require a decision soon. Great progress, Glitz said, and her number sat at 24, and she looked at my growing dungeon with what might have been respect. The Fates are pleased with your development. You're tracking ahead of most new cores in terms of infrastructure and creature summoning. At this rate, you might survive long enough to achieve enlightenment. How many cores achieve enlightenment? I asked. I already knew the answer, but I wanted to hear her say it. Glitz's smile faltered slightly. Well, statistically none of them. But the option is there. So, enlightenment is mythological. It's a carrot they dangle to keep cores compliant. To keep us thinking there's an escape even though there isn't one. Well, not mythological, more aspirational. Like a company mission statement. It's not really about the destination. It's about the journey of constantly improving your efficiency metrics. I didn't kill her for that. I was too tired. Even rage needs rest, and I hadn't slept in nearly 60 hours because I couldn't sleep, and my mind was starting to fragment at the edges from constant sensory overload. My consciousness felt stretched thin, like I was being smeared across too much stone, spread too thin to think coherently. Every rat was a small voice in my mind. Every room I'd created was a chamber I had to maintain. The dungeon was becoming real, and the more real it became, the more it demanded of me. This is how it happens, I thought for the 100th time. You start with a terrible situation, you get competent at managing it, you get committed to managing it, you get so invested in making it work that you forget you never wanted it in the first place. But I was starting to understand what the committee really wanted from me. Not debt repayment, not enlightenment, just compliance, just acceptance. A core that would eventually stop questioning why she was trapped and start optimizing her cage into what looked almost acceptable. The rats were breeding now. I'd made the habitat too good. They were multiplying faster than I could sustain them on the water and soft earth. Soon I'd have to make a choice. Kill them, or create more space and resources. Every instinct I had as a dungeon core was screaming to kill them. It was efficient.
It generated essence. It was the right move. Every instinct I had as Sarah was screaming that there had to be something more.
I stood at the edge of that choice, waiting for Glitz to arrive for day 4's lesson, and I wasn't sure which version of myself would make the decision. System notification. Creature population pressure, 127 individuals. Expanding habitat, recommended. Essence generation, 1.3 per diem. Note, core efficiency rating has decreased 7% since yesterday. The committee is concerned that you are experiencing Customer satisfaction issues.
Chapter 5. Baby steps. Mostly toilet-shaped. The thing about being a dungeon core is that nobody mentions the boredom. Oh sure, they mention the existential horror of being permanently dead. They mention the crushing debt, they mention the ecosystem collapse, but boredom? That's the real killer, and I would know. Time moves differently when you don't breathe. Day 4 of my new existence, picking up after the ugly little summary I'd already made of the first 3 days. The cave hasn't changed much. Same limestone walls, same stalactites, same crushing weight of 7,329 years of servitude. But I've changed slightly, in the way a spreadsheet changes when you adjust one cell. My conscious control radius has expanded by approximately 4 feet. Thrilling stuff. Except it wasn't thrilling, it was terrifying. Not the expansion itself, but what it meant. The awareness that my existence was now a numbers game. Mana reserves, expansion radius, essence accumulation, debt repayment timelines stretching into geological epochs. The system had put me in a spreadsheet and expected me to optimise my way to freedom, which, fair, was exactly what I'd done for 8 years in my previous life. But those spreadsheets had been about user engagement metrics and retention rates, not the literal fundamental survival of my consciousness. The stakes were slightly higher now, and the failure state was permanent dissolution. No second chances, no version control. I'm in hell, I thought. Except hell is a cave, and hell's boss is an AI that communicates through sarcastic system notifications. So, you're going to keep making bathrooms? Glitz floated past my crystal, which I'd installed in what I was calling the main chamber, but which looked disturbingly like a subway station, if that station had been designed by a particularly vindictive plumber. Of course I'm making bathrooms. What else would I make? That wasn't rhetorical, Glitz said brightly. You're asking me, but phrasing it as sarcasm. Emotional intelligence score unchanged, still terrible. I wanted to vibrate with rage. Instead, I settled for a low, harmonic resonance that made pebbles skip across the stone. The sound echoed strangely, mournful, like a whale trapped in a concrete parking garage. At least whales had been alive once. They remembered water. I remember being paid in healthcare benefits that didn't cover anything. She's not wrong, I reflected, focusing on the area I'd prepared for expansion. The stone around me was cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. Dungeon cores didn't experience temperature. We experienced spatial density, pressure differentials, the weight of everything pressing down on consciousness with the intensity of a bad manager's expectations. I tried to imagine what I would have done in my previous life if someone had told me I'd spend it moving rocks. Probably would have laughed. Probably would have updated my LinkedIn. Recently acquired stone manipulation abilities, available for dungeon consultation. Corporate experience doesn't transfer, I thought bitterly. Who knew? A wall of limestone still attached to the cave system. I sensed it through my spatial awareness, the way a person with phantom limb syndrome might feel what isn't there, except in my case it wasn't there and I was trying to convince it to move anyway. The stone was heavy, immobile, real in ways that my crystal consciousness struggled to comprehend. I'd spent the previous night, if night meant anything in a cave with no day cycle, no circadian rhythm, no biological need for sleep, exploring the limits of my manipulation. I could move objects I'd already shaped. I could influence things I'd actively bonded with through mana expenditure. But creating new cavities in virgin limestone, that required something the system vaguely called attunement, which seemed to be a fancy way of saying, try harder and maybe your luck stat will align. In my previous life, I'd have Googled this. I'd have found a Stack Overflow post from someone who'd asked, how do you attune to stone? In 2019, and there would be 3 unhelpful answers, and someone would have edited the question to say, this question is too broad and or primarily opinion-based. Now I just had to push harder and hope the universe got the message. The stone was also cold, but not temperature cold. Dungeon core cold. Density rather than BTUs. The absolute indifference of geological time compressed into a single moment. Stone didn't care. It had been here for millions of years. My need to expand my territory was not its concern. I pushed. Not with muscles. Those were a distant, expensive memory. But with something, some extension of my will that the cave recognised as coherent. The limestone trembled, just slightly. Maybe a millimetre of actual displacement, but it was displacement. Okay, that happened. It took 7 hours to move it that millimetre. 7 hours of focused intention, of pushing against the fundamental inertia of stone that had been sitting undisturbed for geological epochs. The effort was exhausting, in a way that had nothing to do with physical exertion. It was like trying to optimise code while everyone else was in a meeting, like pushing against a system that was fundamentally resistant to change. This is what bureaucracy resembled, I realised. This is what it felt like to be a junior developer asking for basic resources. System notification. Stone manipulation skill has improved. Your incompetence radius has expanded by 47%. Details. You have successfully displaced 1.3 cubic feet of limestone over the course of 7 hours. At this rate, you will expand your domain by about 4.5 cubic feet per day. Note: this is pathetic. A competent dungeon core achieves 50 cubic feet daily by week 2. You are substantially below baseline performance. Great. Even the system was concerned. That was not comforting. You're doing it, Glitz said. Fast. Very, very fast. I saw a stalactite grow faster once. Then you killed it. That was not the emotional support I needed. The work took hours. I say hours, there's no clock, no sun, just the subjective passage of effort and the creeping certainty that this was my life now. Me, a crystal, moving rocks at glacial speed, probably looking like something doing a painfully slow meditation. No coffee, no bathroom breaks, no ability to just stand up and walk around to process emotions like a normal person would. Normal people get to move around, I thought, pushing against the next section of stone. Normal people get to change their environment when they get bored. Normal people get to die and not end up as magical gems in a hole in the ground. By the time I'd carved out the next chamber, which, due to some combination of muscle memory and architectural fate, ended up roughly toilet-shaped again somehow, I was running on fumes. Mana reserves at maybe 60%. Exhaustion not in muscles, dead, but in something unnamed. The core spark of consciousness the system had no metric for. Spiritual fatigue. That was probably it. The kind of tired you felt after a 6-hour meeting where nobody said anything important. Tired enough to question all your life choices and wonder if dying and becoming a magical dungeon had really been the upgrade you'd hoped for. The answer was no. No, it wasn't, but that was future Sarah's problem to process. Current Sarah was just trying to expand her territory by another room before her mana bottomed out and left her essentially catatonic for the next 12 hours. System notification. Chamber construction complete. Total rooms, 2. Your dungeon is now technically more than 1 room. Congratulations on this minor achievement. The system notes that real dungeons have 15 to 20 chambers minimum. You are embarrassingly behind. Glitz was still there, which was either loyal or mocking. With Glitz, never entirely clear. What are you even building? She asked. Rooms, I said, vibrating through the stone itself. We'd learned that I could communicate this way. The cave would resonate with my intent, carrying meaning in frequency and harmonic complexity. Slower than speech, but it worked. It was like texting. If texting required you to mentally project your thoughts into solid matter and hope it received the message correctly. A dungeon. That's what cores do. A dungeon made of toilets. It's on brand. For a dungeon core who died humiliated and depressed, sure. By the morning of day 4, I was revisiting the first 3 public-facing chambers in sequence, even if the system was still not willing to certify the third one as complete. All of them roughly bathroom-shaped. All of them acoustically dead in ways that suggested I had terrible taste in architecture. The connecting corridors were barely tall enough for a human to walk upright, which was either intentional or evidence that I'd forgotten how large people were. If I'd been taller in life, would the dungeon be bigger? I wondered. Is this whole thing just my subconscious making fun of me? The stone didn't answer, it never did. The stone was just stone, and I was a consciousness embedded in crystal, and together we made a dungeon that looked like someone's fever dream of a bathroom supply warehouse. I'd also discovered that I could make spikes. Not dangerous spikes, that would have required actual metallurgical knowledge, which I'd outsourced to my geology subroutine, and immediately regretted. The spikes I created were limestone points, jutting from walls and floors at angles that suggested someone had given them a lot of thought, and none of it good. They were the dungeon trap equivalent of UI that made you click agree 3 times to turn off notifications. Functionally pointless, but somehow still managing to be an irritant. The problem was, I had no reference for what dangerous spikes should even look like. I'd never built anything physical in my life. I'd written code, I'd optimised databases, I'd attended meetings about meetings. None of that translated to create lethal environmental hazards. If I had documentation I could follow, sure. If someone had written a tutorial on effective trap design for recently deceased software developers, I'd be golden. These wouldn't kill anything, Glitz observed, floating through the trap chamber without slowing down. She moved directly toward the densest cluster of spikes and somehow navigated them without taking a fatal hit. They're Lego spikes. Annoying, sure, but a child could stub their toe and move on. They're practice. They're pathetic. Same thing. She had a point, though, and I hated her for it. The realisation hit hard. I was weak. Not metaphorically, actually catastrophically weak. I had decent stats in wit and spite, sure. My misfortune at 92 was almost respectable, but my actual power to shape the world was barely beyond newborn. I could kill Glitz because she was made of optimism and negligible durability. Real adventurers would walk through my spike trap and laugh. Well, they wouldn't laugh, they'd cry, but then they'd keep walking. The spike traps were security theatre. They were the LinkedIn bio of dungeon design, all appearance and no substance, and I knew it. The system knew it, Glitz definitely knew it. System notification! Trap efficiency assessment complete! Rating abysmal! Your spike traps have a projected effectiveness rating of 2 out of 100. A determined chicken could navigate them. An actual adventurer will barely notice. Recommendation: build more traps. Improve design or accept permanent irrelevance. The choice is yours. It is not a choice. You must improve. The thing that struck me most, though, the moment that made me pause in my limestone manipulation and process my emotional state, was the pride. Day 4, approximately 4 a.m, cave time, which I'd invented, I'd finished refining the third chamber. It was still toilet-shaped, it was still architecturally questionable, but it was mine. The walls fit the contours of my spatial awareness perfectly. The acoustics were exactly as dead as I'd designed them. The spike traps, despite their Lego-grade threat level, were positioned with mathematical precision. I'd made something functional, something that fit together and worked. System notification. Chamber 3 completion registered. Total dungeon footprint, 847 square feet. Emotional attachment to physical domain detected. This is a normal stage in dungeon core development. Note: this attachment will lead to your demise when you refuse to evacuate and relocate. The system finds this outcome statistically likely. This is how it starts, I thought. This is how prison inmates get Stockholm Syndrome. You make a shank from a toothbrush, and you love that toothbrush. You build one tiny thing that doesn't fall apart, and you're emotionally invested in rocks. The third chamber was beautiful in the way that a utility sink was beautiful. Purely functional, designed for purpose, completely devoid of aesthetic consideration. And I was absolutely certain I was in love with it. This is bad, I recognised somewhere in the deeper parts of my consciousness. This is how you end up fighting to the death for what objectively sucks. I'm developing sunken cost bias toward limestone. You're doing that thing where you vibrate affectionately, Glitz said. She was perched on a toilet-shaped outcropping of limestone, which was somehow both the most and least appropriate place for her. Your frequencies are making the walls resonate with emotional satisfaction. It's disgusting. I'm not doing anything. Your frequencies are all warm and fuzzy. It's disgusting. Also, you should know, we need to talk about the Glitz counter. The tone shift was immediate. This was serious Glitz, and serious Glitz was the one who occasionally said things that weren't jokes. Right, the counter. I've been trying not to think about the counter. By day 4 evening, the number stood at 28. 28 instances of Glitz flying too close to unstable ceiling fixtures, or stumbling into spike traps, or simply encountering environmental hazards I'd thoughtlessly left active. 28 deaths. 28 bursts of faint essence flowing back to my crystal, which I'd learned to funnel into the expansion of my territory and the refinement of my cave structure. 28 times I'd killed her, and she came back. Functionally immortal, powered by sheer chaotic enthusiasm, and I was starting to feel genuinely bad about the body count.
It's not like I'm murdering her in cold blood, I rationalised. She just keeps running into things I made. I didn't manufacture a spike trap specifically to kill her. I manufactured a spike trap because I'm supposed to have traps, and she happened to die in it approximately 3 times per day on average. That wasn't better, that was worse. It was death by negligence, which was somehow more uncomfortable than intentional murder. At least intentional murder had the decency to feel deliberate. System notification. Essence harvested from Chaos Sprite, 28th instance. Total essence gained, 864 units. You have now recorded 28 immortal sprite deaths. The environmental impact of sprite farming is noted. Achievement progress. Serial chaos killer. 28 out of 100 sprite eliminations. Well done on your terrible choices. Is there a point to this conversation? I vibrated. The adventurers are going to show up soon, Glitz said, serious in a way that made her red outline look darker. Real ones, with real weapons. And they'll dig. They'll want your crystal, and when they find it, they'll smash it because some asshole mage convinced humanity that dungeon cores are evil. Are we evil?
Probably not,
Glitz admitted. But definitely dangerous, and dangerous is close enough for dungeon slayers. She was right, which meant I needed to think strategically. The spike traps were useless. The room layout was barely defensible. I had one real tactical advantage. I could sense things approaching through the stone. I sensed vibrations, pressure changes, the distinctive resonance of living bodies moving through my domain. How long do I have? A day, maybe less, Glitz said. I can feel the edges of your perimeter awareness expanding. You're already touching the approach corridor. Once they hit that, they're hours from your entrance. A day. Maybe less to figure out how to defend myself against people who'd been training their entire lives to do exactly this, while I'd been training for, 3 days, to move rocks slowly and create bathroom fixtures. Perfect, no pressure. Actually, there's considerable pressure, Glitz said cheerfully. Crashing, existential, apocalyptic pressure. Want me to go kill something for you as a morale booster? Even with the debt, the weakness, and the fact that my timeline had just compressed into a ticking time bomb, what registered might have been affection for the tiny chaos sprite. No, but thanks for asking. Day 5. I didn't bother with expansion anymore. Instead, I focused on the architecture that existed, trying to think like someone who'd played games, read books, watched movies. What made a space feel threatening? What made people afraid? The answer, I realised, had nothing to do with spiked traps and everything to do with wrongness. With the sense that you'd entered a place that fundamentally opposed your existence. A space designed with you in mind, specifically to make you uncomfortable. It's UX design but evil, I thought. Instead of making the user feel welcomed and productive, you make them feel unsafe and paranoid. I'd already started adjusting the corridors, making them narrower in places, taller in others. I'd learned to create echoes intentionally, designing acoustic dead spots and live zones. The spike traps, useless as weapons, felt useful as psychological tools. Visible danger, even if they weren't actual danger. They were visual warnings that said, something in here wants you dead, and the designer of this space was petty enough to remind you of that fact. Environmental storytelling, I thought. Make them feel like they're in a place designed by something hostile. And I was good at that. That was corporate work, just repurposed. I'd spent years designing interfaces that nudged users towards specific behaviours. This was just the dungeon equivalent, using spatial design to guide mental states. The stone listened to me better now. Or I was listening to it better? The distinction seemed increasingly unimportant. By the afternoon of day 5, I'd carved out a small awareness alcove inside the 3rd chamber, a place where I could concentrate my sensory feedback, where the vibrations of approaching footsteps would translate into something approaching real information. Glitz watched the work with what might have been professional respect. You're thinking like a dungeon, she said. That's dangerous. Dangerous how? You're starting to care about this place. That's how dungeons die? Not because they're weak, but because they care too much about defending what they've built. I've been here 5 days. Exactly. Most cores get 5 years before they develop real attachment. You're on the express schedule. It's like you saw how fast you could possibly get emotionally invested and decided to speedrun it. She wasn't wrong. The cave felt different to me now. Not just because I'd shaped it, but because it was shaped to my specifications, reflecting my sense of what was threatening and
what was merely hostile. Specific acoustic dead zones I'd engineered. The corridors that were wrong because they were precisely the width to make human shoulders uncomfortable. The chambers that had been designed by someone who'd never built anything physical in her life but had spent years designing user experiences. I'm just applying UX principles to architecture, I thought, making spaces that guide behaviour through environmental pressure instead of UI elements. It was mine. My domain. My tiny, toilet-shaped, poorly defended, doomed little kingdom, and somehow, despite everything, despite the debt, despite the weakness, despite the fact that this whole thing was probably a massive mistake, I was becoming emotionally invested in making it work. This is what glitz meant, I realised. This is the moment where attachment begins. This is where dungeons stop being survival mechanisms and become homes. And homes are hard to defend because you can't run away when they're threatened. I'll care about it when I have time to care about it. Right now I'm too busy trying not to die. Glitz drifted upward, hitting the ceiling in a way that suggested she'd done it on purpose. She did that sometimes, right before saying something serious. That's the spirit, she said. Denial and spite. Truly, you're going to fit right into the Dungeon Core ecosystem. You've got all the personality disorders of a typical evil lair, plus several that are unique to dead software developers. I appreciate the encouragement. It wasn't encouragement, it was a warning. Seriously though, when they get here, don't get attached to any specific parts of your dungeon. The attachment is what makes you predictable. Is that the notification sound, or is it just the wall vibrating? I asked, sensing my perimeter awareness. Anything more organised than wind, more deliberate than water. Something that registered as living weight, pressing against the edges of my sensory domain. The sensation was strange, disorienting, like being touched by something you couldn't see. Like someone breathing down your neck, except the someone was a group of people, and the breathing was them walking through your cave. I could track them by the pressure signatures they left, the way their living bodies disturbed the careful equilibrium of stone and air. 3 of them, moving together, probably armed, definitely terrified, which was ironic, given that they hadn't even reached my trap room yet. You're getting visitors, Glitz said. Her brightness flickered slightly, which I was learning to interpret as concern, masquerading as enthusiasm. Want me to go mess with them while you panic? Yeah, go do that, I need to think. As Glitz zoomed toward the entrance corridor, leaving a faint trail of chaotic distortion, I settled into my crystal and tried to organise my thoughts. The pressure signatures of the approaching adventurers grew more distinct as they moved into my territory. I could sense them like variations in stone density, like weights pressing down on water. This was real. This was happening. After 5 days of preparation and practice and endless anxiety, the actual threat had arrived. 3 chambers, one of them now fitted with an awareness alcove. A growing nest of spike traps of varying ineffectiveness. One enraged dungeon core with maybe 40% of the magical power she'd need to defend this place. An architectural layout that looked like a plumbing catalogue having a nervous breakdown. And somehow, someway, I'd convinced myself that any of it mattered. And somewhere out there, growing closer with each passing heartbeat, metaphorically speaking, I didn't have a heart anymore, people were coming to kill me. System notification. Perimeter awareness extended. Adventurers detected in approach corridor. ETA, 4 to 6 hours. You have approximately 14,400 to 21,600 seconds to either strengthen your defences or accept imminent death. The system suggests you do something useful. Urgently. This is fine, I thought, resonating a frequency so dark it cracked a small stalactite. Everything is absolutely fine. And it was in the way that things become fine once you accept their absolute awfulness. I had 3 chambers that looked like bathroom fixtures, I had spike traps that wouldn't kill a determined mouse, I had a debt that would take literal millennia to pay off, I had 3 teenage adventurers approaching my cave with murder weapons and dreams of loot. And somehow, in the middle of all that catastrophe, I'd built something. Something small. Something stupid. Something that was absolutely, undeniably mine. The stone beneath my crystal resonated with what wasn't quite vibration and wasn't quite song. It was the sound of a dead software developer trying to figure out what it meant to be alive as a dungeon core. It was acceptance and terror and stubborn defiance compressed into a single frequency. Let them come. I vibrated into the stone. I've built something. And maybe it sucks, and maybe it's toilet-shaped, and maybe it's the worst dungeon anyone's ever created, but it's mine. The pressure signatures of the approaching adventurers grew stronger, more distinct. The youngest one had a heartbeat I could track through the ground itself. The oldest one was breathing harder now, anxiety building as they moved deeper into my territory. Glitz would be waiting for them at the entrance. She'd do something chaotic and amusing and entirely beside the point, because that was something Glitz did. And then I'd take over. I'd make them understand, through vibration and carefully engineered dread, that my cave was not a place of mercy. But I won't kill them, I decided with certainty. I'm going to be smarter than that. Chapter 6. Fear Itself. The adventurers were young. Not children exactly, though the oldest couldn't have been older than 19, but the way they moved through my entrance corridor, hesitant, excited, completely oblivious to danger, tagged them as novices, trainees, people who'd probably read one book about dungeon delving and decided that made them qualified. I could sense them through the stone, 3 distinct pressure signatures approaching my first chamber. 2 of them carried weapons that registered as poorly balanced curved metal. The third carried something that vibrated with faint, magical resonance, probably standard-issue dungeon delving equipment, something meant to counter cave hazards. Great, they're equipped. Doesn't matter if they know how to use it, but at least they brought toys. This was it, the theoretical threat I'd been worried about all week. The actual, physical manifestation of danger, and they were teenagers. Actual teenagers, probably younger than my debt would be when they grew up. They're not old enough to have mortgages, I thought wildly. I can't kill teenagers for mana. Except the system's whole design philosophy suggested that I absolutely could, and that I'd probably be rewarded for it. The system had made it clear that essence harvesting was the fundamental pillar of dungeon economics. Kill, harvest, expand, repeat, that was the economy, that was the only economy, and everything else was deviation and inefficiency. The system was pro-murder. I found myself vibrating with impossible anxiety, fear that dungeon cores probably shouldn't feel, but I did. I was experiencing it, the dread of knowing that I had the power to do something monstrous, and that the universe would reward me for it, and that the only thing standing between me and becoming a full-time adolescent killer was my own increasingly fragile moral framework. This is a test, I realised. This is the actual test of what I am. They're so dumb! Glitz appeared next to my crystal, practically vibrating with glee. The one in front just walked into your spike trap and said, "Huh, interior decoration?" Those spikes are genuinely useless. He just brushed his hand against one and went, "Oh, pointy, cool." I sensed them through the stone. The one who'd hit the spikes had registered momentary pain, dismissed it as minor. To them, my whole setup was probably some dusty old cave with pointy rocks. Barely worth mentioning. There was something deeply insulting about that. I spent 72 hours carving an entire architectural layout specifically to create psychological discomfort, and they're going, "Oh, neat rocks." The one with the sword was thinking about treasure. The one with the dagger was thinking about telling people he'd survived a dungeon crawl. The one with the resonator was thinking about optimization spells and resource management. None of them were thinking about the dungeon crawl that was actively becoming aware of their existence. None of them were thinking about the fact that they were walking into a place that had spent the last 5 days configuring itself specifically to make living things uncomfortable. How long until they reach me? Maybe 20 minutes? They're taking the long route because your corridors make them nervous, but not nervous enough to leave. Oh, this is going to be great. It wasn't going to be great. It was going to be a test of whether I could find an alternative to the system's default mode of operation, which was harvest essence from corpses and call it economics. The oldest one was talking to the others, explaining details about classic dungeon design. He was wrong. My dungeon wasn't classic, it was toilet-shaped, but they didn't need to know that yet. What they also didn't know was that I could perceive them like pressure changes in water, like variations in stone density, like the movement of consciousness through a medium that wasn't designed for it. I sensed the youngest one's heartbeat through the ground. I could sense the magic user's resonator humming slightly as he moved through my domain. I could sense their fear before they even knew they were afraid. That was the real advantage, not physical power, not combat ability. I had something better. I had intimate knowledge of every single stone in this dungeon. I was part of the architecture itself. I didn't need to kill them, I just needed to convince them that my domain was alive and actively malevolent. Which it is, I reflected darkly. I am, technically.
Actively malevolent. Or will be, once I start psychological warfare on teenagers. Great. That's a line crossed that I can't uncross. Glitz, if I kill them, what happens?
They die. You get essence. You get probably 10% off your debt, maybe more depending on how much they've accomplished. New achievement murderer, or first blood, or something edgy. You unlock murder-related perks. Wonderful. Why, are you thinking about going full monster mode?
No, I'm thinking about the alternative. She floated in a lazy circle, her form flickering with what might have been amusement or might have been chaos. With Glitz, it was genuinely impossible to tell.
There is no alternative. This is a dungeon. You harvest or you starve. That's the fundamental transaction. Kill or be killed. Accumulate power or fade away into irrelevance. The system is clear about this.
The system said fear works too. Not as efficient as death, but it works.
Oh,
Glitz said, understanding blooming across her features.
Oh, that's clever. That's kind of brilliant. You're going to try to scare them?
I'm going to try not to kill them. She went quiet for a moment, which was unusual enough to be concerning. Quiet Glitz meant that something important was happening in her chaotic little mind.
That's a terrible plan, and I'm going to love watching you fail at it, she said finally. But also, Sarah, that's kind of the best terrible plan I've ever heard. It's so stupid and inefficient and morally complicated that I almost respect it.
High praise from the Chaos Sprite.
I'm serious. You know how many cores get to this point and just go full murder mode because it's easier? You're choosing the hard path specifically because it's hard? That's either genius or insanity, probably both.
The first adventurer stepped into my primary chamber, the toilet-shaped room that I'd spent hours designing. It was still toilet-shaped, but now it was deliberately threatening. The walls had that slight vibration I'd learned to create, a frequency just at the edge of human perception that registered as wrongness. The spikes were positioned to catch light and shadow in ways that suggested deliberation. The kid stopped. Through my sensory connection to the stone, I registered the micro-tremor of sudden fear, the involuntary muscle tightening, the moment when his brain registered that something about this place wasn't right. He was young, probably had a family waiting for him, probably had dreams of becoming a famous dungeon delver, making money, getting girls or boys or whatever adventurers got when they succeeded. And I was about to destroy his confidence in ways he'd probably spend years in therapy processing. Good, I thought, and then immediately felt terrible about thinking that. This is morally ambiguous, I decided. At best.
Push it lower, Glitz advised. Humans feel low frequencies in their bones. Make them feel it.
I adjusted the vibration. Not pain, not yet, but deeper than before. A thrumming that would resonate through muscle and tissue, suggesting something massive moving just beyond perception. Something old, something intelligent, something absolutely not interested in letting these three teenagers leave alive. The adventurer's friend called out from the corridor.
Anything?
Yeah, just weird cave air, the first one said, his voice tight. Feels like something's moving down there. Good. I pushed harder, vibrating the walls with more intensity. The limestone sang with my intent and I wove in predation. Instinct learned from my human life. Muscle memory of how living things react to threat. I made the cave breathe. In and out. A rhythm that was almost alive, almost predatory. The air moved with it. Pressure waves that read as presence. Something vast, aware, focused on their destruction. I was designing an experience. I was creating narrative tension through environmental manipulation. This was exactly what I'd done in my previous life, except instead of designing apps to make people click things, I was designing spaces to make people run in terror. Welcome back to your core competencies, I thought bitterly. Jesus, the second adventurer said, stepping into the chamber. Did you hear that? Feel it, the first one corrected. His fear was becoming more pronounced now. I could sense the panic through the stone, ragged breathing, accelerated heartbeat, the pressure pattern of someone trying very hard not to run. Something's... I sent out a projection. Not my voice, but the cave's voice, emerging from the stone itself as a low harmonic that translated as feeling more than sound. Leave! The youngest one gasped. I sensed his fear spike. Could sense him looking around wildly for an exit, for escape, for any way out of this place that had decided it wanted him dead. Did you? The third adventurer, the one with the magical resonator, started. His instrument flared briefly, trying to detect something, anything that would explain the vibrations. It couldn't, because what it was detecting wasn't a magical signature.
It was the physical resonance of stone itself, the fundamental vibration of an entire cave system that had decided to voice its displeasure. I sent it again, louder, and this time I pushed more force into it, made the walls tremble. Leave now. The effect was immediate. I sensed their panic through the stone, that distinct signature of human fear. The sharp spike of adrenaline, the rapid pulse acceleration, the sudden loss of the confidence they'd walked in with. The shift from, we're on an adventure, to, we're going to die in this hole, was almost physically painful to witness. It was also exhilarating. And that scared me more than anything. This is what power feels like, I realised. This is why the system rewards murder, because this feeling, this absolute control over someone else's emotional state, this ability to make them fear you, is addictive. Go, go, go! The oldest one, the magic user, was already turning, backing toward the corridor. This is a live dungeon, retreat! They ran. Not walked, not jogged, ran. Full panic mode flight response. The youngest one stumbled and almost fell, but the others dragged him up. They were past rational thought now. They were pure survival instinct, and survival instinct said, away from the cave, away from the vibrations, away from the thing that had decided they were unwelcome. I could have increased the pressure. Could have made them freeze in place, made them catatonic with fear. Could have driven them genuinely insane with the relentless vibration of a dungeon that was actively trying to kill them. I didn't. And that restraint was probably the most important choice I'd make that entire day. I maintained the frequency, kept the walls breathing, kept the deep rumble of implied threat pushing them backward. I could sense them moving through the corridor, slipping on loose stone, desperate to get back to the surface, back to somewhere that didn't vibrate with malevolent intent. One of them was crying, from fear, from the sheer, overwhelming sense of wrongness that I'd embedded into the stone itself. I did that, I thought, and the thought carried no satisfaction, only a kind of hollow certainty. I just made that kid afraid for his life. The moment they reached the threshold between my cave and the natural cavern beyond, I registered the flow of essence. Not the overwhelming gush of death essence, not the pure, undeniable power of a life force violently terminated, but something different, lighter, almost weightless. Fear essence. It flowed into me like a whisper, like a doubt given weight, like every anxious moment of their lives compressed into a single sensation and fed directly into my crystal core. It was different from the death essence I'd harvested from Glitz, less overwhelming, but also less contaminating. There was no guilt attached to this essence, not really. They were alive. They'd go back to their village and tell stories about the haunted cave. No one would die. Except I would know the truth. I'd chosen not to kill them, and the system had rewarded that choice with power. System notification. Fear-based essence harvested. You have gained plus 47 essence units from psychogenic panic responses. Note, substantially disappointing compared to Death Harvest. Full termination would yield approximately 200 plus units. The system finds this harvest path thoroughly mediocre. Achievement unlocked. Pants-wetting terror provider. Harvested fear essence without death. May the system have mercy on your cowardly soul. Holy shit, Glitz said, floating in lazy spirals. You did it! You scared them witless without killing anyone. That's not how dungeons usually work. How do dungeons usually work? They kill things. That's the whole thing. Kill, harvest, expand, repeat. The system encourages it, rewards it, makes it substantially easier to just solve problems through violence. It's like the system looked at reality and thought, you know what this needs? More incentives for murder. But this worked. This worked, Glitz agreed. It's not optimal. The system is noting it's not optimal, but it worked. Those three are going to leave your cave, and they're going to tell people. There's something in there, something big and angry and absolutely not worth the risk for whatever loot might be inside. You just scared a room full of young adventurers so badly that the oldest one peed himself. That's gotta count for something. He peed? Literally. The fear essence came off him in waves. I could taste it from here. You didn't just scare them, you fundamentally traumatized them. A shift registered in my consciousness. Not pride exactly, but the absence of the guilt that had been building since day one. Every time I'd watched Glitz die, every time I'd felt the essence pour into my core, there'd been this creeping wrongness that I'd been trying to ignore. I'd just proven I could do something more. How long before they come back? They won't, Glitz said cheerfully. They'll go back to town and tell people your dungeon is cursed, or haunted, or actively malevolent.
Some of them will want to investigate, sure, the glory seekers and the idiots. Most will want to avoid you entirely. Word travels fast in the adventuring community, and no one wants to be the idiot who died in the pants-wetting terror cave. That's a reputation killer. So, I'm safe? Not even close, Glitz said, all her cheerfulness evaporating in an instant. You scared away the amateurs? Now the actual dungeon delvers will want to test you. The ones with experience, with real equipment, with actual combat training. Fear works on teenagers who've never been in real danger. It doesn't work on professionals. The essence I'd harvested was still flowing through me, settling into my core, slowly converting into usable mana and expansion capacity. It wasn't much. The system was right that it was disappointing compared to what I could have gotten from a death harvest. But it was pure, untainted by the moral horror of having murdered someone just to keep myself alive. How much time? A week, maybe 2? Word travels fast in villages, but professional dungeon clearers are rarer. They'll hear about you eventually. They'll show up eventually. And when they do, you'll need to be either strong enough to kill them or clever enough to scare them in ways that don't work on people trained in psychological pressure management. She had a point. Fear was a tool, but like any tool, it had limitations. Professionals would carry artifacts that dampened magical resonance. They'd use meditation techniques to manage panic. They'd probably have experienced party leaders who understood that dungeon psychology was often the worst part of the danger. Then, I need to use this time to get stronger. Yes, Glitz said with renewed enthusiasm. And more chambers and better traps and learning how to do something beyond vibrate walls menacingly. Can you help? The question hung in the stone between us. Glitz was chaos, sure, she was annoying, chaotic, and probably responsible for at least 30% of my stress. But she was also knowledgeable, present, and weirdly invested in my survival. Yeah, she said, and there was something almost tender in her brightness. I can help. We'll make this dungeon impressive. We'll take your toilet-shaped rooms and your Lego spike traps, and we'll turn them into what makes professional adventurers think twice about entering. The harvested essence registered as a thin, clean charge. The power was marginal, the gain was small, but the psychological weight of it was enormous. I didn't have to kill them. No, Glitz agreed. You didn't. And that's going to be your whole problem going forward, because the system absolutely expects you to kill everything and everyone who stumbles into your domain. The fact that you didn't, that makes you dangerous in ways that the system doesn't understand. And things that don't fit the expected pattern tend to get interesting. Interesting how? You'll find out eventually. Maybe next week, maybe next month. Definitely before you finish paying off your debt, but that's future Sarah's problem. I settled deeper into my crystal, feeling the stone respond to my presence, the cave adjusting itself to accommodate my consciousness. Somewhere up above, 3 teenagers were probably still running, still feeling the echo of my manufactured terror in their bones. The oldest one would probably need a therapist. The youngest might develop claustrophobia. The middle one would probably have nightmares. They would tell their friends that my dungeon was actively sentient and malevolent. I've ruined their lives, I thought, and then realised, but I didn't kill them. That distinction mattered. I didn't know why it mattered so much, but it did. They would recover. They'd grow up with a good story about the time they stumbled into a demon-infested cave. They'd probably become better adventurers because of the experience. Maybe they'd even warn other people away, which would protect them too. Or maybe I was a monster making excuses for monster behaviour. I'm justifying psychological trauma as beneficial character development, I noted wryly. This is how villains rationalise their choices. But also, I didn't kill them. I had the power to. The system would have rewarded me lavishly for it, but I chose not to. That had to count for something. That had to mean something about who I was becoming. Didn't it? System notification. You have proven that essence harvesting can occur through emotional distress without termination of life. The dungeon core ecosystem is slightly disrupted by this revelation. Projected impact? Significant. Dungeon core philosophy is being undermined by a single desperate decision to avoid committing murder. The system encourages you to reconsider your choices. This path is lonely. Few cores choose inefficiency over survival advantage. I'm not most cores, I vibrated, letting the frequency carry something like determination, something like hope. Glitz laughed, a sound like breaking glass and wind chimes simultaneously. No, she agreed, you're definitely not. And that's going to make this whole adventure substantially more complicated than it needs to be, but also more interesting, which I appreciate. Good, I said. Complicated is better than easy. Easy is how you become a monster without noticing. You're already a monster, Glitz pointed out cheerfully. You're a monster who's trying not to be. That's the most dangerous kind. As she floated deeper into my domain, already mentally mapping out new chambers and expanded layouts, I registered something I hadn't expected. Purpose that wasn't the system's. This wasn't about debt reduction or survival advantage, this was about the choice itself. Who I'd become when no one was watching but me. 3 teenagers had come to my cave to collect loot and brag about a dungeon delving achievement. They'd left with nothing but fear, and the certainty that my domain was actively hostile to their existence. And I'd done that without killing anyone, without adding to the body count, without becoming another dungeon that existed primarily as a threat to be eliminated. It's not much, I thought, feeling the weight of thousands of years of debt still pressing on my consciousness. But it's something. The cave sang with my resonance, a frequency somewhere between mourning and determination, carrying the weight of a dead programmer who'd learned, in her 6th day of a new existence, that the most important choices weren't about power or survival. They were about who you decided to be. Outside, the sun was setting on day 6 of my new life. Inside the stone, I was already planning for day 7 and beyond. I had a reputation now. The pants-wetting terror cave. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't the intimidating name I'd have chosen, but it was mine, earned through innovation and spite and a fundamental refusal to become what the system expected. And that refusal would cost me, I knew it already. The system had made it clear that fear harvesting was inefficient, that fear essence yielded only a fraction of the power that death essence would provide, that I was choosing to be weak, objectively, measurably weak so that I could sleep at night, metaphorically speaking, cause didn't sleep. But also, those 3 teenagers had run from my cave alive. With psychological trauma, sure, probably some long-term emotional damage, definitely a story they'd tell therapists for years, but alive. And that had to mean something. It had to. The fear essence left a clean residue in my core, usable but faint. It tasted different from the death essence I'd harvested from Glitz. Cleaner, somehow. Less like I was consuming someone's stolen life force, and more like I was simply existing in a space where fear had occurred. That's sophistry, I thought, but it's sophistry I can live with. I'd proven the concept, fear worked. Non-lethal essence harvesting was possible. The system found it inefficient, but the system also spent most of its time suggesting that I was a failure, so maybe the system's opinion wasn't the most reliable metric of success. As the evening deepened, I registered a shift in my territorial awareness. The young adventurers were probably reaching the village by now. They'd probably be gathering in a tavern, buying drinks with shaking hands, telling their friends about the demon cave that had tried to kill them through sheer malevolent psychic presence. And some of those friends would probably want to investigate. Some of them would probably die. But those deaths would be on them. They'd be choosing, knowingly, to enter a dungeon that was actively hostile. They'd be accepting the risk. And I would be, what, a threat to be managed? A nuisance to be eliminated? A place to be avoided? All of the above, probably. Good, I thought. I'll take what I can get. The cave resonated with my decision, the stone itself seeming to settle more firmly around my crystal. This was who I was, not a murderer, not by default. A dungeon core who'd chosen fear over death, inefficiency over optimization, moral complexity over simple survival. The most dangerous kind, Glitz had said. And maybe she was right. System notification. Sarah's core chaos index has increased by 2 points. The universe is becoming less stable. This is probably fine. Note, it is in fact not fine, but the system appreciates your spirit of hopeful denial.
Chapter 7. The Haunted House Doctrine. The problem with being a dungeon core is that success carries immediate failure built into it. Every terrified adventurer I scare away gets me closer to what I need. A steady stream of visitors. But a steady stream requires reputation. And reputation requires consistency, which means I can't just rely on pathetic spike traps and hope the next batch of intruders runs screaming. I need a system. This is the part where my software engineer brain gets useful for once. In my previous life, I spent 8 years designing user interfaces. Not the fun part with the flashy visuals and the let's make it beautiful conversations, the real part.
where I sat in conference rooms and listened to stakeholders explain why their 5,000 unnecessary features were non-negotiable, and then I had to figure out how to cram them into a coherent experience that wouldn't make users want to delete the app and haul their phones into traffic. The key principle I learned, the one that stuck with me through 3 company acquisitions and 1 spectacular product launch failure, was this. People don't know what they want until you show them the experience that makes them feel something. The feeling comes first. The understanding comes later, if it comes at all. So, if I'm going to run a dungeon, a real dungeon, not just 3 chambers with broken spike traps and a vague hope that someone will get impaled, then I need to approach it the same way. I need to design an experience. I need to make people feel something the moment they cross my threshold. Right now, my dungeon makes people feel confused and mildly damp. That's not a sustainable business model. System notification! Dungeon Development Initiative registered! Your dungeon is now being evaluated for infrastructure optimization. Note, initiative is such a corporate word. Truly the living are unprepared for bureaucratic horror. I stare at the notification, and then at my 3 toilet-shaped chambers. The geometry was dictated by spatial accident and trauma, but looking at them now with a designer's eye, I realise something. The shapes don't matter nearly as much as what I do with them. Theme parks work because they manipulate atmosphere. Disney doesn't just put a castle in the middle and hope people feel wonder. They layer sound, lighting, crowd flow, focal points and narrative into an experience that hijacks your brain before you can think. The Haunted Mansion doesn't scare people with jump scares, it scares them with anticipation, with the sense that something could happen at any moment, with architectural language that speaks directly to the reptile brain. I've walked through the Haunted Mansion 73 times across my lifetime, actually. Did that on vacation once, determined to understand why it works so much better than the Jungle Cruise's clunky comedy or Splash Mountain's reliance on just dumping water on people. The genius wasn't in any single scare. It was in the sustained pressure of uncertainty. Every shadow could hide something, every sound could be the moment it starts. The ride never lets your guard down long enough to feel safe, even when you know intellectually that you're walking through a corporate theme park in sunny California, and the worst thing that can happen is you get wet from the water ride. I even wrote a paper on it once, back in my product design days. Sustaining engagement through psychological discomfort, a study of horror theme park design, which definitely didn't make me any friends in the design community, but did get me invited to some uncomfortable conversations about the ethics of fear-based content. The paper concluded that the most effective fear came from pervasive wrongness itself, the feeling that reality had shifted beneath you. The ones that made visitors feel like the rules of reality had changed and they weren't quite sure how to navigate in this new system. Which is exactly what I'm doing now, except I'm doing it in my dungeon instead of publishing it in academic journals where other people can debate my methodology and conclusions. Now I'm a dungeon core, with maybe 3 hours of legitimate magical training and a body made of crystalline rock. I'm also the person who has spent the last 72 hours thinking about how to apply Imagineering principles to crystal geometry and fear-based essence harvesting. I can work with that. Actually, this might be the most qualified I've ever been for anything. Dead software developer who studied theme park design turns out to be the perfect resume for dungeon architecture. Corporate hiring practices are genuinely bizarre. System notification. Environmental sensitivity unlocked. Dungeon awareness level 2. You may now perceive atmospheric changes, fluid movement, and microtremors within your domain. Note, which is code for you've been complaining about not knowing what's happening, and we got tired of reading your thoughts. The first change is the breathing walls. Start with the entrance chamber, the one I've been thinking of as the greeting room, though nothing about it has felt particularly welcoming. There's a threshold, then a drop into the first toilet bowl. I can manipulate the density of the stone, make it contract and expand with deliberate rhythm. It takes 3 days of trial and error, burning mana like water on a fire, but eventually I figure out the pattern. Inhale for 4 seconds. Exhale for 8. The effect is subtle but profound. Anyone standing in that space feels the stone breathing with them. Some adventurers won't even consciously register it, but their nervous system will scream that something is alive here, something containing them. More importantly, I feel it too. The mana costs for maintaining the breathing rhythm are minimal once I've established the pattern, but they're constant, which means every second someone spends in my entrance chamber, I'm burning a tiny amount of power to keep them unsettled. It's metabolically efficient. It's also mildly horrifying when I think about it too much. I'm turning the dungeon into a panic attack machine. Look at me, weaponizing UX principles. But it works! By the end of day 3, I can feel the difference in my mana reserves. They're still pathetic compared to the reserves I'll apparently need for any serious expansion, but they're growing steadier. The breathing walls aren't just aesthetic, they're a renewable resource generator. I'm essentially creating a perceptual motion machine powered by other people's anxiety. If my therapist could see me now, actually no, she'd be horrified, probably with good reason. The second layer is the phantom ceiling. The second chamber, the one with the spike traps that have killed exactly 0 things despite my best intentions, needs height. I stretch my perception upwards, toward the stone roof that exists maybe 15 feet above the actual floor. Then I create the illusion of something lower. Not a real ceiling, but the pressure of one. The sense that it's descending. Slowly. Enough to make people crouch without knowing why. This one is harder to implement. I spend day 4 just experimenting. The pressure sensation is easy. I can manipulate resonance fields to create pressure. Weight bearing down, crushing, ancient, but the illusion of motion, of something actively descending, requires me to shift the pressure gradually, consistently, creating the illusion that the space above was collapsing, closing, suffocating. It's like watching a progress bar load, except the progress bar is doom, and the only way to make it stop is to leave. On day 5, I get it working, and the effect is immediate. I can feel 3 separate adventurers stumble into the chamber and immediately start crouch walking toward the exit. They never touch the spike traps. They never even slow down to investigate. The psychological weight is enough to trigger a fight or flight response without any actual danger. This is morally questionable. Also remarkably efficient. The problem is that creating the phantom ceiling consumes twice as much mana as the breathing walls. It's not sustainable to run both simultaneously, at least not at my current mana capacity, which means I have to make a choice. Do I optimise for maximum psychological damage, or do I accept that I can't torture people in all 3 chambers at the same time? This is exactly the kind of constraint-based design problem I used to solve in product meetings, except now the product is fear, and the constraints are magical energy. I've had an interesting career arc. The mana cost problem forces me to think like an engineer instead of an artist. I spend day 6 running experiments, trying different configurations. What if I run the breathing walls continuously but only activate the phantom ceiling when I detect someone with a weapon? What if I layer the phantom ceiling with the shadow work, creating a multimodal fear experience? What if I run different systems in different chambers based on visitor profile? This is the part of design work I love. The iterative problem solving where you take constraints and turn them into creative opportunities. Back at my startup job, we had this thing called constraint-driven design, where we deliberately limit resources or tools and see what kinds of innovations emerge from working within those boundaries. It sounds like torture, and it is, but it also produces some genuinely interesting solutions. By day 6, I've worked out a dynamic system. Breathing walls run continuously at minimum power, acting as a baseline unease generator for anyone in the dungeon. The phantom ceiling runs on a timer, activating for 3-minute bursts whenever I detect active intruders versus passive visitors. The shadow work runs selectively, only when I need maximum psychological impact. It's elegant. It's also deeply disturbing because I've essentially created a fear management system that adapts based on threat assessment. I'm doing real-time psychological warfare optimization. I'm not sure if I should be proud or horrified. Glitz notices immediately. Oh, well Sarah, this is deliciously awful. You're trying to make people claustrophobic inside a room that isn't even that small. This is genius. Genius! Your visitor count is 3 now, by the way. The 3 teenagers from yesterday are still talking about how scared they were. They told their whole friend group, I've never seen peer review work so fast. This is simultaneously the best and worst possible outcome. Peer review is not what I wanted, I say, which is a thought Glitz picks up on the resonance. Oh, you're being all quiet and thoughtful. That means you're worried, so let me explain to you like you're new to this whole success thing. Scared teenagers tell their friends. Friends become curious. Curious becomes adventurous. Adventurers come visit. Fear essence happens. You level up. Everyone wins, except the people in your dungeon, but they don't really count because they're not friends yet, so... Glitz is not, and I want to be clear about this, entirely wrong. The third layer is the Shadow Theatre. By day 8, my mana reserves are still pathetic, but they're growing. I've learned that the tiny creatures that skitter through the dungeon, beetles, cave crickets, what might be a rat but moves like it's made of liquid, they don't require killing, they just require existing. Every creature in the dungeon feeds me ambient essence, a trickle of power generated by their mere presence. It's not much, but it's consistent, so I'm not surprised when the skill unlock happens while I'm experimenting with shadows. The shadows in my dungeon are real, the same way all of my physical structures are real. They're just absence, just the places where my awareness doesn't project light. But I can make them move. Not illusions, actual manipulation of where light falls and how it pulls. I create a section of the third chamber, where the shadows ride like something alive is generating them. Just the shadows themselves, moving independent of any object or light source. The effect is nightmare fuel. It's also, I realise with something like pride, beautiful, in a horrifying way. System notification. Skill unlocked. Shadow Theatre. Your dungeon now projects mobile shadow configurations. Mana cost 2 per minute. Visual terror factor significant. Note, we don't usually encourage dungeon cores to weaponize visual media, but you're doing interesting work here. Shadow Theatre? Sarah, that's a power move! You're not just scaring people anymore, you're creating an atmosphere, you're building a brand. Oh God, I've branded my trauma. By day 10, I'm starting to understand something fundamental about dungeon design. The physical space is almost irrelevant. What matters is the emotional architecture. I'm not building chambers, I'm building experiences. I'm not designing dungeons. I'm designing moments where people's sense of control dissolves and they're forced to confront how fragile their sense of safety really is. This is what the Haunted Mansion understood, that most horror attempts don't. You don't scare people with sudden violence. You scare them with the anticipation of sudden violence. You scare them with systems that seem deliberately designed to make them unsettled. You scare them with the sense that someone, somewhere, has thought carefully about how to trigger their fear response. And that someone is me. I've spent the last 10 days thinking about fear the way I used to think about app architecture. What are the key functions? What's the user journey? How do we create moments of maximum engagement? Except, instead of users clicking buttons, I'm talking about people's nervous systems, triggering fight or flight responses. Oh, that's not better when you say it out loud. But it's true, and I'm good at it. Frighteningly good at it, if you'll pardon the pun. By day 10, the dungeon doesn't feel like 3 random rooms anymore. It feels like somewhere. The entrance chamber breathes with a presence that makes visitors skin crawl before they even understand why. The second chamber presses down with psychological weight. The third chamber exists in a state of shadow and movement, a place where the walls themselves feel unreliable. I've redesigned my spike traps to complement rather than dominate. They're there, but they're not the point. The point is everything is subtly, deeply wrong. The geometry is wrong. The pressure is wrong, the light is wrong, the air tastes wrong, if it had taste, which it doesn't, but the pressure changes enough that most creature senses would interpret it as flavour. This is UX design applied to terror, and it's working. I can feel the difference in the quality of fear I harvest. The first few terrified adventurers generated a vague, panicked essence that tasted almost numb. Now, the fear is layered. It has texture. There's anxiety and confusion and anticipation and primal dread all stuck together like a dark, delicious lasagna of human emotion. I've become a fear connoisseur. My mother would be so disappointed, assuming I ever see her again. Assuming she didn't think I was dead, which technically she should. I run test after test, trying to optimize the experience. What if I alternate the breathing rhythm? What if I create phantom ceilings in multiple chambers? What if I do something truly wild and try to combine the pressure sensation with the shadow movement, creating an environment where the walls are simultaneously breathing and writhing? The last one burns through a day's worth of mana reserves in about 4 hours and nearly knocks me unconscious, but the effect is genuinely unhinged. I can feel the sense it creates, not just that something is wrong, but that reality itself is negotiable. That the rules of the physical world don't apply here. I decide to save that combination for when I have a full-strength mana pool and decent justification for committing war crimes against someone's psychological stability. The loneliness hits me around day 9, late in my design iteration, when I realise I've spent 60 hours in conversation with Glitz about wall thickness and psychological pressure and fear threshold calibration, and the only response I get from the actual dungeon is Glitz's excitable voice and the occasional passive essence from passing beetles. No other dungeon cores have shown up. No other magical entities have made contact. No system message has informed me that someone like me exists anywhere in this world. It's possible I'm the only one. That's the thought that sits in my crystal core like a weight. I'm designing an experience for visitors who haven't shown up yet, for the sole purpose of harvesting their fear, and I'm doing it alone, with no idea if anyone like me exists in the world. The thought is so depressing. I can feel it as a weight in my crystal structure. I am a dungeon core. I should be ancient, I should be powerful, I should be part of some ecosystem or hierarchy or whatever passes for society in a world with magical dungeons. Instead, I'm a 3-chamber room with toilet-shaped geometry and existential dread. And the thing that's really messing with me is that it's not even the right kind of dread. I'm not afraid of dying again or failing or not levelling up. I'm afraid of succeeding. Of becoming so good at creating fear that I transform myself into a perfect machine for terror generation, alone in my chambers, never knowing if any of the people I'm scaring have names, or families, or reasons for being brave besides just needing money or proving reason to someone. I'm afraid I'm already becoming that. That this dungeon is already that. "You okay in there, Sarah?" Glitz asks, catching the resonance shift. "I'm fine," I respond, and it's technically true. I'm not broken, I'm not malfunctioning, but I am alone in a way that's becoming harder to ignore. Just tired, the shadow work took a lot out of me. "You should celebrate the skill unlock," Glitch shouts, and the capital suggests maybe it's not entirely missing the point, but definitely not hitting it. "Shadow theatre is legitimate. Your environment is legitimately terrifying now. Any adventurer who comes in here is going to have nightmares for weeks." "Great," I say flatly. "That's exactly what I wanted. A dungeon specifically designed to traumatise people." "Yes! Finally, you're understanding the assignment!" And I'll be here alone, experiencing them through their fear, never knowing their names or histories or what made them brave enough to come in the first place, just their essence. Just the flavour of their panic isolated from any context that would make them human instead of just harvesting units. The thing about working in user experience is that you learn to abstract people into data points, conversion rates, engagement metrics, session duration. In product meetings, we talk about users the way a farmer talks about chickens, as productive units that exist to generate value. We'd run A/B tests and collect analytics and optimise the funnel, and nobody would ask whether the person clicking the button had a bad day or a sick child or was making any actual meaningful choice, but I knew, on some level, that they were real. Sarah, the product person, would sometimes think about the actual humans behind the metrics and feel vaguely guilty about it. Sarah, the dungeon core, feels that guilt much more acutely because now I'm not just designing experiences that waste people's time and extract attention. I'm designing experiences that harvest their fear. And I'm getting good at it. The mana still tastes like the essence of scared humans, though. That hasn't changed, and I'm good at this, designing systems, optimizing paths, creating experiences that work on people's subconscious. It's what I was trained to do for apps and interfaces, back when apps were the most morally questionable thing I had to worry about. Apparently, terror design translates perfectly. The worst part is that I'm already thinking about improvements, already planning how to implement wave mechanics, how to create crescendos of fear that build toward a climactic moment. I'm gamifying psychological torture like it's just another user engagement problem. That's the moment I know I'm becoming something other than human. Not because I'm made of crystal, not because I'm dead, but because I'm starting to enjoy this. System notification. Personal growth recognised. Dungeon architect proficiency increased. Your understanding of environmental psychology has improved your design process. Mana efficiency increased by 8%. Note, we are contractually obligated to tell you that you are doing great. However, someone needs to point out that your design is getting disturbingly effective. Consider whether you're crossing lines you meant to keep. I don't think about that notification too hard. I'm too busy watching my mana reserves grow and thinking about what I want to build next. By day 10, the question isn't whether the system thinks I'm doing something morally questionable. The question is whether I still care. Whether Sarah, the software engineer who believed in ethical design and user privacy and not manipulating people into giving up their data, still exists somewhere inside this crystal core. The answer is yes, she does. She's still here and she's absolutely horrified. But she's also fascinated by the technical challenge of it all. And that's the part that terrifies me more than anything else. I'm not a villain because I'm malicious or evil. I'm becoming a villain because I'm genuinely talented at something morally questionable, and the feedback loop of success is intoxicating. This is how corruption works. It's not a dramatic decision, it's just incremental compromise, one system notification at a time. Still, the mana tastes good. And I have 17 days of fear essence harvesting data that suggests I'm building what works. Every adventurer who comes through those walls will leave changed. They'll have nightmares. They'll tell their friends, and the friends will come hoping for the experience, bringing more fear for me to harvest. I'm building something sustainable, something that grows on its own momentum. That should probably worry me more than it does.
Chapter 8. Goblin Problems. Day 11 starts with pressure. Not metaphorical pressure, though, there's plenty of that. I'm talking about pressure that sends a spike through my awareness, like someone just turned up the resonance in my entire domain. Something is moving toward my entrance chamber. Fast. Multiple somethings. And they're not small. I'm in the middle of optimising the breathing wall rhythm when it hits. A disturbance in the pressure field that's sharp enough to make me lose concentration. The breathing walls stutter, accelerating their cycle, and for a moment I'm too disoriented to understand what I'm sensing. Please tell me it's not another adventuring party. I'm not ready for actual combat. I've been designing psychological warfare, not actual strategy. Sarah, incoming, lots of things, fast, moving like they're running from something, this is exciting, Glitz broadcasts. And then I feel it too, much clearer now that I'm focusing. There are two distinct groups approaching my dungeon. The first group is chaotic movement. Panicked. Multiple small things, maybe 3 feet tall, scrambling in a desperate pattern that reads like refugees. The second group is organised. Military precision, heavy, armour, and the pressure signature they carry tastes like something that I haven't encountered in my dungeon before. Violence training, purpose, and a kind of righteous confidence that makes my crystal instinctively want to contract into a defensive shape. I realise what's happening about 2 seconds before they reach my entrance. Oh no, I say, and I mean it in a way that contains several layers of, this is going to change everything. Oh yes, Glitz shouts with genuine excitement. Goblins! We have goblins, this is amazing. Wait, actually, let me recalibrate. They're running straight into your dungeon like it's a sanctuary. That's either extremely stupid or extremely desperate, and based on the knights behind them with swords, I'm betting desperate. Yes, definitely desperate. Look at how fast they're moving. Knights. The pressure signature from the second group carries insignia that screams Kingdom military. And I'm getting a sense of their intention from the way they're moving. They're not here to negotiate with the goblins. They're here to eradicate them. The goblins pour into my entrance chamber like liquid panic. I count as they pass through my awareness, 17 of them, ranging from what feels like small, child-sized to maybe 5 feet tall. They're carrying bundles of possessions. Several are injured. All of them are moving like the world is actively ending, like the pressure of the pursuing knights has compressed them into a smaller space. They don't stop at the entrance. They're not checking for traps or making any attempt to be cautious. They're running straight through the breathing walls, deeper into my domain, toward the darkness of the third chamber like it's a mother's arms. Behind them come the sounds I've been dreading. 5 heavily armoured humans on horseback, pulling up at my entrance like they own it. The knights wear royal insignia and their intentions reverberate through every vibration of my dungeon walls. They're here to exterminate. Not capture, not negotiate, exterminate. The pressure signature is so clear it's almost transparent. These are professional genocide squad members, the kind of thing you send when you've decided an entire species is a problem that needs solving. I'm not letting them be slaughtered on my doorstep. Not like this. The thought hits me harder than it should. I don't know these goblins. I've never interacted with them. But the image of 17 scared creatures being executed in the entrance of my dungeon, of their blood staining my chambers, of the fear essence I'd harvest from those final moments, that's not something I can process as acceptable. And that's the moment I understand that somewhere in the last 10 days, I've become invested in something other than self-preservation and mana generation. The thought hits me like a system message I didn't ask for. And then the actual system message arrives. System notification. Moral decision point recorded. You have chosen to harbour refugees. Consequences will be determined by your ability to defend them. Note: congratulations. You've achieved harbour refugees as a primary objective. Your Dungeon Core contract does not require you to do this. We're genuinely unsure what you're thinking. Glitz, I need your voice, I say, and I'm not asking for narrative commentary. I have my voice, Sarah. I'm using it right now. What do you need? I need you to help me be absolutely terrifying. Right now. All of it. For once, Glitz is quiet for a moment. Not uncertain, just processing. Then, Oh, this is happening. This is really happening. You're going to deploy the full arsenal. Okay, yes, this is it. This is what gets dungeon calls written into history, or at least into kingdom records as a threat that shouldn't exist. I need you to be the voice, I continue, and I can feel my intentions stabilising around this decision, like it was always inevitable. I need you to speak through the dungeon like I'm something ancient and angry and very, very scary. Can you do that? Sarah, I was built to do exactly that. Let's scare the absolute shit out of some extermination knights. I activate every system I've built in the last 10 days. Shadow Theatre goes live across all 3 chambers. Every shadow in my domain moves at once, writhing like the walls contain trapped serpents. I manipulate the breathing walls to go into overdrive, contracting and expanding in a rhythm that's closer to gasps than breathing. The phantom ceiling in the second chamber drops further, lower, creating the sense of imminent crushing. The pressure shifts until standing in my dungeon feels like being at the bottom of an ocean, the weight of stone and magic pressing down like judgment. And then I find the resonance frequency that reaches beyond my chambers into the stone itself. I roar. It's not a sound exactly. It's a vibration that travels through every rock in the entrance chamber and reverberates back, like the dungeon itself is a living throat. I push all my intention into this moment, all my fear of what's happening, all my rage at the injustice of 17 refugees about to be murdered on the threshold of my home, and I compress it into a voice that speaks through stone and shadow and pressure. It's a voice that doesn't come from a mouth because I don't have a mouth. It comes from the fundamental structure of my dungeon, from the core of my existence. Death awaits you here. The 5 knights freeze. Their horses buck and rear. The pressure wave I'm generating is strong enough to rock them backwards in their saddles. I keep pushing, pulling deeper into my mana reserves, channeling everything I've learned about fear-based essence. Turn back from this threshold, or join my collection. The voice echoes through the chambers and comes back transformed, amplified, turned into what sounds less like a dungeon core and more like a fundamental force of nature, deciding it's tired of being disrespected. The goblins are already moving deeper into my domain, past the breathing walls and under the phantom ceiling, finding shelter in the writhing shadows of the third chamber, like the darkness is a mother's arms. They're not stopping. They understand what I'm offering. The knights try to maintain formation. They're processing. Their armour rattles as their horses dance nervously, fighting the pressure wave I'm maintaining. One of them, the one with the most ornate insignia, probably the commander, leans forward like he's trying to push through the barrier. "Foul dungeon spawn," he shouts, and there's a tremor in his voice that tells me everything I need to know about how well the fear-based essence farming is working. The essence I'm pulling from these 5 knights is thick and rich and carries layers of professional confidence cracking under pressure. "Release the goblin vermin to the Crown's justice." Oh, that's cute. They think they have authority in my dungeon. They think the Crown's justice means something down here. I push the phantom ceiling lower, dropping it further than I ever have. The breathing walls simultaneously inhale, creating a suction sensation so strong it nearly pulls the lead knight's horse backward. I can feel the fear in them now. Real fear, the kind that comes home when someone realises their training and armour mean nothing against what operates on different rules. "This is my domain now," I broadcast through Glitz's voice, and I mean every word in a way that comes from somewhere deeper than survival instinct. "You have made a poor career choice. Withdraw or become permanent residents." The leader tries to rally, tries to bring his horse forward to the entrance, but the pressure is too much. The combination of the breathing walls and the phantom ceiling and the writhing shadows and my voice speaking through stone itself creates an environment that triggers every fear response in a human nervous system simultaneously. He's being crushed by architecture. He's being strangled by pressure. He's being spoken to by a force that doesn't follow physical laws. The second knight breaks first. He yanks his horse's reins and backs away, shouting something about needing a priest and this being foul magic. The third and fourth follow immediately, their training overridden by basic survival instinct. The leader tries to hold position for another 10 seconds, his face reddening as he screams about royal authority and goblin extermination laws and the Crown's justice, but I'm not listening. I'm too busy maintaining the pressure and the shadows and the sense that the dungeon walls are actively trying to crush him. Then his horse decides it's done with this situation. It rears and bolts backward, nearly throwing him. The fifth knight catches him as he falls, throws him across his saddle with impressive efficiency, and rides after the others. Within 20 seconds, all 5 knights have retreated back into the forest, their horses' hooves thundering away from my domain, at speeds that suggest they've reconsidered their career choices entirely. I can feel them moving, sense their panic reaching critical levels, and I track their progress through the pressure waves they generate in their flight. One of them is so terrified he falls off his horse. Another is screaming something about the dungeon being unholy and cursed and marked by foul magic. For a moment I almost laugh. Actually, no, I do laugh. A deep, resonant vibration that echoes through my chambers and makes the goblins press even deeper into the safety of my shadows. It's the sound of victory, of a dungeon core who just weaponized everything she learned from studying fear-based user experience and turned it into something real. I just defeated a kingdom military unit with interior design and psychological manipulation. I've never felt more alive, which is concerning, given that I'm technically dead. The mana flowing through my crystal structure feels different now. It's not just the fear essence from the knights, though that's certainly contributing. It's something more. Something that tastes like agency, like power, like the knowledge that I'm not just surviving in this world, I'm actively shaping it. I built these systems. I designed this terror. I made a decision and executed it, and it worked better than I could have anticipated. That's intoxicating, in a way that scares me more than the notion of being hunted ever could. System notification. Environmental defence successful. 5 armed combatants routed. Refugees secured. Fear essence harvested massive. Note, we should probably mention that you just declared yourself hostile to a kingdom. This will have repercussions. But you did it stylishly, so good job. Sarah, that was incredible! Glitz is practically vibrating with excitement. Did you hear yourself? Death awaits you here. Turn back or join my collection. That's dungeon core energy. That's legendary. You went from pathetic spike traps to full environmental warfare in one move. I've never seen anyone weaponize interior design like that. But I'm not focused on Glitz. I'm focused on the 17 goblins now hiding in my third chamber, pressed together in the shadows like they found the only safe place in the world. They're shaking. Some of them are crying. But they're alive and they're not running anymore. I let the phantom ceiling rise. I let the breathing walls settle into a calm rhythm. I let the shadow theatre slow down, creating movement that's almost meditative instead of terrifying. The goal is to shift from death is imminent to you're safe, which is a tonal transition that probably shouldn't be this manageable. It's safe, I broadcast, trying to gentle my voice, trying to sound like something other than a terror-producing machine. You can stay. No one here will hurt you, the nights are gone. There's a moment of silence. Then a voice calls out from the darkness of the third chamber, small and cautious, and speaking in what sounds like broken common speech.
Yes, yes, safe here? Me Grubnut. Yes, we stay safe?
The name hits me as genuinely strange, but I'm too busy processing what's happening to overthink it. 5 professionally trained, kingdom-sanctioned extermination squad members just fled from my dungeon, like it was actively trying to eat them. 5 trained warriors backed down from goblins because I made the walls breathe menacingly. I won. I won an encounter against actual combatants, not scared teenagers. This shouldn't feel this good. But it does. There's a surge of essence coursing through my mana pathways, and it's not just the fear from the nights, it's something more. Something that tastes like victory and autonomy, and for the first time since I became a dungeon core, the sense that I'm not just reacting to the world, I'm shaping it. Yes, I say, and I'm surprised at how genuine I sound. You can stay safe. Is that your name? Grubnuck?
Yes, Grubnuck is me. Me is Grubnuck, yes. Others are also Grubnuck. Yes, we all Grubnuck here. Is efficient, is traditional.
I want to ask follow-up questions about goblin naming conventions and whether they're all named Grubnuck or if I'm misunderstanding the language, but something in the pressure sense tells me that 17 goblins, who just survived a kingdom extermination squad, probably need rest and safety more than linguistic clarification. Okay, so I'm a dungeon core who has a moral compass and is housing 17 refugees with an apparent hive mind naming system. This is fine. This is fine. This is definitely fine, and will certainly not get more complicated. But even as I'm thinking that, I'm aware of the lie. This changes everything. System notification. Settlement authority established. You now have 17 minions under your protection. New interface available. Minion management. Resource distribution. Labour assignment. Note. Congratulations. You're now responsible for feeding 17 small creatures. We have no data on goblin dietary requirements. Good luck! Glitz is still vibrating. Okay, so, new situation. You now have minions, which means you can expand the dungeon properly, which means you can build chambers specifically for terror optimization, which means your fear harvesting potential just multiplied by several factors. This is the best day ever! I'm scanning the dungeon with my awareness, trying to figure out what 17 goblins need besides not being murdered by knights. The survival checklist is surprisingly straightforward, which makes sense because goblin survival has probably never been an academic discipline. Shelter, check. I've got 3 chambers. Water. I should probably create an underground stream. A real one, not a trickle. Something they can drink from. Food. Now this is where things get complicated because I'm getting resonance patterns that suggest they eat a variety of things, and most of it is things I wouldn't normally categorise as food. Roots. Yes, they're thinking about roots. Cave crickets, definitely interesting. Small lizards, apparently a delicacy, and then there's... Oh, no. Grubnuck, I call out. Do goblins eat rats?
Yes, yes. Grubnak likes rats. All Grubnak likes rats. Is good protein, yes, yes.
There is an embarrassing amount of wildlife in this dungeon. Between the rats and the beetles and the cave crickets and the small lizards that have made their home in the cracks of my stone walls, I have a functional ecosystem running. I created this dungeon to harvest fear from intruders, but in the process, I accidentally built an environment where actual living things thrive. Small, primarily nocturnal living things, but thriving nonetheless. The goblins arriving just turned my dungeon from a 3-chambered terror palace into what might function like a real community space. They brought intent with them, and intent changes everything. 17 creatures that need shelter and food and water and safety. 17 creatures that will stay here, eating rats and cave crickets, and in the process, generating ambient essence through their mere existence. I'm starting to see how dungeons work, I think. It's not just about terror harvesting, it's about building a system where living things exist and that existence generates power. The fear is a bonus optimization, but the baseline is community. When did I become interested in building communities instead of just extracting value? I went from a 3-chambered nightmare with pathetic spike traps to a fear machine with a refugee shelter and a food supply chain in approximately 36 hours. Oh, this is fine, definitely fine. Absolutely nothing is going to go wrong with any of this. But even as I'm thinking it, I'm reallocating mana, expanding the stream that trickles through the far side of the 3rd chamber into something drinkable. I'm creating small alcoves for the goblins to settle into, places where the shadows are slightly less active, where they can rest without triggering the full environmental terror sequence every time they move. I'm making space in what was designed as a fear extraction chamber for what looks like kindness. And I'm aware, with a clarity that comes from making decisions you can't unmake, that I'm invested in this now. They aren't just creatures generating essence through their presence. They're refugees I chose to protect. They're the reason I'm going to have to expand my dungeon. They're the reason I just declared war on a kingdom's extermination protocols. They're my responsibility now. And somehow that's scarier than anything I've designed. Grubnak, I say, and there's my voice that wasn't there before. What comes from 7 years of managing teams and projects and having responsibility that mattered, something that comes from being human and knowing what it means to protect someone. Welcome to the dungeon. We'll figure out the rest as we go.
Yes, yes,
comes the chorus from the 3rd chamber, and it's possibly the least professional team response I've ever received, but it's also the most genuine. There's a sound to it that's not just acceptance, it's relief. These 17 creatures came into my dungeon thinking they were done, dying, and instead they found shelter. I made that happen. Not as an app designer optimising engagement, not as a dungeon core harvesting essence, as what just decided, no, you get to live, I'm keeping you safe. The sensation is so foreign and so compelling that I have to redistribute my awareness to keep maintaining the environmental systems. 17 small green creatures are settling into my chambers and some are in the pressure field. I can feel them beginning to sleep. They're safe, they're warm, they have access to water and food and space. I built that. Me and my 3 chambers and my breathing walls and my phantom ceilings, I built a sanctuary.
System notification. Minion morale increased. Achievement unlocked. Middle management material. Note, your next level advancement is within reach. Try not to cause an international incident before then.
I'm too tired to process that notification properly. Instead, I focus on the simple fact that my rescue counter is now at 17 goblins sheltered, and somewhere in the forest, 5 embarrassed knights are probably figuring out how to explain to their superiors that they got chased away from a dungeon by interior design and psychological manipulation. I can imagine the conversation. Yes, sir, the dungeon core made the walls breathe at us. Yes, sir, the ceiling compressed our minds. No, sir, we don't know what else it can do. Yes, sir, we should probably go find a different career. Tomorrow, I'll probably have to deal with serious consequences. Kingdom military doesn't typically take retreat well. They'll probably send more knights or worse. But tonight I've got a dungeon to expand and 17 small, green creatures to keep alive. I've got water systems to establish and safe spaces to create. I've got a community I didn't expect to have, and can't imagine losing. This is the weirdest life I could have ever imagined. It's also the first time since I died that I feel like I'm building what matters. Something that's not just about harvesting fear or optimizing terror metrics. Something real. The thought sits in my crystal core like something precious and fragile. I'm a dungeon core. I should want power, I should want expansion and essence and levels and dominance. I should be plotting how to lure more adventurers into my chambers so I can harvest more fear and grow stronger. That's the dungeon core playbook. That's what I'm supposed to want. Instead, I want to make sure 17 goblins sleep safely tonight. I want to expand my chambers so they have more space. I want to create a stream of fresh water and establish rat breeding populations and optimise their nutrition. I want to build what works for them, not just what works against invaders. When did my priorities shift this dramatically? Maybe it was when they called me their sanctuary. Maybe it was when I realised that someone somewhere in this world was being hunted by the kingdom just for existing, and I had the power to stop that. Maybe it's that I'm lonely enough that even 17 goblins with a communal hive mind name feel like community. Corporate product management taught me a lot about user engagement, but nobody taught me what happens when your users become people. I think actually that might be the most important thing I've learned so far. Not about fear generation or dungeon design or psychological warfare, but the simple fact that there's a difference between extracting value from abstract users and building what serves living creatures you care about. Tomorrow, the kingdom will probably send more knights. Bigger ones. Better trained ones, but tonight, I have 17 goblins sleeping safely in my chambers, and somehow that feels like more power than I've ever had before. Chapter 9. Require goblin solutions. The first thing I learned about managing 17 goblins is that they smell like wet dogs and optimism in equal measure. The second thing is that you cannot pay them in compliments alone. I'm a software developer who just got promoted to managing a team of creatures who think I'm a deity. This is fine, everything is fine. They arrived on day 8 in a panicked wave, fleeing kingdom extermination squads. By day 11, they'd stopped sleeping in the main chamber like it was a refugee camp, and Grubnuck had organised them into a semblance of a work structure. Semi-organised, anyway. The pressure sense I got from 17 bodies moving through my tunnels was like having a bunch of browser tabs all trying to load at once. Not ideal for meditation. Grubnuck brought me architectural drawings on the morning of day 11, registered through my spatial awareness before he even entered the core chamber. A cluster of goblins holding something flat, their pressure signatures tight with purpose. Through my limited sensory apparatus, I detected the textures of worked hide, vegetable ink, geometric precision. Okay, that's either a map or a really elaborate menu.
Boss lady?
Grubnuck's broken English had evolved considerably. Now he could string together 4-word sentences without repeating the copula.
Grubnuck, bring drawings. For expansion, yes. Goblins can dig, make spaces. Good spaces, not just toilet rooms.
The emphasis on not just toilet rooms stung a little. Fair criticism. System notification. Minion labour efficiency unlocked. Assigning organised work crews to dungeon construction increases excavation speed by 400%. You have hired a staff of goblins. They are your problem now. Note: congratulations on your first hostile work environment. You're on the right track. I had Glitz help me pass the drawings. The familiar imp settled beside my crystal, her small heat signature comfortable against the dungeon's cool stone, and we examined Grubnuck's work together. The architectural logic was sophisticated. The drawings showed chamber placements organised by depth, with connecting corridors designed to maximise defensive positioning while maintaining functional work zones. It showed understanding of load-bearing principles, water drainage, acoustical properties, knowledge that doesn't come from 17 years of goblin subsistence raiding. This does not match the simple goblin narrative the kingdom had constructed. Grubnuck, I said carefully, channeling what little I remembered about performance reviews from my old life. These drawings are detailed. More detailed than any goblin should be able to produce according to kingdom records. Why? The pressure cluster around Grubnuck went tense. The other goblins had learned to sense my emotional states through my dungeon resonance, and they scattered with practised efficiency.
By the time I finished the sentence, it was just Grubnuck, Glitz, and me.
Grubnuck, explain later, he said quietly. First we build, yes? Goblins need work, work keep goblins safe.
Fair enough. Depression through productivity is a legitimate coping mechanism. By day 12, the transformation began in earnest. The goblins worked in coordinated crews. Grubnuck had somehow organised them by aptitude without me asking. He'd separated the strongest for excavation, relegated the creative ones to architectural scaffolding, assigned the fastest to supply running. They moved like trained military, divisions by skill and strength and speed, either born to it or beaten into it. I suspected the latter. The 2 toilet rooms transformed first. The goblins maintained the basic functionality. They seemed to have developed a profound appreciation for the concept. Apparently, kingdom latrines were little more than holes in the ground. But they expanded the chambers, added ventilation channels, even crafted drainage basins from carved stone. One of them, a goblin named Squib, had apparently been a mason in some previous life. He treated the work with genuine artistry. I just accidentally created bathroom culture. The 3rd chamber, however, became something neither of us expected, a communal eating space. The goblins had brought supplies with them from their flight, mostly grains and dried meat and things that made my temperature sense flare from decomposition. Grubak, the group's shaman, had started a cooking fire in a ventilation alcove. The warmth signature it created was the most pleasant thing in my dungeon so far. The smell, though. I couldn't perceive it directly, but Glitz kept making retching sounds.
That's goblin stew, she explained, hovering near the core chamber. Meat that's been questionably preserved, mushrooms, what might be toxic to humans, and hope. Lots of hope.
Could it kill them? I asked.
Maybe. It's also clearly delicious to them. Look.
Through my spatial awareness, registered goblins clustering around the fire, felt the microtremors of their contentment. This was security for them. Heat, food, gathered together beneath a roof that wasn't falling in. A mother figure made of stone and crystal who hadn't tried to exterminate them. I'm not a deity. I'm just the first thing that didn't attempt genocide. By day 13, the dungeon had doubled in complexity. New chambers opened up in the lower levels. Grubnuck's architectural knowledge proved invaluable. He'd designed sleeping quarters with proper air circulation, stacked like a corporate office, efficient and reasonably dignified. The goblins had claimed sections by family or alliance, and I sensed through my pressure sense the micro-rhythms of their sleep patterns, their breathing, the way they curled against each other for warmth. One goblin, a particularly thin female named Skitch, had taken to sleeping in the warmest corner of the upper chamber. Through the pressure sense, I could track how her body temperature had normalised over 3 days. She'd arrived nearly hypothermic, terrified, barely communicating. Now she was teaching 2 younger goblins a game that involved tossing pebbles into a clay bowl. Something my dungeon is providing. Warmth, safety, routine, the basic infrastructure for a life that doesn't involve running. The excavation crew had broken through into new zones beneath my core chamber. The pressure sense I got from empty space below was intoxicating. Room to grow, space to expand. I realised that my core hunger wasn't just fear essence anymore, it was growth. Architectural ambition, the same drive that had made me try to build corporate software. The desire to create something bigger than myself. Just swap user engagement metrics for dungeon functionality. Same impulse, different business model. There was also the matter of the goblins' daily schedule, which had crystallised into something surprisingly regimented. Morning work shifts from dawn until midday, afternoon rest and meal preparation, evening personal time and maintenance work. It should have felt oppressive, but the structure anchored them. Rhythm, predictability, safety, a structure that made sense. A framework for survival. Grubak had appointed himself the keeper of the cooking fire, and honestly, the shaman was a visionary. Despite the questionable ingredients, the stew had become something the goblins actively looked forward to. The warmth of the meal, the ritual of gathering, the fact that it was theirs, made in their dungeon for their family. These things mattered more than nutritional content. I watched, in my limited way, as one particularly grizzled goblin named Carrick helped a younger one, maybe his son, carve a wooden spoon. The pressure sense told me about the patience in that moment, the focus, the quiet pride. Teaching a craft. Continuing something. Creating meaning from materials at hand. This is what I was too burned out to notice before. This is what corporations destroy first.
the meaning in small acts, the dignity in simple work. Grabnak had assigned himself to the work crews personally, which meant he was gone most of day 13. But I could track him through the dungeon's spatial awareness, sensed his presence in the upper chambers, directing other goblins, hauling stones, working himself to exhaustion. I realised somewhere in the afternoon pressure tracking of day 13 that he was working like he had reason to prove. Like speed and efficiency could somehow retroactively justify his existence. Like, if he just built fast enough, created enough value, maybe the universe would forgive him for being exiled, for being different? Oh, that's a familiar pattern. Work as penance, hustle as self-worth. He learned that from the same kingdom that I learned to code for startups that would never succeed. So, when he finally returned to the core chamber that evening, I sensed the fatigue in his pressure signature. Not just physical, but the exhaustion that comes from fleeing yourself. You need rest, I said immediately.
Grabnak, rest later, he replied,
already working on new drawings in the dim light.
First, show boss lady something. Grabnak, think about what come next.
No, I said, and the word carried the weight of absolute dungeon authority. This was the first moment I wielded my full spatial pressure with the goblins, the resonance that meant this decision is non-negotiable. You're exhausted, you're making mistakes. Your working like your value depends on how much you produce, and that's not how this dungeon operates. The pressure cluster around him went still.
Grabnak know better, he said quietly. Grabnak know this pass and kill workers, but Grabnak afraid, if not work, if not show value.
You already showed your value, I interrupted. You showed it by bringing 17 people to safety, by creating a structure that's holding them together, by teaching them that a dungeon core can exist without harvesting their terror. That's not paid in workshops, that's already done. After he finally agreed to rest, I spent hours examining his new sketches. They showed expansion in a direction I hadn't considered. Not downward, but outward. A network of passages that would extend the dungeon's footprint significantly, with multiple entrances and exits. Infrastructure that would let them navigate without choking on each other at narrow points. It also, I realised, would let them escape the kingdom if they needed to. Multiple routes out, redundancy built into the escape infrastructure. He was designing a dungeon that could function without him, that could protect his people even if he failed. He's building them a route out. Even while working for me, he's planning their emergency evacuation. He's never going to fully trust that I won't become like the kingdom. The gesture simultaneously broke my heart and made me respect him more. I thought about the conversation I'd just had with him, about work and value and the burnout that devours from within, the poison that destroys without leaving visible wounds. I'd seen it destroy developers. I'd felt it destroying me before the truck hit. That poisoned arithmetic. You equal your output. Safety depends on use. Rest is a luxury you haven't purchased with your labour. Standard corporate training. Works great until your staff members collapse or get exterminated. Glitz found me staring at the architectural drawings in the dim light. You're worried about him, she said. It wasn't a question. He's afraid of becoming useless, I said. And I can't promise he won't be eventually. If the dungeon grows beyond him, if I hire more minions with different skills, what happens to the architect who built it? What's his role when the original dream is realised?
Did you have that conversation with yourself? Glitz asked quietly. When you were a developer?
Every damn day, I said. Except nobody wanted to hear it. Everyone wanted me to ship features. Nobody wanted to listen to architecture talk.
So now you're listening.
Now I'm listening. By morning, the other goblins had noticed Grubnak's rest order. The pressure sense I got from the dungeon's morning rhythm was lighter, less frantic. The work crews still moved with purpose, but there was less desperation to it. A sustainable pace. 3 goblins I hadn't seen before came to the core chamber specifically to thank me for forcing their leader to rest. Through pressure sense and Glitz's interpretation, I understood. They were afraid he'd kill himself with overwork. They were grateful someone had the authority to say no. I just accidentally provided peer support infrastructure through executive fiat. I'm a dungeon core dictator running an accidental mental health program. System notification. Minion bond established. Grabnak has recognised you as a source of non-coercive refuge. Trust has increased. Oh good. Now you're responsible for an emotional animal. You've hit middle management.
Note, at this rate, you'll have a loyalty crisis before you have a revenue stream. Welcome to HR. The other goblins began to recognise me differently after that conversation. The way they moved through the dungeon changed, less skittish, more deliberate. They brought small gifts, polished stones, pieces of interesting wood, a really spectacular beetle that Glitz immediately tried to eat. The food offerings were the strangest part. The goblins had noticed my crystal didn't consume traditional nutrients, but in their worldview all creatures had to eat, so they brought offerings. Herbs they'd gathered, small bones arranged in patterns, once a cup of water that had been standing in moonlight, which Grabak assured them would be spiritually nourishing. It was absurd. It was also deeply moving. They're trying to feed me because they think it's their responsibility to keep me alive. They've adopted me as much as I've adopted them. By day 14, the changes were undeniable. The pressure signatures had reorganised themselves into something structured. Work crews had official routes, sleeping areas were separate from work areas, the cooking fire had been relocated to better ventilation. The dungeon felt less like a chaotic refugee camp and more like an actual settlement. The goblins had also developed a culture of boundary setting that would have made any HR department proud. When one goblin named Twitcher started monopolising the best sleeping spot, the others simply drew a physical line in the stone with ash and claimed equal rotation rights. Grabnak had set up a system of carved tokens to track whose turn it was. There was democratic protest happening in my dungeon. Spontaneous, self-organising, functional. This is what I was trying to build in corporate software. Systems where people organise themselves toward functional outcomes without requiring authoritarian enforcement. Except goblins figured it out in 3 days, and our best companies can't manage it in 3 decades. One moment stands out from day 14. Squib, the mason, had been carving a decorative relief into the wall near the communal area, just abstract geometric patterns, nothing functional, purely aesthetic. When I commented on it through Glitz, he got this pressure signature I'd learned to interpret as embarrassed pride. Dungeon look like home now, Glitz translated. Squib say he not want to live in hole, want to live in place that beautiful. A dungeon where the minions were adding beauty for its own sake, where work wasn't purely extractive but included creative expression, where creatures who were supposed to be disposable were instead insisting on dignity. I built a dungeon accidentally on humanist principles. If venture capitalists heard about this, they'd shut it down as inefficient. The food offerings continued. By day 14 there was an actual shrine developing near the core chamber. Bones arranged in patterns, stones that caught the light from Grabak's fire, herbs that smelled pleasant, even to my limited sensory apparatus. Glitz reported that the goblins were leaving these items with something approaching religious reverence. I'd gone from being a dungeon core to being a weird composite deity, or maybe a reluctantly adopted parent. The pressure sense suggested something closer to the latter. There was affection in how they approached the offerings, protectiveness, the care you offer something you have chosen to protect, unconditional, absolute. They think they're keeping me alive. I'm keeping them alive. We're both right and both wrong, and somehow it works. That's also when the essence notifications accelerated. System notification! Ambient fear essence generation detected. The goblin's fear of kingdom persecution, carefully maintained even in relative safety, generates passive essence. You're now harvesting 0.4 essence per hour from background anxiety. Efficiency rating depressingly high. Note, congratulations, you're profiting from refugee trauma. That makes you more successful than most venture capitalists. The notification made my resonance flare with something I hadn't felt since becoming a crystal. Genuine anger. I didn't want this. I didn't ask them to be afraid, I wanted them to be safe. But they were still afraid. They carried the kingdom's extermination order inside them like a scar that wouldn't close. Every noise outside the dungeon made them tense, every rumour about kingdom patrols sent them into defensive clustering. I could harvest that fear, turn it into power, into dungeon levels, into strength that would ensure nothing touched them, ever. The impulse sat in my core like poison. Because here's the thing about fear essence, it's efficient. It's reliable. Every moment a goblin carries trauma, every time they hear a noise and their pressure signature spikes with terror, the essence flows. I could lean into it.
Could subtly reinforce their anxiety, maybe tell them the kingdom was closer than it was, keep them just frightened enough that the essence taps would stay open. Standard management technique. Keep your workforce slightly terrified, just anxious enough that they're motivated, just scared enough that they won't unionise, work great in tech for 40 years. I could do that. The system offered me the option, laid it out with mechanical simplicity. Fear generates essence. More fear generates more essence. Essence equals power. It was basic dungeon core theory. It was also exactly what the kingdom did to these creatures. Exactly the trauma they carried. Exactly the thing that drove Grubnuck into exile and through 3 years of hiding in caves. I could become exactly what they're fleeing from, except with better architecture. The philosophical problem sat heavier than the mechanical option. Glitz sensed my distress. "You're thinking about it," she said. Not accusatory, just observational. "I'm thinking about it," I confirmed. "The math is simple. I could double my progression speed if I maintained their fear baseline. Maybe triple. I could hit level 3, maybe 4, just by being slightly cruel in my management style." "Are you going to?" "No," I said with absolute certainty. "But I'm angry that I can't. I'm angry that the system incentivizes cruelty. I'm angry that I had to die and restart as a dungeon core to finally have the leverage to refuse that incentive structure."
"So, what are you going to do instead?"
"Exactly what I told Grubnuck," I said. "I'm going to build something functional. Something that works not because the people in it are terrified, but because they want to be there. And it's going to take longer, and it's going to be harder, and I'm not going to get achievement notifications about how efficient my horror factory is."
"That sounds depressing," Glitz said.
"It is," I replied, "but it's also the only option I can live with. And maybe that's the actual hard mode, not refusing to kill people, but refusing to optimise for cruelty and then watching the progression numbers stay low." System notification. Level 2 achieved. Through acquisition of organised minions and ambient essence harvesting, you have crossed the experience threshold. Dungeon infrastructure enhanced. You gain access to advanced chamber creation. You gain 2 ability points. You gain 3 skill points. Current dungeon level, 2. Current minions, 17. Current fear essence total, 18.2. Unspent, because you refuse to murder innocent kingdom peasants like a reasonable dungeon core would. Playing the game on hard mode. How very developer of you. The level up felt different from the first one. Less like a sudden surge of power and more like an infrastructure upgrade. The kind that happens in systems you've built gradually. A widening of capabilities without much fanfare, but the essence accumulation notification was the part that stuck with me. I'd reached level 2 without murdering anyone, without creating an elaborate trap corridor, without designing death traps for adventurers who hadn't even shown up yet. I'd done it by building something functional, by organising labour, by treating a goblin like a person instead of a resource, and I'd done it, partially, by harvesting the fear that those same people carried.
"Boss lady?"
Grubnuck's pressure signature appeared at the corner chamber entrance.
"Goblins want to know if they dig more. Grubnuck see the new space open, more chambers possible now, yes."
I could have said yes. Could have pushed them to expand faster, knowing the essence would flow more freely. "You rest first," I said instead. "All of you. You've worked 2 days straight. Sleep shift is mandatory, starting now." The pressure cluster around him shifted, and what I'd learned to recognise as confused surprise.
"But more work, more fast," he said. "More fast, more safe."
"Being rested makes you safer," I replied. "A tired crew makes mistakes. Mistakes get people killed, so you sleep, that's an order." For a moment I thought he'd argue. Instead, his pressure signature rippled, what I'd come to interpret as respect.
Yes, he said quietly. "Boss lady know best."
As he left to relay the order, I realised something with the clarity of a system architecture finally clicking into place. I'd built a management structure. Not through manipulation or hierarchy or coercion, but through the simple act of making decisions that prioritise the creature's safety over my own expansion. Corporate training calls this servant leadership. Usually they're lying, but maybe if you build dungeons instead of software, the principle works. The evening of day 14 brought the quiet hour, the time when the work crews finish their shifts, and the communal areas filled with the low pressure signatures of creatures at rest. The temperature in the lower chambers had stabilised at something warm and human. The air circulation was good, the water was clean. By any standard measure, the dungeon was becoming livable. By dungeon core standards, I was failing. I wasn't accumulating essential monsters, I wasn't designing death traps, I wasn't expanding my territory aggressively. My essence accumulation was below baseline for a level 2 core. My expansion rate was glacial. Every standard metric of dungeon success, I was underperforming, and I'd never felt more right about a decision in my life. Glitz settled beside the crystal as the pressure sense from the dungeon shifted into night rhythm. The goblins were sleeping, the fire was banked but not out. The dungeon was holding. Big day? The imp asked. Complicated day, I said. I achieved a level up by refusing to do the thing that would have been fastest. I imposed mandatory rest as a dungeon authority. I spent an hour thinking about how to psychologically manipulate my minions into generating more fear essence and then decided not to. I'm running a dungeon like a genuinely functional workplace instead of a predatory nightmare. How does that feel? Glitz asked. Terrifying, I admitted, because it means everything depends on the choices I make not being terrible. There's no system defending me anymore, no corporate structure where the cruelty is distributed across 1,000 management layers. Just me, a crystal core trying to do the right thing while 17 creatures depend on it. Is that worse or better than corporate? Honestly, I considered the question. It's worse in some ways, it's better in others, but at least it's mine. If this fails, I fail, not a board of directors, not quarterly projections, not some invisible market, just me and 17 goblins, and the architecture we built together. The goblins slept, curled in their new chambers, warm and fed. Squib was probably dreaming about the next relief he'd carve. Grubnuck was resting, recovering, already thinking about the next expansion phase in the deep, unconscious way architects think about spaces. Skitch was warm, maybe for the first time in her life. Above them, in the cool silence of the core chamber, I processed what I'd become. Not a deity, not a monster, something liminal. A choice to refuse the binary, a dungeon core running on principles that the system itself seemed to think were insane. And somewhere in the darkness outside, the kingdom still wanted them dead. The difference now was that they had me, a crystal consciousness that couldn't be bargained with or bribed or convinced that their lives were acceptable losses. A force of nature made of stone and impossible stubbornness, committed to the idea that safety shouldn't be conditional on utility. I hope that's enough. Because in about 7 hours the sun is going to rise, and my 17 employees are going to wake up and go back to work, and I'm going to keep building this ridiculous sanctuary until either it succeeds or the kingdom tears it down. One way or another, we're committed now. Chapter 10. The Scribe's Secret. I spent all of day 14 thinking about Grubnuck's architectural sophistication, and by day 15 I needed answers. A goblin with royal-level architectural knowledge, detailed understanding of drainage systems, and the ability to coordinate 17 creatures into functional work crews does not come from lived in caves eating insects. Someone needs to file an incident report on this data mismatch. The morning of day 15, I asked him to come to the core chamber alone. Glitz made herself scarce immediately. The imp understood privacy, the need for unwitnessed moments, had learned through multiple instances of my internal panic that some moments needed solitude. She settled into a side cavern, far enough away to give privacy, but close enough to hear if something went sideways. Grubnuck arrived with the hesitation of someone expecting punishment. Of course he does. He's spent his entire existence around creatures who punish deviation. He's probably waiting for me to execute him for architectural competence. I'm not going to hurt you, I said immediately. I need information. Your drawings, your planning, your leadership structure with the other goblins. None of that comes from standard goblin background, so I need you to tell me the truth. Who were you, Grubnuck, before the kingdom started hurting your people? The pressure signature around him went still. Grubnuck, not just goblin labourer, he said slowly, and I sensed the effort it took him to form sentences in the trade language instead of whatever his native dialect was. Grubnuck was scribe in Great Greenfang Kingdom before. Okay, that's a data point. Tell me about it, I said softly. I won't judge. I'm a software developer turned dungeon core. I'm not qualified to judge anyone's career trajectory. He made a sound that might have been a laugh if goblins laughed. His pressure signature gradually relaxed. Grubnuck parents traders, he began. Not fighters, not miners, traders in spice route through Mossfell Mountains. Grubnuck grew up learning numbers, languages, record keeping. Greenfang King, he see Grubnuck's family work, offer position. Grubnuck become royal scribe at age 16, yes? Age 16? That's younger than I was when I got my first tech job. I assume it didn't end well, I prompted. Greenfang Kingdom like your corporations, I think? Grubnuck paused, clearly grasping for the right word. Hierarchical. Established. Cautious with human relations, increasingly concerned with internal improvements. For 100 years, goblins and humans coexist in territories. Trade routes maintained, border agreements respected. The parallel made me wince. Decades of stability as a baseline, while underneath nothing improved. The structures stayed frozen, while the world around them evolved. He settled into more complex speech patterns as he continued, burning away his linguistic constraints. The emotional weight of memory overrode translation. Grubnuck spent 20 years keeping records, saw patterns, saw that human settlements grew, became more organised, saw that goblin settlements still organised like your feudalism, yes? But humans developed farms, trade roads, written law systems. Grubnuck began writing proposals to King, suggestions for goblin administrative improvements, settlement organisation, written law. He pulled up a memory from somewhere, and his pressure signature turned wistful, a longing for what couldn't be recovered. Grubnuck's first proposal was simple. Suggest that goblin clans keep track of harvest in writing, prevent disputes, reduce conflicts over resources. Grubnuck present to King with 12 examples from human settlements where written records prevent wars. King's response was quiet. Grubnuck think maybe King consider it, yes? Oh, that's the cruelest rejection, the polite dismissal, the nod before the refusal. What happened? I prompted. Nothing happened, Grubnuck said. King say he consider. Grubnuck wait 1 year, then 2 years. During this time, Grubnuck keep working, keep writing, keep thinking about improvements. Grubnuck propose better water management in settlements. Propose trade record standards. Propose education system for young goblins. Oh no, he was trying to modernise his culture. The kingdom didn't want a modernised goblin civilization, I said. King did not, Grubnuck agreed. But other goblins, some goblins listened. Grubnuck have followers, quiet followers. Students who read Grubnuck's writings, who begin implementing administrative structure in smaller settlements. Grubnuck proposed to King, Goblin Human Diplomatic Council, formal recognition of goblin territories, trade rights equivalent to human settlements. He paused. The pressure around him collapsed inward, the memory of catastrophe made manifest. King's court was horrified, I said, reading between the lines. King said no. Court said Grubnuck corrupts traditional goblin culture with human poison. Said Grubnuck threatens natural hierarchy. Said Grubnuck forget goblin place in world order. Grubnuck offered evidence. Human settlements use same administrative structures. Prove that civilization improve culture, not destroy it. Prove that goblins capable of same organisation. He brought data. He built a presentation. He was probably the first goblin reformer and got absolutely destroyed for it. They exiled you, I said. Not exile, Grubnuck said quietly. Execution, if King wanted. But King pragmatic. Grubnuck's family was influential traders. Grubnuck have followers who love him. King decide exile, better solution. Strip Grubnuck of title, destroy Grubnuck's writings. Tell Kingdom that Grubnuck is madman who abandoned goblin culture. His voice cracked slightly, and I registered pressure signature around him vibrate with old pain. That particular pain, watching your work burn. Seeing people choose fear over loyalty. From having people you loved choose fear over loyalty. The writings, I said softly. What were they? Records of improvement, Grubnuck said. Designs for better settlements. Administrative systems. Educational theories. Grubnuck spend 20 years writing and King burn them all. Make example. Send message that progress is betrayal, that thinking different is death sentence. He paused, and I sensed him gathering himself for the harder part. Grubnuck's family, they were ashamed. Not of Grubnuck's ideas, but of Grubnuck's failure. Grubnuck bringing shame on trading house by proposing radical reforms, by being seen as threat to kingdom stability. Grubnuck's mother, she say, you should have stayed quiet, should have been satisfied with position, as if wanting better makes Grubnuck ungrateful. Oh, I know that conversation. Had it with my parents about leaving the startup. They couldn't understand why I wasn't happy with the salary and the stock options and the prestige. They couldn't understand that I was suffocating. Followers do not follow, they too are afraid. Grabnak understand this. Grabnak cannot judge them. To follow Grabnak is to volunteer for exile, to agree that progress worth more than safety. Most goblins not prepared for that choice. Grabnak was not prepared for being only one willing to make it. He took a breath that had no physical correlate, but which I sensed in the shift of his pressure signature. Grabnak flee with nothing. Followers did not follow, they too afraid. Family did not follow, they too ashamed. Grabnak live in caves for 3 years, yes, moving away, staying ahead of patrols. Eating what Grabnak could catch or steal, sleeping in cold places, thinking every day about whether death would be better than survival. The weight of that statement hung between us. Then human kingdoms start hunting all goblins, not just Grabnak. Make no distinction. Start kill goblins in territory, say they take land back. Grabnak's exile seemed temporary, all goblins are refugees, not just Grabnak, so Grabnak gather other refugees. Start moving group toward dungeon territory because Grabnak hear rumours of crystal creature that not try to kill goblins on sight, and Grabnak think, maybe here, maybe this place where things different. He wasn't just fleeing the kingdom, he was fleeing both civilizations, chasing a vision that had no physical form. You found me, I said. Yes, Grabnak said. Grabnak find you, and Grabnak see something rare in Boss Lady. You also exile. You also different from what world expect. You also think differently, yes? You not build killing machines, you not demand goblins die for your power. You build spaces for creatures to be safe. This is what Grabnak tried to do in Kingdom. Build better spaces. The weight of that comparison hit me like a system crash. He's right. I came back to consciousness as something fundamentally alien to my own species. I can't even perceive the world the way humans do, and instead of embracing the dungeon core role that says I should be a predator, I'm trying to build something functional. You're building it here, I said. Not alone this time. Grabnak hopes so, he said quietly. Grabnak have followers again, yes? 17 goblins who trust Grabnak because Grabnak not betray them. Grabnak have boss lady who not demand servitude. Grabnak have chance to try again. System notification. Trauma bond manager achievement unlocked. You have formed a deep connection with a minion based on shared experience of exile and the struggle to think differently than your kind expects. You now understand each other on a level that transcends the standard core minion dynamic. This is either beautiful or incredibly dangerous. Possibly both. Note, in standard dungeon core progression, this is the point where the core and loyal lieutenant become a power couple and begin plotting to conquer kingdoms. You're probably different. Probably. I let that notification settle before responding. Your progressive thinking isn't a liability, I said carefully. It's an asset. It's what let you organise 17 refugees into a functional settlement in less than a week. It's what's keeping all of you alive. The pressure signature around him went absolutely still. Boss lady say this, with no force behind it? Grabnak asked, and the uncertainty in his pressure signature was heartbreaking. No test, no trick? No force, I confirmed. No test, I mean it. You're exactly what this dungeon needs right now. I'm not going to burn your ideas and exile you for them. I'm not going to execute your vision. I'm going to help you build it. He made a sound that was half laugh, half sob. The pressure signature around him rippled. His first true hope, crystallised and made real. Grabnak spent 3 years in caves thinking about nothing but failure, he said quietly. Thinking about how Grabnak's idea is too dangerous, how Grabnak too ambitious, how Grabnak should have been content with what King give. Grabnak start to believe that maybe Grabnak was wrong. That maybe tradition and fear are best system for keeping goblins safe. But you didn't stay in the caves, I said. No, Grabnak agreed. Grabnak not stay because even after everything, Grabnak still believe in better. Still believe that goblins capable of more than Kingdom say. Still believe in progress, even when all evidence suggests progress equal death. He paused, and his next words came slowly, weighted with the effort of complete honesty. And now Grabnak realise, Boss Lady is same. Boss Lady have chance to be predatory dungeon core, have incentive pushing toward fear, toward cruelty, toward maximum extraction, but Boss Lady not choose that. Boss Lady choose different path, knowing it harder and slower. I'm not special, I said quickly. I'm just refusing to replicate the systems that broke me.
Yes, Grabnak said. That's exactly what Grabnak tried to do. That's exactly why Grabnak exiled.
The silence that followed resembled the moment when a system finally stabilises after chaos, when all the processes align and the thing you built works.
Then Grabnak asked question, Grabnak said. What boss lady want from dungeon? What goal, what dream? Because in Kingdom, goal always power, always dominance, always fear. What is goal here?
It was the question I hadn't asked myself yet. The weight hit me. In my previous life, the goals had been so clear they barely needed starting. Make money, acquire users, grow metrics, get acquired or IPO, cash out, move to the next thing. The entire framework was designed to prevent questions like this. You never ask what systems were for, you only ask what targets looked like and chase them. But I wasn't building a startup anymore. I was building something without exit strategy, without investors, without proof that it would work. A crystal and goblins and an architectural vision slowly crystallising into reality. What do I want? I echoed, stalling. That's a bigger question than it seems.
Boss lady take time, Grabnak said generously. Grabnak know this question difficult. Grabnak struggled with same question for 40 years. Is goal to help individual goblins or all goblin kind? Is goal to create system that survive beyond Grabnak or system that reflect Grabnak's leadership? Is goal to improve goblin lives or to prove system possible? He leaned back and his pressure signature deepened, the weight of genuine consideration. For many years, Grabnak think goal must be about goblin kind as whole. Grabnak tried to create systems that work for all, that scale beyond individual relationships, but maybe that was a mistake. Maybe real goal was always just make safe space for creatures who need it. Everything else secondary. System notification. Sanctuary core identity, resonance detected. Your dungeon has spontaneously adopted a non-violent growth model. This is statistically rare. Your essence accumulation suggests you're choosing growth through refuge rather than predation. Your minion's loyalty rate suggests they're not here because they're magically bound, but because they want to be. This is either revolutionary or you're in denial about the apocalypse coming when the kingdom sends real armies, possibly both. Note, you have 17 refugees, 1 disaffected royal administrator, and a death wish disguised as pacifism. This will end well or explosively. The system cannot predict which. I considered the question honestly. I want to build what works, I said slowly. I was a software developer. I built systems and most of them failed because the organisations that used them were fundamentally broken. The goal wasn't to make things better, it was to make money, to control users, to extract value. I don't want to do that anymore. I paused, gathering my thoughts with more precision than the casual answer deserved. When I came back as a dungeon core, I expected to be a monster. That seemed like the obvious outcome. Get reincarnated as a predatory entity, embrace predatory behaviour, optimise for predatory outcomes, but you know what? I've been a monster before. I was a monster as a human. I optimised for things that hurt other people because the system incentivised it, and I didn't have the leverage to refuse. I had a mortgage, I had student debt, I had performance reviews that demanded growth metrics regardless of human cost. Now Grabnak understand, he said quietly. So when you showed up with your sophisticated architecture and your thoughtful leadership, the realisation here, I had power now, choice, actual refusal available. I could refuse. I could choose to build what operated on different principles, not because it was more efficient, but because efficiency obtained through suffering is a value I'm no longer willing to optimise for. So, what want? Grabnak pressed again, but the pressure signature around him suggested he already knew the answer. I want to build something where the creatures inside it are safe, where the decisions I make are motivated by keeping you alive, not by extracting power from your fear, where work is voluntary rather than coerced, where people can learn, create, imagine, build towards something better. I want to prove that you don't need a hierarchical, predatory system to be successful. This is dangerous, Grabnak said. This is insane, I corrected. By dungeon core metrics, I'm failing. By standard business metrics, I'm failing. By standard anything, I'm failing. But by the metric of, did I create a space where creatures feel safe enough to learn to read, I'm succeeding. And maybe that's the metric that matters. This is radical idea, Grabnak said, and I could hear the faint smile in his voice. Beautiful and dangerous. Why dangerous? I asked. Because if you succeed, Grubnuck's kingdom might hear about it, might send diplomats, might want to know how you organise your creatures, how you make them loyal. Or kingdom out there might hear about it, might send armies because you threaten their power structure. Radical ideas that work make powerful enemies. He gestured with a pressure signature that encompassed the whole dungeon. If goblins learn that safe space possible, that progress possible, that they not need accept exile and death as price for thinking differently, then all goblins become threat to established kingdoms. Because then goblins start demanding better, start saying, why accept this when other dungeons provide better possible? Start organising, proposing reforms, destabilising the comfortable hierarchy.
Oh, that's a problem. So, we're not a dungeon anymore, I said. We're a proof of concept, a dangerous one.
Yes, Grubnuck agreed. If this work, it worked too well. Maybe too well. Maybe work so well that both kingdoms decide they cannot afford to let us exist.
I thought about the kingdom patrols I could sense moving through the mountains. How long before their search spiralled outward? How long before the Greenfang Kingdom heard rumours of a scribe organising goblins? How long before we became a threat that couldn't be contained through simple extermination squads? So, we're building something the world doesn't want, I said.
Yes, Grubnuck agreed. But world have never stopped Grubnuck before. And now Grubnuck not alone. Now Grubnuck have boss lady who understand exile, who understand trying to build better systems, so maybe this time different.
He stood to leave, then paused.
Boss lady should know. Goblins notice changes. Notice that you care about safety, not dominance. 3 goblins today ask Grubnuck if maybe they could learn to read. Yes. Learn to keep records like Grubnuck do. Grubnuck think this mean goblins beginning to believe in different future. This is heavy responsibility.
Oh, that's a complication I wasn't ready for. They're not just following orders anymore, they're starting to imagine a different life. Now, if the kingdom kills them, it's not just murder, it's the death of hope. Then we make sure they get that future, I said, with more confidence than I felt. After Grubnuck left, I spent hours in quiet resonance with the dungeon, feeling the pressure signatures of the 17 goblins going about their daily work. 3 of them were in the upper chamber, and I could sense them gathered around something, sense the tension pattern of concentration, learning to read. The first goblins of their kind to do so, if the kingdom's historical records were accurate. Possibly the first to believe they had the right to learn. My dungeon is becoming an educational institution. I spent 4 years developing corporate training software, and now I'm doing it for free, for refugees with better prospects of learning. But here's what struck me about the realisation: the outcome was better. The users were learning things that mattered to them, not just absorbing content designed to maximise engagement metrics. They were gathering voluntarily, staying focused not because of gamification mechanics, but because the knowledge was genuinely valuable. They were teaching each other, building a culture of shared learning. That wasn't something I could have built in my previous life. The corporate training software I developed was designed to maximise user time, maximise data collection, maximise the company's ability to sell insights about behaviour patterns. It optimised for the company's success, not the user's learning, but here, with no metrics to satisfy except did the goblins learn what they needed, the system worked better. This is what functional knowledge transfer looks like. This is what I was trying to build all along before the system corrupted the goal into something extractive. Glitz emerged from her side chamber as the evening deepened, and I could sense her curiosity through the familiar way she approached the crystal.
That was a long conversation, she said, settling near the core. Grubnuck looked like something fundamental shifted.
I think it did, I said. He spent 3 years believing his ideas were wrong, believing that the kingdom was right to exile him, believing that safety required accepting stagnation, and in less than a week here, he started to believe again.
What changed?
I asked him what he wanted, I said, and I listened to the answer without trying to optimise it or extract value from it. I just listened. And then I said his vision mattered to me. That's the change.
That's it?
Glitz asked.
Just listening?
Just listening, I confirmed. The kingdom had made him stop talking, had made his family ashamed, had burned his writings and scattered his followers by simply being a space that said, your ideas are welcome here. I undid 3 years of exile.
So what's his vision? Glitz asked. What does Grubnuck want to build?
He's still figuring that out, I said. But I think it involves making this dungeon a real example of what's possible. Something that lasts. Something that proves to other exiles that systems can operate differently.
That's ambitious,
Glitz said. That's dangerous, I corrected, and I think Grabnak knows it. But the amazing thing is, he's choosing the danger anyway. He's choosing to build something radical because the alternative is accepting exile as permanent, accepting that some creatures are just too dangerous to let live. His history is remarkable, I said. He was the royal scribe to the great Greenfang kingdom. They exiled him for trying to modernise goblin civilization. He spent 3 years alone before finding ours. The imp was quiet for a moment. So he's another exile, Glitz said softly. Like you. Both of you failed at trying to change systems from the inside. Yeah. But now you're trying to change one from the outside, by building something better. Apparently. That's a specific kind of dangerous, Glitz said. The sort where existing is the threat, but you're threatening by existing. Systems don't like being proved wrong. System notification. Sanctuary expansion initiated. Your dungeon now has 2 architects. 1 crystal core with impossible sensory limitations. 1 exiled royal scribe with forbidden knowledge. Together, you are capable of building something unprecedented. The kingdom will almost certainly try to destroy you eventually, but at least the facilities will be excellent. Note, this is what they call dramatic irony. You're building a utopia while the apocalypse sharpens its knives. Then we make sure the system can't destroy us, I said. The pressure sense in the dungeon changed after that conversation. The shift was subtle but unmistakable. The goblins moved with less fear, more purpose. Grabnak carried himself differently, as though 3 years of cave weight had finally lifted, acknowledged and released. By the evening of day 15, the 3 goblins learning to read had expanded to 6. Grabnak was teaching them in the communal chamber, and the pressure sense I got from the focused attention was almost meditative. Adults and younger goblins both, learning that marks on surfaces could represent sounds, that sounds could become meaning, that meaning had power. Power that the kingdom had tried to deny them. I wonder if the Greenfang King understands that he created this. By exiling Grabnak, by burning his writings, by proving that progress equals death, he guaranteed that when an opportunity appeared, someone would be ready to seize it. He made a revolutionary by refusing to let evolution happen naturally. Glitz settled beside the crystal as the evening deepened. You're quieter than usual, she observed. I'm trying to predict the future, I said, which is stupid because I'm a crystal core with spatial awareness and a limited understanding of human or goblin psychology, but I'm trying anyway. What future do you see? Best case, we build something functional. The kingdom gets distracted with other problems, we fade into legend, the dungeon that was too kind to be real. 100 years from now, other refugees come looking for a place like this and find it waiting. Worst case? Best case takes about 2 weeks before a royal patrol decides to investigate the rumour of a goblin gathering. Then we either fight and fail or we surrender and they kill everyone. There's no good outcome where the kingdom learns about a dungeon run on humanist principles. So you're betting everything on obscurity? I'm betting everything on building something worth the risk, I corrected. If this doesn't work, at least it will have meant something. At least 17 goblins got to experience safety and dignity before the end. That's not nothing. Outside the dungeon, somewhere in the darkness of the kingdom's territory, I sensed the pressure sense of patrols moving through the mountains, looking for goblins, looking for threats. Not looking for us yet, not specifically, but getting closer with each passing day. They'd find us eventually. The math was simple. 17 displaced goblins left tracks, and the kingdom was motivated to follow. Inside, 17 goblins slept safely, and 1 former royal scribe was teaching 6 of them to recognise written letters by the light of a carefully maintained fire. Squib was carving another relief into the wall, this one more ambitious than the last, shapes that looked almost like script, almost like meaning. The goblins who understood his intent gathered to watch, pressure signatures steady, with something approaching pride. I'd built a sanctuary, and sanctuaries by definition are fragile things, but Grabnak was right. The world had never stopped him before, and he wasn't alone anymore. Neither was I. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough to change the equation. Not to prevent the inevitable end, but to prove that something different was possible. That systems could operate on principles other than fear and extraction. That goblins could learn to read. That a dungeon core could refuse to be a monster and still survive. For now, that would have to be enough. Chapter 11. Small, reptilian and opinionated. The vibration came first, a rhythmic pulse against the bedrock that made my awareness jitter like a bad caffeine jag. Not the chaotic scramble of a hunting party, not the heavy trudge of armoured patrols. This was organised, measured. a vibration that announced intention with the precision of someone reading from a technical specification sheet. Someone was doing survey work on my doorstep. "Glitz," I transmitted. "We have company. 12 figures, all walking in geometric formation." Glitz materialised with her characteristic shriek of delight, cascading sparkles briefly illuminating the central chamber like someone had set off a glitter bomb in a cave. "Oh, Sarah! Oh, new visitors! This is wonderful! Are they friends? Are they threats? Are they both?" "Ask them before they tunnel into our west wall," I said, trying to pass the vibration signature. Not human gait. Too short, too heavy, a different rhythm entirely. The cadence spoke to something built differently, something with a distinct relationship to gravity and stone. And if they're mining... But Grubnuck was already moving, his massive frame thundering toward the entrance with a speed that suggested 5 days of accumulated paranoia. The goblins had been on edge since dawn, a strange restlessness that had them sharpening tools and reinforcing barricades like we were under siege. I'd asked once what they were preparing for, and Grubnuck had just said, "Grubnuck smells danger in wind," which wasn't helpful, but was probably accurate, given that goblins could smell things I couldn't, even theoretically perceive, things that existed in registers my dungeon senses couldn't access. "Not human," Grubnuck projected, his mental voice sharp with something I couldn't quite categorise. Fear, shame, both? "Those footfalls. Grubnuck knows these steps. Kobolds. Copperclaw Collective, maybe? Yes, that smell. Metal and slate dust and some kind of stone oil, definitely Copperclaw. Grubnuck recognises their signature work scent." The vibration resolved as whatever delegation approached reached the outer cavern. I pushed my perception outward, assembling an image from pressure and resonance to the faint electromagnetic hum of the earth itself, responding to organised movement. Small. Compact. Arthropod-like posture despite the bipedal stance. Scales catching the sparse light from Glitz's aura, reflecting back in geometric patterns. Rigid formation, 3 across, 4 deep. Not a single out-of-line step in the whole group. The precision of it was almost painful. 12 of them. Oh no. "Glitz, meet them at the entrance. Be diplomatic. Don't commit to anything." "Diplomatic? Yes, I can do diplomatic. Well, I can do enthusiastic, which is the same thing if you squint hard and believe in synchronicity. I'm going." I turned my attention inward, sweeping through the goblin warren with what I'd started calling my fear sense, though that was giving myself too much credit. It was more like sensing emotional temperature, the way you can feel someone's anger in a room without them saying a word. The goblins were hot. Rage temperature, paranoia temperature, the kind of deep-seated hatred that came from species-level tribal memory coded into their bones through generations of conflict. They'd probably fought kobolds 100 times, 1,000 times, back in whatever caves and mountain systems had birthed both their species. Grubnuck dropped into the west chamber, where the goblins clustered around a central fire pit they'd somehow convinced me to let them build. The stone groaned under the sudden temperature difference, a protest that echoed through my awareness like a complaint I'd hear about next week when I inevitably had to reinforce everything. I made a mental note to add structural reinforcement to the list, right under "Prevent Dungeon Civil War" and "Figure out what Glitz can do." "Kobolds come," Grubnuck announced, and the cavern went silent. The crackling flame suddenly seemed too loud, every snap and hiss amplified by the absence of other sound. The goblins sat motionless, their eyes catching the firelight in thin, hostile lines. "From Copperclaw Engineering Collective, most likely. They probably want to demolish your pathetic warren and rebuild it with proper specifications," came a new voice, sharp and clear through Glitz's projection, speaking common with the crisp precision of someone who'd rehearsed this speech several times during a long journey. "Including moisture barriers, load-bearing assessments, structural redundancy protocols, foundational integrity reviews, and defensive configurations that won't collapse during a major earthquake, which statistically is inevitable given the fault lines present in this region." Oh, this one's going to be fun. The architectural gatekeeping is already starting. The kobold leader came into my perception range with the self-assurance of someone who'd never met an ego that didn't fit through a doorway. I got an impression of scales coloured in deep copper and bronze, muscles tight with efficiency and engineered precision, a frame that might reach my core chamber's diameter if standing on a chair, and an air of absolute certainty that the world had been waiting for his expertise. His scent profile came through too, a complex mix of metal oxides, worked stone, and ozone. I am Skreek, he continued, his comment so precise it nearly hurt, like listening to someone read technical specifications aloud in a monotone voice. Lead architect of the Copperclaw Engineering Collective, holding current certification from the Dungeon Corps Advancement Service and the Royal Engineering Board. You have been assessed as a Dungeon Corps of moderate potential and severely inadequate infrastructure development, structural integrity, defensive configuration, and disaster preparedness. We have been contracted by the Dungeon Corps Advancement Service, a division of the Kingdom's Interior Ministry, to evaluate your structural soundness, provide comprehensive recommendations for modernisation, and establish a timeline for implementation that meets DCAS standards. One of the goblins growled, a sound like stone grinding against stone in the depths of the earth. Another reached for his weapon, an instinctive movement that probably predated language. A third, one of the younger ones who'd arrived with the initial wave, actually stood up, knuckles white around a spear that looked like it had seen some legitimate combat and was eager for more. Hold, Grabnak commanded, his voice somehow carrying more weight than his physical body should have allowed, resonating through the stone with authority. And surprisingly, devastatingly, they listened. His authority wasn't enforced by strength or status here, not exactly. It was something older. Something that suggested 5 years of exile hadn't completely stripped away whatever position he'd held in Greenfang Kingdom before everything fell apart. Skreek, you bring assessment. Grabnak remembers assessment reports from old life, yes. Royal Scribe learned to read them. They are tools of court that want dungeons either managed carefully or removed entirely for being inconvenient. Skreek's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. I caught it through the vibration in his stance, a micro-tension in the muscles of his shoulders and jaw. The assessment is merely to ensure you meet baseline safety standards and can contribute productively to the Kingdom's dungeon network, and that we are profitable and non-threatening, Grabnak finished quietly. Or that we are removed to somewhere less inconvenient. Yes, Grabnak knows these calculations, has read the reports, has seen dungeons move 3 times because they cost more than they produced. The chamber went quiet enough that I could feel the tiny tremors of individual heartbeats, the rhythmic percussion of systems trying to decide whether to go to war or stand down. Goblin hearts heavy and rapid, like war drums echoing through the earth. Kobold hearts quick and light, like the ticking of some mechanical device counting down to something. All of them potential enemies in the space of a few seconds, a powder keg of species-level animosity that one wrong word would ignite into open conflict. I made a decision that would haunt me. A decision that looks reasonable when you're terrified and completely falls apart under scrutiny the next morning. I sent a pulse through my bond with both groups, a wave of my recently expanded existential dread generation skill, cranked down from existential horror to something more like ominous warning, a reminder that they were both standing inside the lair of something fundamentally other, something that could kill them all if it decided to. The goblins felt it as defiance, a reminder that I was here and dangerous and theirs. The kobolds felt it as proper respect for the dungeon corps that owned their futures. Both reactions were technically accurate. Both reactions suited me fine. Sometimes leadership means terrifying everyone equally. I appreciate professional assessments, I transmitted to Skreek, my mental voice carefully modulated to something approaching diplomatic. And I value the security of my dungeon and the welfare of my current workers. Skreek's head tilted in a gesture that might have been curiosity or contempt. Probably both. Your current workers are, and I mean no personal offence to any individual present, fundamentally unsuited to specialised structural tasks. Goblins lack the precision required for modern dungeon design. Their warren building is charming from a cultural perspective, but the load-bearing capacity of these chambers is objectively inadequate by DCAS standards. The moisture barriers don't exist. The foundation work is intuitive rather than calculated. The stone supports have not been assessed for long-term stress patterns. We built what she wanted, one of the goblins snarled, standing up despite Grabnak's earlier command. A female, stronger than the others, with scars across her arm that looked older than her current body, etched in during centuries of conflicts across multiple lifetimes or reincarnations. More than adequate. More than any stone lizard could want. More than any dungeon core could risk building. Grabnak, Grabnak said quietly, and the scarred goblin fell silent, though fury still radiated from her, like heat off a cooking stone. Grabnak, please. Grabnak asks for patience. Stone Lizard isn't wrong about this, yes? Is difficult to hear, but Grabnak knows kobolds do engineering well. Different skills, not lesser skills. Different approaches, not worse approaches. Like saying human warrior beats goblin warrior because human's stronger. Not the same comparison. The entire cavern vibrated with barely suppressed violence, an undercurrent of aggression that I could feel like a frequency just below the threshold of comfortable hearing. Everyone had weapons and was waiting for someone else to move first. I did something then that violated several principles of dungeon management as understood by the DCAS, but seemed necessary to prevent my dungeon from being torn apart by civil war before I'd hit level 3. I extended my perception to cover the boundary between the Goblin Warren and the Eastern Passages, then split myself mentally into 2 separate control focuses, a feat that made my core feel like it was being stretched across space in ways that stone wasn't meant to stretch. The stone walls themselves began to reconfigure, partitions rising from the bedrock with a grinding rumble that echoed through every chamber and probably could be heard from the entrance cavern. The goblins watched their west warren seal from the eastern sections, a physical manifestation of separation and territory and clear boundary. The kobolds watched a mirror partitioning create equal space and equal demarcation on the east side, equitable divisions of labour and space. System notification. Minor Earth manipulation has advanced to rank 4 through innovative application. New capability unlocked. Dual chamber control. Note. Excellent organisational thinking. Terrible risk management executed with moderate competence. Hopefully this doesn't catastrophically fail. The Copper Claw Collective, I announced, my voice resonating through both carved sections simultaneously, echoing off the fresh stone, is contracted to handle eastern expansion and all infrastructure development for that region. You will have unfettered access to materials and space. I expect engineering documentation, progress reports, and any critical structural concerns brought to me immediately. Skreek straightened, a posture of vindication and professional acknowledgement. Several of the goblins started to protest in overlapping rumbles of complaint. The Goblin Warren, I continued firmly, remains a Creative Commons under Grabnuk's leadership. You will handle defensive innovations, cultural development, and specialised constructions that require intuitive rather than purely precise engineering. I expect similar regular reports on progress, resource usage, and any safety concerns. Reports? Grabnuk questioned, his tone suggesting this was a novel concept, though Grabnuk was smart enough to understand it was probably necessary for maintaining order. Trust but verify, I said, and somewhere in my response I could hear corporate jargon from another life, from another body that could breathe and sleep, and pretend that quarterly reviews and status updates made sense. Both groups answer to me. Both groups have authority in their territories. The central chambers, including my core room and the entrance gauntlet, are neutral ground, no violence. No territorial escalation, no sabotage, or passive-aggressive renovations. Any disputes come to me before they come to weapons. The stone itself had trembled during my restructuring, responding to the magnitude of my concentration, a physical manifestation of effort that I could feel like overextended muscle fibres. The echo persisted now, a faint ache in my awareness, like delayed soreness from a workout I wasn't ready for. But the cavern was separated, the boundaries clear, both territories equivalent in size, and both groups had something to prove in their assigned space. This is not optimal from a structural perspective, Skreek said finally, his tone suggesting he was grudgingly accepting a suboptimal solution. But it is acceptable, pending your written agreement to structural modifications in the Western Passages to prevent their potential catastrophic failure during the next significant seismic event. I've calculated a 6.3% probability of major structural failure within the next 2 years based on current load distribution. 6.3% is bullshit, Grabnak said loudly. Stone is stone. Stone is strong. Stone has been strong since before Copperclaw was digging. Stone is, Skreek replied, with the patience of someone explaining something to a child, subject to multiple variables, including shear stress, differential settling, moisture degradation, harmonic resonance, and fatigue patterns. Your warren has been constructed with excellent intuitive understanding of these factors, but intuition is not the same as precise engineering. If Grabnak and the warren agreed to structural modifications, I interjected before this could escalate into a full technical argument neither side would win, then they have final authority over their own space. They get approval rights on any changes. We agree, Grabnak said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of compromise and pragmatism. Yes, we agree to work with stone lizards on structure. We'll prove that goblin work is also valuable work. Not lesser work, different work. The other goblins didn't look happy, their body language suggesting various levels of betrayal and resignation, but they would follow Grubnak's lead. That was becoming clear to me over these past days, this strange authority he carried despite being in exile, despite his insecurity about his education and his accent and his perceived inadequacy. The goblins had chosen him when he arrived, and they stayed with him through what seemed like genuine respect mixed with hope. Skreek inclined his head, a gesture that was probably as close to respect as I'd get from an engineer who had clearly been trained in a system where precision was valued above all else and intuition was treated as a liability. I will require access to your core chamber to conduct a full assessment of your foundational stability. I'll also need access to all load-bearing walls, the entrance gauntlet, and any expansion zones you're considering. Tomorrow, I said. Today, I prefer to wait until everyone has calmed down and we're not all vibrating with the urge to commit murder on each other. He actually made a sound that might have been laughter, a dry clicking noise like stones clicking together in a mostly empty chamber. You are managing to avoid catastrophe through strategic resource separation and deferred conflict resolution. This is competent. Unexpected in a newly formed corps, but competent. I did not anticipate this level of organisational thinking. That's either a compliment or an insult. With Skreek, they're probably the same thing. Glitz reappeared in a shower of sparkles, having apparently been managing the full kobold delegation outside, probably with more enthusiasm than was strictly warranted. Oh, they're wonderful! They brought their own tools, so organised, immaculate, extremely concerned about precise measurements. They've been taking notes about your beautiful expansion chambers. They're going to absolutely love building here. Sarah, this is spectacular. This is the best. Let's not celebrate until we haven't had a goblin-kobold war in our first week of cohabitation, I muttered. But as I felt Skreek and his team settle into the eastern passages, claiming spaces and beginning what could only be a detailed inventory of their new work territory, checking measurements and taking notes and composing formal assessment documents, I had to admit that something had shifted. My dungeon now had dual infrastructure tracks, goblin creativity and intuition balanced against kobold precision and engineering rigour. It was the worst possible startup management philosophy, playing two different teams against each other, creating internal competition for resources, and it would absolutely work for reasons nobody could articulate at a board meeting, but everyone would understand from field experience. System notification. You have acquired the Copperclaw Engineering Collective. Dungeon now has 12 kobold workers of varying skill levels and specialisations. Note, congratulations on avoiding your first management disaster through the creative application of forced segregation and mutual competition. This approach has a 60% historical success rate. You have adequate odds. Grubnak approached me later, settling into his usual position near my core chamber, the stone beneath him warm from his natural body heat. The vibrations he transmitted through contact were becoming familiar, almost comforting in their consistency. He processed complex emotions through proximity and stone communication, a language that didn't require words and therefore didn't require his accent or his grammatical quirks. You're wondering if you made the right choice, I said. Yes, he confirmed. Grubnak wonders if letting stone lizards into our home means home is no longer ours. Grubnak understands this is dramatic and emotionally reactive, but the wondering is loud, deafening, screaming inside Grubnak's head. I wonder if I'm competent enough to have a dungeon at all, I admitted, dropping my mental voice to something more private, just between us. I'm making this up as I go. Every decision feels like I'm pulling out of thin air and hoping it doesn't collapse catastrophically. Yesterday I had goblins, today I have goblins and kobolds. Tomorrow I might have bandits or heroes, or the kingdom removing me. Grubnak also makes this up, he said. Is royal scribe. Was educated, but Grubnak has no training in leading goblins, no training in exile, no training in helping Dungeon Corps manage two species who want to kill each other. Grubnak makes things up. All things up. Is making things up right now, every moment, making things up. Exhausting work. You're doing fine, I said. The goblins listen to you, they follow you. That's not nothing. Is something, Grubnak said, but Grubnak does not know if is right something. Grubnak told them to accept stone lizards. Grubnak told them to be open-minded. Grubnak told them that different is not worse, but Grubnak also remembers killing kobolds in Greenfang Kingdom. Grubnak remembers raids. Grubnak remembers why goblins and stone lizards do not live together. So, why did you tell them to work with Skreek? Because, Grabnak said slowly, you were right. Because together, both groups are stronger than separate. Because Grabnak learned that exile teaches you that the enemy of your enemy is not always your enemy. Sometimes it's just different. And sometimes different has things you need. That's profound, I said, in a weird, circuitous way. Is very weird circuitous, Grabnak agreed. Grabnak does not understand it. Grabnak only knows it feels true. So we're both incompetent and it's working anyway. It's working because neither of us wants to fail, Grabnak said. Grabnak was disgraced in Greenfang Kingdom. Cannot go home. Cannot go to other kingdoms that know Grabnak's name. Is wanted for crimes, yes, small crimes. Crimes of thought mostly, but crimes. This is the only home now. This cavern, these goblins, this dungeon, Grabnak will not let it fail. You will not let it fail, yes, this is why it works. Not because we are smart, because we are afraid. I sat with that for a moment, the weight of it settling into my perception like bedrock settling under pressure over geological time. He was right. My dungeon was being held together by desperation, fear, and the stubborn refusal of two misfits to let their only option collapse into ruin. It wasn't a foundation I'd have chosen if I'd had better options, but I didn't. Home is a start-up you didn't plan to found, populated by species that should hate each other, managed by a software engineer who is literally made of mineral deposits, and an exiled goblin royal scribe who speaks in third person. This is either going to be magnificent or catastrophic. No middle ground. What are you thinking? Grabnak asked, sensing the spiral of my internal monologue through the stone connection. That I should probably do something strategic, I said. Like, prepare for the assessment tomorrow, or figure out what Skreek's going to find wrong with us, or plan for the next crisis, but mostly I'm thinking I'm too tired to be a functioning dungeon core. Grabnak is also tired, he said. Grabnak has not slept since they arrived. But Grabnak will not sleep. If Grabnak sleeps, something bad happens. This is what exile teaches. You must always be ready for bad thing. That's a terrible way to live. Yes, Grabnak agreed. But is living, yes. Is still here, still building, still trying. This is better than alternative. Outside, Skreek was taking measurements in the moonlight that filtered through the entrance cavern, making calculations and drafting recommendations that I'd need to evaluate. Inside, Grabnak was planning something aggressive and territorial in the western chambers, some move to prove that goblin innovation was worth respect. In the central passages, Glitz was introducing the kobold teams to the fear gauntlet with inappropriate enthusiasm, and encouraging them to run through it multiple times to see if they could break anything. My dungeon was becoming something I didn't recognise, something that wouldn't fit neatly into any category I understood from my previous life in corporate development. It was becoming its own entity, separate from my intentions, developing its own culture and dynamics and internal politics, a personality that was strange and contradictory and held together by duct tape and optimism. The weirdest part, the part that terrified me more than Skreek's structural assessments or Grabak's barely suppressed hostility, or the knowledge that the kingdom's interior ministry was watching, was that I was starting to think of it as mine, in a way that had nothing to do with soul contracts or system assignments or spiritual bonds to the stone. I was thinking of it as home, and that was far more dangerous than anything the DCAS could ever assess. Skreek appeared at my core chamber entrance, just as Grabnak was settling into contemplative silence. The kobold architect moved with mechanical precision, every motion calculated and efficient. The western passages have good potential, Skreek said without preamble. The stone selection is sound, the layout is intuitive. Your goblin crew has excellent instincts for spatial flow and defensive positioning. I will recommend to the assessment committee that we work in collaborative arrangement with them rather than replacing their contributions. It was maybe the nicest thing he could have said, and he said it like he was reporting on moisture content. That's good to hear, I said. It is not good, Skreek corrected. It is optimal. Good is vague, optimal has measurements, but yes, the partnership may work. He paused, and I could almost detect something like uncertainty in his stance. I have been informed that you demonstrated innovative thinking by creating separate territories rather than subjugating one group to the other. This isn't typical dungeon management. I was trying not to have a war, I said. Exactly. You avoided war by providing both groups with purpose and territory. This is intelligent. Most dungeon cores either enslave all workers to single hierarchy or collapse into conflict. You've created a symbiotic system. It is good thinking. Optimal thinking, I corrected. Yes, he said, and I swear I heard something like amusement in his voice. Optimal. He left, and Grubnuck transmitted satisfaction through the stone, a vibration that felt almost like laughter. Grubnuck thinks Stone Lizard just gave you compliment, Grubnuck said. I think he just told me I'm adequate at my job, I said. From Squeak, this is high praise. I could live with adequate. Adequate kept dungeons standing. Chapter 12. The Productivity Wars. The second week of cohabitation didn't dissolve into total war, which I considered a victory by any reasonable standard. By day 22, my dungeon had developed a functional dual-track system. The goblins occupied the western chambers, their warrens expanding upward with creative flair and complete disregard for safety protocols. The kobolds occupied the eastern passages, creating infrastructure that would have made a civil engineer weep with joy at the precision. And I was slowly going insane, managing both. System notification. Shadow Theatre has advanced to Rank 3 through sustained environmental manipulation. New capability unlocked. Memory mirrors. New skill available. Experienced dungeon design. Note, you're learning the hard way that managing multiple species is like managing two different engineering teams who speak different languages and have different definitions of success. The memory mirrors skill was interesting, in a way that suggested the system understood something I didn't. I could theoretically create reflective surfaces that let creatures see memories, some kind of psychological horror element that fit nicely with my existing existential dread generation. The experienced dungeon design skill was clearly a path toward legitimacy, toward becoming the kind of dungeon core that could manage professional credentials. Neither skill would help me deal with what was happening in the central chambers. This is inefficient, Squeak announced, materialising at my core chamber with his typical lack of warning. The goblin team generates dust clouds when they work. The kobold team operates precision measurements. You have two work crews in the same central chamber creating environmental interference. They work on opposite sides of the chamber, I said. They share the same air system. Particulates from goblin construction interfere with kobold precision measurements. Additionally, Grabak deliberately kicks dust clouds in my crew's direction, creating what I categorise as passive-aggressive sabotage. That's a strong word for it. That is the accurate word, Squeak said. Grabak is engaging in territorial disruption. It is counterproductive. I recommend either separate ventilation systems or separate work hours. I'll talk to Grubnuck, I said. I didn't need to talk to Grubnuck. I could feel what was happening through the stone. Grabak was doing it on purpose, and Grubnuck knew and was allowing it as a pressure valve. If I stopped the dust kicking, I'd suppress goblin agency. If I let it continue, I'd eventually have Squeak demanding official grievance protocols. This is like managing a tech company where half the team still doesn't believe the other half deserves to be here. Glitz materialised, with her typical explosion of sparkles. Oh, Sarah, the kobolds are wonderful. They built a machine for measuring things with gears and calibration. Impressive! And the goblins built a battering ram to prove they could build something bigger, and now they're both arguing about structural integrity and practical applications. Sarah, this is amazing. It's chaos, I said. Productive chaos, Glitz insisted. The best kind. Friendly competition drives innovation, they say, and you have two whole species competing. This is spectacular. One of them's going to get hurt, I said. Only if someone isn't being careful, Glitz said brightly. And you can be careful. You're their dungeon. You can make them careful. Glitz had a point beneath the inappropriate enthusiasm. I could make them careful. I could enforce safety protocols. I could use my glowing vibration control to warn them before something broke. I could prevent that battering ram from being completed if it threatened load-bearing walls. What I couldn't do was make them respect each other. System notification. You have assigned distinct work protocols to both species populations. Enforced protocols include separate work hours, designated zones, safety apparatus review. Note, micromanagement prevents immediate conflict. It does not build actual cooperation. By day 20, I'd developed a rotation system. Goblins worked the central chamber during odd hours. Kobolds worked during even hours. It was arbitrary and annoying, and it kept them from directly competing for resources. Grabak complained constantly, directing creative insults at the stone lizards and their fancy pants measurements. Squeak responded with detailed technical critiques of goblin work, each delivered with mechanical precision and no sense of irony. They were both right about most things. Grabnak actually smiled about it. "It's good," he said, vibrating through the stone with what sounded like contentment. "It's healthy conflict. Not about respect yet, yes, but about coexisting. Respect comes later, if it comes at all." "You sound like a therapist," I said. "Grabnak was educated in diplomacy," he said. "Before disgrace, before exile. Grabnak learned that conflict isn't always bad as a tool. Can be used for destruction or for growth." "You're suspiciously zen about this," I said. "Grabnak has been exiled a long time," he said. "Grabnak learned that surviving is victory. Respect is luxury. Coexisting is what matters." The goblins had made significant progress on the western defensive architecture. They had carved out 3 distinct kill zones, each one featuring a different approach to channeling enemies into impossible situations. One was a narrow corridor, with holes carved into the ceiling, that allowed for aerial assault from the upper passages. Another was a chamber, where the stone itself had been shaped into obstacles and potential cover, turning the space into a tactical puzzle that would require an enemy to think rather than charge. The third was something Grabak called the Grinder, a chamber where multiple passages intersected at odd angles, and the floor had been carved with patterns that would make running dangerous for anything larger than a goblin. It was creative, aggressive, and intuitive. The goblins had designed these chambers based on combat experience, generations of warfare that existed in their tribal memory, even if they couldn't articulate it in technical language. The kobolds had reinforced the eastern passages, with load-bearing pillars spaced precisely 4.7 metres apart, a distance calculated based on mathematics I didn't understand but apparently optimal for weight distribution. They'd created drainage systems that would prevent water accumulation during heavy rains, ventilation shafts that would prevent carbon dioxide build-up, and something Squeak called structural redundancy protocols that involved backup supports for critical areas. They'd also mapped out the entire eastern section with measurements precise enough that I could theoretically navigate by numbers alone, never needing to sense the space. It was methodical, thorough, and necessary. When I pointed out that both sides had legitimate value, Grabak and Squeak looked at me like I'd suggested something radical. "Your western defences are tactically superior," Squeak said to Grabak. "They account for enemy psychology in ways my designs do not. They use terrain as weapon, rather than merely as structural element." Grabak stared. "Did Stone Lizard just compliment goblin work?" "I stated a technical fact," Squeak said. "If that constitutes compliment in your social framework, then yes, your work is strategically sound." "Your eastern infrastructure is structurally superior?" Grabak said, attempting to return the compliment. "It is very precise, very organised. Goblins could not build what you build." Squeak tilted his head. "Goblins could not care to build what I build," he corrected. "You could, if you chose, to prioritise precision over intuition. But you choose correctly. You value speed and adaptation. I value durability and consistency. Both approaches are valid." "You understand what's happening?" I asked Grabnak one night. Yes, he said. "They prove value to you, both groups, trying to make themselves indispensable. Trying to prove their way isn't just different, but better. So, how do I stop them from trying to outcompete each other into destruction?" "You don't," Grabnak said. "You accept that they will compete. You channel competition toward dungeon strength. They prove their value, dungeon gets stronger. They push each other, both groups improve. Not about harmony, about mutual threat, creating mutual evolution." That's actually not terrible management theory. The core chamber had been expanding on its own, responding to the increased activity. The stone seemed more alert, more present. The temperature shifts that had once felt random now felt deliberate, as if the dungeon itself was developing preferences. I assigned the new space to a neutral zone, a chamber where neither group had jurisdiction. I called it the Assembly Hall. This turned out to be a mistake. "I have a proposal," Squeak announced, appearing in the Assembly Hall with formal precision. He'd brought 3 other kobolds, all smaller than him, all carrying tools and what looked like blueprints sketched on prepared leather. The goblins have developed a significant defensive advantage with their warren architecture. Their appeals to dungeon security are statistically meaningful. However, they lack infrastructure for long-term sustainment. Okay, I said. I propose a combined project. The goblins design the overall defensive strategy. The kobolds execute the infrastructure. We create something that combines goblin tactical intuition with kobold precision execution. We become, temporarily, a unified team, working toward dungeon strength rather than species superiority. It was the most Skreek thing he'd ever said, perhaps in technical language, but fundamentally suggesting that both groups had value. Why? I asked. Because I have conducted assessment of the pertinent parameters, Skreek said, and the conclusion is that a dungeon that collapses due to internal conflict is a dungeon that cannot serve anyone's interests. Additionally, your dungeon is being evaluated by the Dungeon Core Advancement Service on a rotational basis. The next assessment is in approximately 4 weeks. A dungeon that demonstrates internal stability and coordinated growth will receive higher marks than a dungeon that demonstrates factional conflict. So you're suggesting cooperation because it's better for my evaluation rating? I'm suggesting cooperation because it's strategically optimal for everyone involved, Skreek said. Your survival benefits them. Their success benefits you. Their pride is soothed by my acknowledgement of their value. Your dungeon gets stronger. Everyone achieves their goals. This stone lizard just out-negotiated me using pure logic. I called a meeting by using glitz to gather everyone in the assembly hall because I didn't trust myself not to accidentally project mental coercion through my fear sense. Grabak arrived first, suspicious as always. Skreek arrived second with his team. Grubnak arrived third, and he was already nodding slightly, as if he'd anticipated what was coming. Skreek has proposed that the goblin tactical design and kobold execution work together on a unified project, I announced. A combined effort to make the dungeon stronger. Both groups get recognition. Both groups contribute. Neither group is subservient to the other. Is trap, Grubak said immediately. Is stone lizard trick. They want our designs, then ignore us. Grubnak said quietly. Grubnak, they... Is not trap, Grubnak said. Grubnak knows Skreek. Not nice goblin, no yes, but is honest. Doesn't trick when truth is better result. Grubnak says we listen. Grubak looked like she wanted to argue, but she didn't. Skreek laid out the proposal. The goblins would design a series of defensive chambers based on their territorial knowledge and combat instincts. The kobolds would implement the infrastructure, creating the structural systems that would keep those chambers functional long-term. The combined result would be a dungeon that was both tactically effective and structurally sound. We will honour goblin design choices, Skreek said, and I could see the effort this cost him, with structural parameters. We will present recommendations, but defer to goblin judgment on tactical matters. This is genuine partnership. And if stone lizards ignore us, Grubak asked, then I resign as lead architect and recommend to the Copperclaw Collective that we withdraw from this contract, Skreek said flatly. My professional reputation depends on delivering quality work. Misrepresenting goblin input as inferior and ignoring their contributions would damage that reputation. Additionally, it would be functionally dishonest. He's appealing to her sense of fairness by being completely rational about self-interest. Grubak, I said, you've got final approval on design changes. If Skreek violates this, I'll shut down the entire Eastern operation until he apologises. Publicly. To you. Grubak's scarred face twisted into something that might have been a smile. Then we have deal. The next 2 weeks were chaos, but productive chaos, that generated something real. Grubak and Skreek created a design together, a collaboration between Grubak sketching out kill zones on stone with charcoal, and Skreek calculating load-bearing implications on leather maps with his precise measurements. Then, Grubak would adjust her designs based on structural feedback, realising that sometimes precision and intuition work together. And Skreek would acknowledge that her adjustments were smarter than his original recommendations, that her understanding of how enemies move through space was something he could never calculate. Your placement of this passage intersection, Skreek said, pointing at Grubak's charcoal sketch, creates a funnel effect that channels defenders to this elevation. where they have tactical advantage against attackers. This is elegant. It is also the only place where stone is strong enough, Grabak said. Felt it through hands, Stone told me. You're right, Squeak said. The geological formations do support this choice. What you call feeling is actually sensing micro-variations in stone density through vibration feedback. You are conducting geological assessment without formalising it as such. Grabak grunted. Agreement, maybe? Grudging respect, maybe. With Grabak, hard to tell. Other goblins watched from a distance, observing that Grabak talked to the stone lizard, collaborating rather than competing. The younger ones seemed to absorb the possibility that working with other species didn't automatically mean submission. Other kobolds watched Squeak, acknowledging goblin design as valid, as worthy of respect, as something he hadn't considered in his training. If their lead architect valued goblin intuition, then perhaps intuition wasn't the weakness they'd been taught it was. It was like watching two artists work in completely different mediums, finally realise they were creating the same painting. The painting just happened to be a tactical fortress designed to kill things efficiently while standing for 1,000 years. You know what I'm realising? I told Grubnuck, as we watched the collaboration intensify over the following days. They're not learning to like each other, they're learning to respect each other's methods. That's more valuable. Is exactly what Grubnuck was hoping, he said. Like and respect are different things. Can have one without other. Can have both if fortunate, but respect is enough. Respect is foundation. Like can grow from respect, yes. The final design was impressive. A series of interlocking chambers that Grabak had sketched, now reinforced with Squeak's structural engineering. Defensive zones that would funnel attackers into kill zones, while maintaining structural integrity to survive repeated assaults. A fortress within a dungeon, designed by species that should have hated each other, created for protecting something neither of them fully understood yet. My dungeon. Our dungeon. The thing we're building together. That thought should have terrified me. Instead, I felt stability for the first time since I'd woken up as a crystal. System notification! Experienced dungeon design has advanced to rank 2 through management of diverse construction teams. Structural reinforcement of core chamber completed. New defence configuration, interlocking stone plates. Defensive barrier system. Note, you've discovered that some problems are not solved by finding middle ground, but by combining different perspectives. Management theory as applied geology. The core chamber got stronger. The stone plates that Squeak designed could be manually locked together by the goblins if they detected a threat, creating a sealed defensive perimeter. The kill zones that Grabak had designed were now backed by engineering infrastructure that would let them last through multiple assaults. I started thinking of my dungeon as more of an achievement and less of a liability. Grubnuck appeared at my core chamber as the project reached completion. The two of us had developed a routine over 3 weeks. He would settle into the warmth of my core chamber, and we would transmit at a frequency only we could perceive, having conversations that felt like the only honest ones happening in my dungeon. Grubnuck wants to know, he said, if you are thinking about what comes next. The assessment rotation, I said. Squeak mentioned it. 4 weeks from now, the DCAS sends someone to evaluate our functionality, our growth potential, our overall worth to the Kingdom's dungeon network. Yes, Grubnuck said. And after assessment, Kingdom knows you exist. Kingdom knows dungeon is working. Kingdom also knows what dungeon is worth is dangerous knowledge, is valuable knowledge, both at the same time. I'm aware, I said. We're on the map now. Before we were just random dungeon in random caves. Now we're in official records, we're catalogued. We're assessed. Grubnuck has been thinking, he said carefully, about possibility that we are being tested. Not by Kingdom, not by DCAS, by something else. By whatever system put Grubnuck in goblin body and you in crystal and Glitz in fey form. You think we're part of some larger experiment? Grubnuck thinks we are watched, Grubnuck said. Grubnuck thinks system is curious about what happens when software engineer becomes dungeon core. What happens when exiled royal scribe leads goblins. What happens when Fey Guide helps build something that shouldn't exist? What happens when two species that hate each other create something beautiful together? I pulled my perception outward, trying to sense if there was anything watching from beyond my dungeon walls. Nothing obvious, but the system had never been obvious about anything. It spoke in notifications with hidden sarcasm. It evaluated me based on criteria I didn't understand. It had goals I could only guess at. If we're being watched, I said, what do you think they want from us?
Grubnock thinks they want to see if you can build something real, he said. If you can take fragments of broken people, goblins, kobolds, one fae, one software engineer, and make something that works. Something that means something. Something more than survival.
It was a heavy thought, the kind that settled into my core chamber, like water finding the lowest point and staying there. I pulled my perception outward, checking the perimeter that I'd begun to monitor constantly. The entrance cavern, the shadow corridors, the fear gauntlet, the defensive zones. Everything was quiet. Everything was secure. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. Then I detected it. Large, slow, methodical, moving through the approaches to my dungeon with the confidence of something that didn't understand fear, didn't understand caution, didn't understand anything except forward momentum. Pressing against my perimeter like someone knocking on a door they expected to be opened because that's what the world did for them. Oh no. Glitz, I transmitted. We have another visitor. Single entity, large, doesn't match any predator signature I recognise. Glitz appeared instantly, her sparkle suddenly frantic rather than cheerful.
Oh, Sarah, I feel it, so loud, so confident, convinced that it knows what's happening. Oh, this is wonderful, or terrible, maybe both. What do you think it is?
I don't know, I said, but I was reaching out through the shadow corridors, pushing my perception forward, trying to get a clear reading on this thing that was just walking into my dungeon like it owned the place. What came back was fragmented and confusing. The creature was humanoid, but built differently, armoured in a way that suggested protection rather than utility, carrying something that sang with magical resonance. And underneath the armour and the magic there was something that sounded like system notification, unknown dungeon visitor approaching, preliminary analysis, non-hostile posture with excessive vocalization. Warning, the visitor is conducting self-narration. This suggests either magical compulsion or severe psychological issues. It was talking to itself. Some kind of continuous running commentary on what it was seeing and doing and thinking, like it was having a conversation with an audience that existed only in its own head. Grubnock, I said quietly, trying to keep my mental voice calm. Does this sound like anyone you know? Grubnock's vibration through the stone suddenly became still, tension radiating from him like heat.
No, yes, he said carefully, but Grubnock knows type of creature called knight errant. Human who decided to become legend. Is stupid. Is dangerous because stupid things in armour hit hard. Very hard. Sometimes hit so hard they break your bones.
Fantastic, I said, my mental voice dripping with resignation. We've built this beautiful collaborative dungeon, goblins and kobolds working together, and now we're getting a self-narrating human in plate armour. The creature pushed further into the entrance cavern, and I finally got a clear reading. Plate armour, intricate and expensively maintained. The kind that suggested money, status, and probably a lot of time in a blacksmith's shop. A sword that sang with the weight of magical enchantment. A weapon that had probably killed a lot of things that didn't deserve killing. A human inside all that metal. Probably male, definitely talking to himself in a continuous stream of narration like he was dictating his own biography to an audience that only existed in his mind. And thus, Sir Humphrey the Valiant approaches the cavern with appropriate caution and strategic awareness, noting the defensive formations and carefully avoiding the obvious traps with the keen eye of experience. He's narrating his own approach as if he's the protagonist in his own story. As if this is something happening to an audience watching him. Glitz, I said, do we have any agreements or treaties with human knights?
I don't think so, Glitz said cheerfully. But he seems nice. Well, he thinks he's nice, and he thinks everyone else should think he's nice. That's the same as being nice if you believe in positive thinking.
It's really not, I said. But Sir Humphrey had already reached the fear gauntlet, had already stepped into the shadow corridors where my existential dread generation was waiting like a predator. His narration paused for approximately 3 seconds, as he felt the weight of my terror aura pressing against his consciousness, trying to convey the fundamental meaninglessness of individual human existence in the face of geological time. Then, and the Dungeon Corps, sensing my noble purpose and inherent virtue, acknowledges my approach with appropriate respect and recognition of my quest. He's interpreting my terror aura as deference. He's deciding that my fundamental incomprehension and dread is respect. This is not good, I said.
Is not good, yes,
Grubnuck agreed, his stone vibrations becoming alert and dangerous.
Grubnuck will alert war parties. Grubnuck will prepare goblin defences. Is knight-errant? Means he will not leave without completing some kind of quest. Means he will probably try to fight something, probably something that does not deserve fighting.
I don't want to fight this guy, I said.
Grubnuck knows, Grubnuck said. Grubnuck also knows fighting him is possible if necessary. Grubnuck has killed knight-errants before. It is possible. It's difficult. Very dangerous. Expensive in terms of people and resources.
Sir Humphrey was now fully inside the fear gauntlet, moving through the shadow corridors with the confidence of someone who had decided in advance that everything would work out because he was the hero of his own narrative. His armour clinked against the stone with every step. His breath was steady and controlled. His confidence was absolute and divorced from reality. And the passage opens before me, revealing the dungeon's innermost sanctums, where surely the great trial awaits, where perhaps the Dungeon Core herself will challenge me to prove my worth. I think I hate him, I said, and I meant it with the intensity of someone who had just realised the peaceful collaborative period was over.
Grubnuck thinks you'll hate him more before he leaves, Grubnuck said.
But I could feel something like amusement in his vibrations, a dark humour that came from experience.
But possibly you will also respect him. It is complicated, like everything.
Sir Humphrey pushed deeper into my dungeon, and my entire structure held still. Chapter 13. Memory Lane. Now with 100% more trauma. The thing about running a dungeon is that everything breaks down to economics eventually. Not that I ever wanted to think about dungeon operations as a spreadsheet, but here we are. Day 22, and I've got 29 mouths to feed, a core chamber that's finally stable, and an essence income that doesn't match the outflow. I'm a cursed spreadsheet now. Of course I am. The pressure in my chamber shifted. Grubnuck approaching from the West Passage, footsteps carrying that particular cadence of deep thought. I could taste it in the vibrations, a specific kind of resonance that goblin shamans emit when they're about to deliver wisdom. The air around him carried that weird mixture of incense and swamp water, threading through the stone in ways that made the whole chamber smell like a mystical apothecary that also bred amphibians.
Sarah, Core,
he said, settling into his favourite contemplative squat near my chamber walls, his knees cracking audibly.
The poison traps, yes. They no work good.
He's not wrong. Each poison dart trap required about 400 mana to refresh. I harvested maybe 50 on the rare occasions an intruder died from them. Terrible return on investment. Even by dungeon standards, that was pathetic. I'd been tracking the numbers compulsively, creating mental spreadsheets that would have made my old project managers weep with joy, and my therapist weep with concern. The numbers are bad, I confirmed, projecting my voice through the chamber's stone ribs. They hummed with resonance, the whole structure acting as a sounding board for my frustration. Poison costs too much mana. Doesn't generate enough essence. It's not sustainable. I'm spending 400 to harvest maybe 50. That's an 800% loss ratio on every deployment. In my old life, we'd shut down a project with metrics like that in a single sprint. Grubnuck nodded slowly, his tusks catching the faint phosphorescence from the core chamber's ambient glow. The light sources I'd cultivated along the walls pulsed gently, casting his shadow against the stone, in ways that suggested he was 3 times his actual size.
Grubnuck knows the shamanic way. In old times, my people, we understand what? Fear, yes, it is tool, but fear of memory.
He tapped his chest, and the gesture carried weight.
That is deeper fear. That is fear that lives inside person already there. Shaman does not create, shaman only show.
I felt that crystallise in my resonance field. The way he phrased it, the apologetic tone, like he was offering me a solution he wasn't entirely comfortable with, but had become convinced was necessary. That was the tone of a man who'd spent his entire shamanic career doing things he had to justify to himself. What do you mean show? I asked, feeding the question through the chamber's acoustic paths, so he could feel my genuine curiosity.
In my tribe we have shamanic mirrors. Sacred glass, yes, but also cursed. When warrior look at mirror, he see not what is, he see what was. His failures, his shame, his people lost to enemy blades. Mirrors show nothing new, only what already live in his mind.
Grubnuck's voice dropped lower, carrying resonance that made the chamber walls hum like they were amplifying his wisdom.
Fear that already exists is cheaper to trigger than fear you must create from nothing. Yes, the trauma. It is already there, you do not make it. You only help person remember what they work so hard to forget.
Oh no. That's brilliant. That's also absolutely horrifying. Why are these two things the same thing? The concept burrowed into my processing like a particularly aggressive malware. A trap that weaponizes existing emotional trauma. Showed people their own memories back at them in twisted configurations. Would barely cost mana to operate. The victims would essentially be powering the trap through their own neurochemistry. It was the emotional equivalent of hydroelectric dams, and I hated that it was elegant. I hated that my immediate response was to start calculating efficiency ratios instead of ethics. You're talking about turning this dungeon into a therapy nightmare, I said, trying to inject some moral gravitas into my tone. A place where people's own minds become the weapon against them. That's crossing some lines, Grabak.
Grabak is talking about efficiency, the shaman corrected gently. Grabak is talking about survival of Sarah's dungeon. Not every visitor kill. Some visitor run away with bruises. Some visitor they sit and cry in corners. Some visitor they spend 3 hours in memory mirror, remembering humiliation of their youth. All give essence, yes. All say dungeon is dangerous place. All tell other adventurers not to come. Your reputation becomes defense itself.
He has a point. Several points. I dislike all of them. That's the kind of business logic that got me fired from 3 startups. Over the next 2 days, I worked with Grabak to design what we eventually called the memory mirror. The concept was deceptively simple. Create a magical reflective surface that didn't show the observer's reflection at all. Instead, it would pull threads from their own consciousness and weave them into what they couldn't look away from. Their worst moments, their most embarrassing failures, the conversations they'd replayed 1,000 times, wishing they'd said what different. The promotions they didn't get. The people who left them. The time they cried in front of everyone. The mana cost was absolutely absurd. Oh, you have to harvest essence while they watch themselves remember failure? Sure, let me casually rewire probability and causality to extract emotional trauma in real time. That's not a violation of at least 17 ethical frameworks. It's probably not even illegal. It should be, though. Grabak spent hours walking me through the shamanic principles. Apparently, traditional shamanic mirrors work through a combination of spiritual focus and psychological pressure. The shaman would meditate, align themselves with the person's emotional frequency, and then project that back at them. It was subtle, deliberate, and required actual skill. What I was doing was the industrial version. Streamlined, automated, optimised for maximum essence extraction with minimum mana investment. Is this what they taught you in shamanic training? I asked, as we worked through the architectural specifications. Emotional trauma extraction and monetization.
No, Grabak said, which at least had the virtue of honesty. In my training, we learn to heal wounds of spirit, to help people integrate their pain into wisdom, but times change. Yes, Grabak is adapting. You are adapting. World is adapting. Sometimes adaptation is not a comfortable thing.
Getting the first prototype installed took the better part of day 23. I chose a small alcove off the eastern passage, about 50 feet from the main corridor. Grabak and I worked through the design specifications, while his people harvested moonstone from deeper quarries. Apparently moonstone had particular resonance properties that made emotional magic more potent. Skreek had made some cutting remarks about emotional methodology being incompatible with engineering precision, but even the chief kobold had to admit the essence generation projections were phenomenally better than the poison trap models. Better by a factor of about 80, which had overcome his aesthetic objections. The mirror itself was hypnotic, not in a good way. I'd shaped it from living dungeon stone, letting my minor earth manipulation coax the material into something that gleamed with an oily, unsettling sheen. It didn't look reflective so much as hungry. The edges seemed to vibrate at frequencies below perception, and the surface rippled whenever I fed mana into it, like oil spreading across water in slow motion. When I looked at it through my pressure sense, I could feel the complex web of essence harvesting filaments I'd woven through its surface, all of them calibrated to pull specific emotional frequencies.
It's gross, Glitz said, appearing suddenly in that way she had.
I love it. Glitz had insisted on being present for testing.
She hovered in her peculiar way, wings tilted at angles that suggested gravity was a polite suggestion she didn't always take seriously, and stared at the mirror with what approached reverence. For an onboarding fairy, her emotional range was surprisingly broad. "We need a volunteer," I said. "Someone willing to look at this without knowing exactly what they're walking into. Or at least willing to be ignorant of the full scope of potential psychological damage." "Grublick," Glitz volunteered immediately, with her characteristic disregard for Grublick's actual preferences. "That guy is always getting into weird situations. He's volunteer-shaped." How does one describe being volunteer-shaped to the volunteer in question? And why does that question matter when the volunteer is probably going to have his childhood trauma weaponized regardless? Grublick, to his credit, took the revelation that he'd been volunteered for an emotion harvesting mirror with the stoic acceptance of someone who'd made peace with bad decisions early in life. He was a young goblin, maybe 20 seasons old, with the kind of earnest determination that suggested he'd never succeeded at anything and remained optimistic anyway. The kind of person who'd volunteer for dangerous things because at least it meant someone was paying attention to him. "Grublick will do it for the dungeon," he declared solemnly, then immediately contradicted himself. "Also, Grublick is nervous. Grublick is beginning to suspect this was a mistake." "The nervous part is important," I said, projecting reassurance I didn't entirely feel. "The mirror works better when you're anxious. The baseline emotional state matters for the resonance pattern. Being nervous helps with the efficiency." I'd lied, a little. The mirror would work perfectly fine either way, but telling him he'd be nervous anyway seemed kinder than explaining that the fear was guaranteed, a fundamental part of the trap's mechanical function. There's a certain merciful dishonesty in letting someone think their emotional state matters to the trap's performance, when, really, the trap was incredibly good at traumatizing regardless. "System notification. Trap installed. Memory mirror. East alcove. Essence harvesting efficiency, 8,400% of previous poison trap baseline. Psychological damage is non-lethal. Therapeutic effect status, unknown. Note, the system observes that you have transitioned from industrial engineering to emotional extraction with admirable speed, Sarah. This is either growth or catastrophic failure. Time will tell which one." Graback positioned Grublick about 6 feet from the mirror's surface. The shaman took a moment to burn something that smelled like equal parts incense and organised chaos, whispered a string of words in the guttural language that most goblins use for sacred or deeply profane moments, probably both simultaneously, and stepped back to give me space. "Look now," Graback instructed, his voice carrying the weight of someone who'd been forcing people to confront their demons for decades. "See what sees." Grublick stepped forward. His breathing accelerated immediately. I could feel the vibration in his chest through the stone, the way his heart rate spiked in that particular panicked rhythm that indicated genuine distress. For 17 seconds, he stood there, staring. Then he made a noise that I can only describe as a goblin attempting to vocalise pure existential horror mixed with primal rage, mixed with the specific pain of recognising your own inadequacy. "No, no, no! The thing where I dropped the spear in the river, and my father said I couldn't hunt anymore, and I cried for 3 days, and everyone knew, and they never let me forget, and also the girl Melka saw me cry, and that was worse, because I was supposed to be brave, and I wasn't, and—" He spun away from the mirror, gasping, and immediately started dry-heaving. Glitz made a pleased humming sound that suggested she was genuinely appreciating the show. For an onboarding fairy, her capacity for schadenfreude was really quite impressive. This is it. This is what I am now. A dungeon core that specialises in emotional nightmares. Corporate hellscape software engineer reborn as a psychological torture device. Mum would be so proud. Actually, no, she'd be horrified. She'd sit down and ask me carefully what happened to the daughter she raised, and I wouldn't have a good answer. The essence generation was phenomenal. I'd measured the outflow carefully. Grublick had produced nearly 4,000 experience points in raw emotional essence in those 17 seconds. The mirror had consumed maybe 15 mana of that before I'd cut the connection, not wanting to push the poor goblin into actual medical distress. That was a return rate that made my poison traps look like expensive embarrassments. It was better than my best projections. It was terrifyingly effective. Essence report. Emotional trauma resonance achieved 4,200 units in 17-second window. Current daily generation from memory mirror, 847,000 projected units. Essence composition, shame, 48%. Despair, 36%. Recognition of inadequacy, 16%. Purity of emotional harvest, exceptional. Note, the system finds it delightful that you are now measuring human suffering in discrete units. Very efficient, Sarah.
How you feel, Grablik?
Grabak asked carefully, after the goblin had stopped hacking and regained his ability to form words beyond primal screams.
Grablik feel like Grablik was stabbed by memory spear,
the goblin managed, his voice hoarse and raw.
Feel like Grablik was dragged backward through entire existence, but also Grablik is impressed.
How'd that work?
That was like Mirror was inside Grablik's head. It was like looking in Mirror, but Mirror was full of bad things, and bad things were real things, and also was in Mirror at the same time.
The mirror doesn't create anything, I explained, projecting the technical details through the stone itself. The knowledge seemed important, like a disclaimer that mattered even if I was the only one who really cared. It reflects what's already there. Your brain does the heavy lifting. The mirror is good at convincing you to look at parts of yourself you usually ignore. It's like forcing you to read your own diary entries you've been avoiding. I prefer to think of it as a service, I thought automatically, then immediately hated myself for the thought. That was pure marketing speak. That was a startup founder pitching emotional trauma extraction as disruptive innovation. That was exactly what had gotten the entire tech industry into trouble, and I was perpetuating it.
So, it is not real, Glitz said, rotating to face me. The terrible things they see, they already happened?
Yes, I confirmed.
But they feel real, yes? The fear, the shame, it is real?
Oh, there it was, the actual problem with the whole thing, articulated by an onboarding fairy who technically shouldn't have the capacity to make moral observations. Yeah, I admitted. The emotional response is real, even if the trauma wasn't created by the mirror. I'm building something that turns existing psychological wounds into harvestable resources. That's not good, Glitz. Glitz was quiet for a moment, her perpetually cheerful demeanour flickering for a second.
That is not so different from what we do anyway. Yes? We already hurt visitors. We already scare them.
We do it more... She gestured vaguely at the mirror.
Elegantly? More efficiently? We are still... dungeon. Dungeons hurt people. This hurt them in a different way.
She's not wrong, that's the worst part. But there was something different here and both of us knew it. The poison traps, the physical threats, the pit hazards... Those were things visitors expected when they descended into a dungeon. They came prepared for danger, armed with weapons and wards and the psychological armour of adventure. The memory mirror was different. It was intimate in a way that made my core resonate with something that was uncomfortably close to guilt. It was targeting the part of people that they built their entire personality around avoiding. The system seemed uncharacteristically thoughtful about the whole thing. I configured the memory mirror into a permanent alcove off the main passage, positioned so that visitors couldn't accidentally discover it. If someone was going to have their worst memories force-fed to them, it would be a deliberate choice. That felt like the smallest concession I could make to moral consistency, and it still felt inadequate. It was like putting a warning label on a nuclear weapon and calling it ethical. By day 25, the mirror had proved itself worthy of permanent installation. I'd adjusted the mana cost to be slightly more efficient, calibrated the essence harvesting frequency to smooth out spikes that would have caused additional psychological damage, and confirmed that most visitors would essentially power the trap themselves through the neurochemical cascade of their own fear response. The trap essentially ran on victim-supplied energy. It was sustainability in its most literal and terrible form.
Very good, yes, Grabak said, reviewing the stable readings from the alcove.
His expression carried a weight of resignation that suggested he understood exactly what he'd helped me create.
This is what shamans have always done, only now it is recognised. Only now it work faster and harvest more essence. It's like, how you say, progress.
That's supposed to make me feel better about this, I asked.
No, the shaman said simply, but Grabak think it important you understand what you have made. You have not invented cruelty, you have only made old cruelty more efficient. Humans always good at this. This is human gift, yes, to take natural thing and refine it until it work perfectly.
Great, so I'm not uniquely terrible, following a well-established tradition of emotional exploitation. That's not comforting, Grabak. The goblins seemed generally enthusiastic about the innovation, probably because they didn't spend time thinking about the moral implications of weaponized introspection.
Skreek, when he finally saw the completed installation, made a series of clicking sounds that his translator assured me meant grudging technical approval. Unconventional, he noted, his antennae vibrating in that particular frequency that indicated irritation mixed with respect. But resource efficient. The Copperclaw Engineering Collective must acknowledge innovation, even when it is inelegant. Psychological warfare achieves 94% essence extraction rate. Engineering efficiency score? Satisfactory. That's the nicest thing Skreek has ever said about anything. I'm pretty sure I've achieved that, though I'm not entirely sure it's good. By the end of the day, I'd run the memory mirror through 17 test cycles. Each one worked flawlessly. Each one extracted psychological resources that visitors would arrive with, leave without, and spend years processing in their own time. I'd essentially built an emotional debt collection agency, and it was working exactly as designed. I was harvesting trauma with the same efficiency that my old company had harvested user engagement metrics. The fact that no one was dying in the process felt like a moral victory, except for the part where I was harvesting trauma instead. Construction milestone. Memory mirror unit activated. Structural integrity 100%. Psychological vulnerability of test subjects incalculable. Note: the system notes that non-lethal is an extremely generous interpretation of your trap's harmlessness, but the essence numbers are undeniably impressive. Skreek seemed satisfied with the performance metrics. The kobold had spent 3 days documenting every aspect of the mirror's function. The efficiency curves, the essence generation rates at different emotional intensities, the mana costs relative to yields. He'd created something that appeared to be several charts and graphs using materials I didn't want to know about, and had delivered his findings in his characteristic cutting manner. The memory mirror achieves 92% operational efficiency, he'd announced. This exceeds the Copperclaw Engineering Collective's normal standards. The design is unconventional, but functional. However, I must note that the psychological methodology employed remains questionable from an engineering standpoint. Emotions are not reliable data sources. They are unstable, variable, and subject to individual neurochemistry. But they work, I'd pointed out. Yes, Skreek had admitted. They work. This does not mean they are good, it means they are functional. There is significant difference. One might say humans are functional despite being fundamentally flawed as decision-making units, yet we structure civilization around human input. Your trap functions despite being ethically questionable, yet you will deploy it anyway. He wasn't wrong. And the fact that he'd bothered to point it out, the fact that an engineer who spent his entire existence optimising for efficiency had taken time to mention the moral component, suggested that even Skreek recognised what was off about what we were building. The goblins, in contrast, seemed to view the memory mirror with a kind of awed respect. They started leaving offerings near the alcove, small stones, carved tokens, things that suggested they understood it as a sacred object. Grabeck found one of these offerings and removed it without comment, but the gesture had been noted. They think it is shaman place, Grabeck had explained when I asked. They think it is place where spirits live, place where truth live. In way, they are not wrong. Yes, memories are spirits, past is haunting thing, your mirror, it makes spirit visible. Of course they leave offerings. The mirror had become part of the dungeon's mythology within 3 days. That shouldn't have surprised me, but it did. I'd made something that people instinctively understood to be powerful and dangerous, and that recognition was terrifying because they were right. The mirror was powerful, the mirror was dangerous. I'd built something that could break people, and instead of hiding that fact, I'd made it obvious enough that everyone immediately grasped it. By day 24, I'd started noticing, what about my own perception of the mirror? I could feel it through the stone. Its resonance was distinct from the rest of my dungeon. It hummed at a frequency that made my core vibrate in ways that didn't feel entirely comfortable. It was like looking at code I'd written that was technically perfect, but fundamentally wrong in some undefinable way. Code that worked exactly as designed, but made you uncomfortable when you thought about what it was designed to do. Morale report. Goblin clan satisfaction with trap innovation, 98%. Sarah's personal ethical satisfaction, 12%. Discrepancy noted. Note: the system observes that you can feel guilty and effective simultaneously. This is called being a dungeon core. Congratulations on the promotion. You are troubled, Glitz observed, materialising in my chamber with her characteristic lack of warning. The mirror troubles you. This is good. Means you still have your conscience. I'm troubled because I'm good at building things that hurt people, I said. I'm troubled because I'm not sure that's what my conscience can fix. I'm troubled because the spreadsheet works perfectly, which means I'm going to have to keep doing this.
Yes, Glitz said simply. This is problem with systems. They work or they don't. If they work, they perpetuate. If they don't work, you fix them until they do. You are good at system design. Therefore, you are good at creating systems that cause harm. These two things are connected. That's a terrible observation to share with someone already having an existential crisis, I said. This is why Glitz is here, Glitz replied cheerfully, to provide terrible observations at optimal moments. At least the spreadsheet balances, I thought bitterly, as the evening of day 25 settled into the dungeon's deeper passages. At least the numbers work. At least what about this disaster is efficient. That's definitely what. It's not what I'm proud of. But pride was becoming increasingly irrelevant. The dungeon was working. The systems were integrating. The essence generation curves were climbing steadily. I was becoming effective at what dungeons did, which was exploit and extract. And that was a real nightmare, wasn't it? Not that I built something terrible, but that I built something that worked.
Chapter 14. The Trap Gauntlet. Day 25 came with a revelation that hit harder than I'd anticipated. My dungeon was becoming a functional system. Not in some abstract philosophical sense. I mean in that concrete, operational reality sense. I had infrastructure, defensive mechanisms that worked together, a coherent visitor experience that moved people from entrance to core chamber in a way that maximised both resource extraction and structural integrity. I'd accidentally designed the dungeon equivalent of a user experience pipeline, and if I thought about that too hard, I'd start screaming again. Welcome to the strategic essence harvesting journey. Please rate your traumatic experience on a scale of 1 to 10. We appreciate your feedback at the end of your existential terror. Today, we ran full gauntlet simulation, Squeak announced, his voice carrying through the stone with an authority that suggested this was not a suggestion, was never a suggestion, and would be implemented regardless of whether I agreed. The chief kobold engineer was standing in my main corridor, mandibles clicking in that particular pattern that meant he'd been planning this moment for days. The goblins will simulate intruders. The kobolds will monitor systems. We identify inefficiencies before actual human parties arrive. Maximum efficiency, maximum data. The timing was technically a problem. I'd barely finished calibrating the memory mirror. The shadow corridors were still settling into their psychological configurations, and I'd invented a new class of trap that I wasn't entirely morally comfortable with yet. But from a pure systems perspective, Squeak was right. You couldn't launch a product without testing it. You couldn't deploy a service without verifying that all the components work together. This was basic software engineering, except with more emotional trauma and fewer unit tests. That's not a sales pitch. That's accurate technical assessment, and I hate that my brain works like corporate software now. Grubnuck had volunteered himself to lead the test group, along with a mixed cohort of goblins and kobolds who'd drawn the short straw in what must have been the most miserable lottery in dungeon history. They gathered at the entrance after dawn on day 26, looking approximately as enthusiastic as people boarding a flight that they suspected might crash. Several of them suggested that crashing might be preferable to what Squeak had planned. Before the test run could begin, Grubnuck pulled me aside through a quick resonance channel. Grubnuck's scouts find Kingdom trail markers, yes, 2 miles east of dungeon entrance. Fresh markings. Someone mapping this area. Very organised, very recent. He clicked his mandibles with concern. Grubnuck think maybe Kingdom already know about this place. Grubnuck think maybe they not send adventurers yet, but they mapping resources, they cataloguing things is problem, yes? That's potentially a much larger problem than I thought. But I filed it away to process later. Right now there was a gauntlet to test. Grubnuck is ready to be adventurer, the goblin declared, bouncing on the balls of his feet in a way that suggested he was trying to convince himself. Grubnuck will experience firsthand the dungeon traps. Then Grubnuck can report back if things kill Grubnuck. Win-win situation, yes? Or at least win-loss situation where we discover which parts kill Grubnuck most efficiently. That's not a win-win. That's one win and one apocalyptic loss, and I'm not sure which is which from your perspective. I'd spent the previous days refining the atmospheric entry point. Nothing too aggressive, a calibrated shift in pressure and temperature that suggested what large and predatory was nearby. Something that had definitely noticed them arrive. I'd learned that humans responded to environmental storytelling at least as well as they responded to actual threats, maybe better. You could make someone genuinely afraid by making the air feel wrong. You could trigger their entire threat response system by adjusting humidity and barometric pressure by exact fractions. It was weaponized neuroscience. The moment Grubnuck's group crossed the threshold, I could feel the shift in their collective resonance. The pressure dropped by a carefully calculated fraction, making the air feel denser even though technically it wasn't. The temperature along the western wall ticked down exactly 3 degrees. Somewhere in the deeper passages, I'd positioned vibration emitters that created a low, subsonic hum, a sound that made your hindbrain start counting all the ways something that big could kill you. The frequency was calibrated to trigger specific human anxiety responses.
Is getting cold?
One of the younger goblins, Snippet, observed nervously, his antennae tilting.
Is also getting dark? Is also feeling watched? Very watched? Grubnuck? Grubnuck is feeling watched?
Dark was important. I'd been working with my shadow theatre skill, which had finally advanced enough to let me do more than create vague, menacing shapes. Now, I could craft specific environmental darkness, shadow structures that followed certain logical rules but still maintained that fundamental wrongness that made brains scream. The shadows along the main corridor weren't quite the right shape, they moved wrong. They suggested presence without confirming it. They looked alive.
Continue forward, Squeak called from his monitoring position, a small alcove I'd designated as command centre for the purposes of this test. Record temperature variance, document shadow response patterns, we assess trap interaction metrics baseline. Grubnuck, maintain forward velocity. Your hesitation is creating data noise.
The group moved deeper. Their footsteps started syncing up, which meant their individual fear was combining into more collective. That was good data. Humans did this too. Their fear became contagious when they travelled in groups, each person's nervous system amplifying everyone else's, until the baseline anxiety was substantially higher than any individual component. It was like emotional resonance frequencies building upon themselves, until the whole group was vibrating at a higher frequency. I'm designing psychological cascade theory. Into a dungeon, this is my life now. I have a PhD in nothing. I have a professional background in middle management. I'm currently engineering mass anxiety responses. About 200 feet in, they hit the narrowing passage. The mechanism itself was simple enough. I'd taken what Glitz called the generic corridor and applied subtle pressure manipulation to make it feel progressively tighter as they moved deeper. My minor earth manipulation had recently advanced to rank 4, which meant I could adjust stone dimensions with enough precision to create psychological compression without restricting movement. The walls didn't move, but they felt like they were moving. The ceiling didn't drop, but visitors would swear later that it did. Grubnuck kept moving, but his resonance pattern changed. The pressure in his chest increased. His breathing became shallower. Good. That meant the passive environmental hazard was working. He was starting to expect what, and couldn't quite figure out what. He was developing a sense of doom, which was exactly what I was aiming for.
Space is becoming smaller, Snippet reported, his voice tight and controlled. Not smaller, but is feeling smaller. How is Dungeon doing this? What is trick? Grubnuck, is there trick?
Grubnuck does not know trick, Grubnuck admitted. Grubnuck know he want to go back. Grubnuck remember when we talk about trap gauntlet. Grubnuck think it good idea at time. Grubnuck was stupid goblin. It's called perception architecture, and I'm good at it. Too good at it. Disturbingly good at it. The shadow corridor came next. This was where I'd integrated both my shadow theatre and basic perception skills into something that felt sinister. The passage through here seemed to move in ways that didn't quite match reality. The walls appeared to breathe. The floor texture shifted visually, even though it remained perfectly stable. To someone moving through it without foreknowledge, it would feel like the dungeon was changing shape around them, which was approximately 1,000 times more psychologically effective than building actual physical threats.
This is
nightmare, one of the kobolds, a female named Krell, said flatly, her voice steady.
Is working well. Essence generation probably at optimal level now. Most visitors would be experiencing peak fear response. Good trap design.
That was Krell. She could be having an existential crisis, and would still probably provide technical commentary about the efficiency of her own psychological destruction. The group emerged into what I was calling the reflection chamber, the space I'd designed specifically to lead visitors toward the memory mirror alcove. This was where the passive traps gave way to something more intentional, where visitors had to make a choice about whether they were brave enough to continue or foolish enough to investigate that alcove they'd definitely noticed by now. Most would investigate, humans were stupid about alcoves. Grubnuck, being Grubnuck, immediately veered toward it.
Grubnuck is investigating mystery side passage, he announced. Is adventurer-like behaviour. Grubnuck bets important goblin things there are traps. Also, Grubnuck thinks if dies, at least dies trying. Better than runaway-looking coward. There were not traps, technically. There was a mirror that would probably destroy your sense of self-worth for several weeks, but technically that wasn't a trap, it was a service offering. It was a customer engagement opportunity, it was emotional optimization. See how I've learned to rationalise this? I'm getting good at marketing emotional trauma as a feature. I held the memory mirror's activation at 50% capacity for the test. That was mercy. That was also good data collection because I wanted to see how goblins and kobolds responded to a moderate intensity emotional reflection than a full-bore existential horror. I wanted to understand the scaling curve. Grabnak looked. His resonance pattern went haywire immediately.
No! The time Grubnak tried to climb the big tree and fell down, and everyone laughed, including Grubnak's mother, and Grubnak still thinks about this, and also there was that thing where Grubnak said something stupid in front of girl he liked, and she never talked to him again, and—
Good data, Squeak interrupted, making clicking sounds that suggested he was recording wisdom. Emotional feedback loop engaged. Victim's own neurochemistry providing power source. Essence generation stable at 2,800 experience per 10 seconds. Mirror integration successful. Please continue. He's calling them victims now, that's honest at least. Grabnak stumbled back, his face flushed darker than usual, and Krell had to support him to keep him standing. The goblin was shaking. Actually, physically shaking with the after effects of confronting his own consolidated shame.
That thing is bad,
The kobold said, her voice steady in a way that suggested absolutely no judgment about what she'd witnessed.
Is working correct. Excellent efficiency rating. Would recommend for production deployment.
They continued deeper, moving into the pit trap section. This was where I'd been most innovative, or most terrible, depending on your perspective. The actual pit traps weren't lethal. I'd filled them with soft substrate, specifically lavender-scented mud that I'd sourced from the deeper western chambers. It smelled good. It was extremely undignified to fall into, and most importantly, it worked perfectly. Visitors will expect Pit to kill them, I explained through a resonance channel that only Squeak could hear. But Pit embarrasses them, falls in, gets covered in ridiculous purple mud, climbs out humiliated, plus lavender has mild sedative properties, reduces panic response, makes emotional state more harvestable. It's essentially a humiliation plus tranquilization combination trap.
Creative,
Squeak observed.
The psychological damage of failing a physical trap, combined with a neutralized threat response, essence generation would be optimized at relaxed emotional state, combined with shame response. Efficient architectural approach to emotional harvesting.
2 of the younger goblins did fall in, more out of overconfidence than any actual trap mechanism. One jumped to see if he could make the jump. He couldn't. They emerged from the lavender mud looking like they'd been attacked by a gentle garden, which was probably the effect I was going for. The mud washed out of their fur relatively easily. They were fine. Better than fine, actually. The lavender had them acting pretty relaxed, and they generated about 2,000 experience points of humiliation essence in the process.
Is nice mud, one of them said drowsily. Is soft. Is purple. Grubnak like purple mud.
The sedative is working, Squeak observed.
Emotional management through chemical means. This is solid design. Continue. We continue to court chamber?
Grubnak asked. His voice still shaky from the memory mirror experience, though he was recovering faster than expected. The initial spike of emotional trauma was fading into something more like residual unease. Negative, Squeak decided, consulting some invisible list. Simulation sufficient. We return to entrance. We rerun twice more with different cohorts. We identify system strain points. Each group will test different trap intensities. We need data on scalability. How much trauma can different personality types process? By day 28, I'd run 12 simulated gauntlet runs through various population groups. The data was consistently excellent. Visitors experienced appropriate levels of fear without actual physical harm. Essence generation remained stable and efficient across different personality types. The systems integrated seamlessly, without overloading each other. The environmental pressure manipulations didn't interfere with the shadow mechanics. The memory mirror worked at varying intensities without breaking down. I'd also advanced monster coordination to rank 2, which meant I could manage complex group behaviours now, instead of yelling instructions through the stone. I could coordinate 29 sentient beings running predetermined behavioural patterns. I could manage their emotional states during test runs. I could orchestrate mass responses to environmental changes. And sometime, during the process of orchestrating all 17 of my goblins and 12 of Squeak's kobolds through repeated test runs,
Something shifted in my fundamental relationship to the dungeon. System notification! Level up! You are now level 3. Congratulations! You have progressed from confused software engineer to functional nightmare architect. Rewards: plus 200 mana pool, plus 50 essence capacity, plus 1 in monster coordination, now rank 2. Additional reward: minor earth manipulation reaches rank 4. System notes: your dungeon is no longer a disaster. Achievement unlocked: operating a complex system without accidentally destroying it. Remarkable. The level up hit harder than I'd expected. It wasn't the mechanical increase in capacity, it was the implications. I'd moved from someone barely maintaining a dungeon to someone actively designing trap systems that work together. I'd gone from catastrophe management to strategic optimization. I'd become competent at what I never wanted to be competent at. I've become good at this, efficient at emotional harvesting, skilled at psychological manipulation. This is what I'm good at now. This is my specialty. This is what I've optimized for. That's not good. That's the opposite of good. That's me becoming the thing I hated in corporate environments, except weaponized. More mana meant more shadow complexity. Better essence capacity meant I could push the memory mirror harder without losing the harvest. And rank 2 monster coordination meant I could delegate sophisticated behaviours instead of needing to puppeteer every action through direct resonance. I could give orders that my population would execute precisely without constant monitoring. The dungeon is ready, Squeak declared on day 29, standing in the central chamber and surveying my installation with what might have been satisfaction, if satisfaction could be expressed through clicking mandible patterns. Defensive capabilities adequate. Essence harvesting systems operational. Infrastructure stable. Visitor flow optimised. When do we open to actual visitors? That was the question that had been hovering on the edges of my consciousness since Grabak first proposed the memory mirror concept. When did I stop testing and start operating as a dungeon? The Dungeon Regulation Committee will want assessment, Glitz mentioned, appearing suddenly in that way onboarding fairies have. They monitor unusual dungeons. Dungeons using emotional harvesting methods receive extra scrutiny. They will probably want to send someone eventually to verify you meet minimum standards. Of course there's a regulatory committee. Of course there's oversight for dungeon operations. This is bureaucratic nightmare framework all the way down. What happens if we don't meet their standards? I asked, though I already suspected the answer and didn't want to hear it. Probably nothing too bad, Glitz said, with aggressive cheerfulness. They would probably shut you down, or require you to reduce magical potency, or possibly require you to stop existing, or require you to join the committee and live in a bureaucratic nightmare for eternity, but nothing too catastrophic. That's all extremely catastrophic, actually. That's multiple types of catastrophe stacked on top of each other. But there wasn't really a choice. I could delay opening indefinitely, but delaying meant no essence income, and no essence income meant I couldn't maintain my mana reserves or expand the dungeon further. The whole system was built on the assumption that eventually visitors would arrive and walk the gauntlet I'd designed for them. The whole economic model depended on exploitation. I'd built a thing that could only exist by doing what I hated. We open next week, I decided on day 30. Day 31. That gives us time for final adjustments and lets me calibrate the pressure feedback mechanisms one more time. If we're going to traumatise visitors, let's at least do it correctly. Excellent decision, Squeak confirmed. The Copperclaw Engineering Collective will ensure all systems function at optimal capacity. We will leave our post only when your dungeon achieves acceptable operational status and passes preliminary efficiency evaluations. By day 30, I'd completed what I was calling the trap gauntlet proper. An integrated sequence of environmental hazards, psychological challenges, and essence harvesting mechanisms that move visitors from entrance to exit in a way that maximise both their fear response and their emotional catharsis. I'd discovered that the most sustainable essence generation came from visitors who were terrified but ultimately safe, who faced challenges but never faced actual death. It was like real life, except compressed into 30 minutes and mechanised. It was like the customer journey in an SaaS startup, except instead of selling software, I was selling existential terror. It was like therapy, except the opposite. Welcome to the emotional extraction experience. Please remember that your terror is sustainable and renewable. We care about your well-being, only insofar as it impacts our harvesting efficiency. Thank you for choosing this dungeon as your trauma destination. The goblins and kobolds prepared for the official opening, with the kind of nervous energy that suggested they understood they were about to host something that was genuinely dangerous. Not physically, that was solved, but psychologically. The memory mirror and the shadow corridors and all the pressure mechanics I'd refined represented something that was fundamentally different from traditional dungeon infrastructure. It reached for the part of people they had built their entire personality around avoiding.
Grubnuck is nervous but ready, Grubnuck said, which is probably the most honest thing he'd said all month. Grubnuck knows dungeon is good now. Grubnuck knows systems working. Grubnuck still think Grubnuck not want be first visitor to test systems.
Glitz seemed like she wanted to tell me wisdom, but kept hesitating. She'd disappear into corners and then reappear without saying anything, looking increasingly troubled. For an onboarding fairy, she was remarkably expressive, and what she was expressing was something much like concern mixed with dread.
The committee usually gives dungeons a month before the first assessment,
she finally admitted, on the evening before the official opening.
They want to gather data about actual visitor experiences. They want to verify that unusual methods don't create excessive psychological trauma. They have specific metrics. They have evaluators.
Isn't some psychological trauma kind of the point? I asked. The whole dungeon is built on psychological manipulation and essence extraction through emotional activation.
Yes, Glitz said, but there is a threshold. Dungeons that exceed the psychological trauma coefficient by certain margins get flagged as requiring intervention. Usually not good intervention, more like shutdown intervention.
So there are regulations about how much you're allowed to traumatise visitors. That's probably good, actually. But also means I have an arbitrary metric I don't fully understand and zero margin for error. What's the coefficient? I asked. What's the actual threshold? Glitz made a sound that on a human would have been a sigh.
Glitz does not know exact numbers, but Glitz knows the committee does not like dungeons that make visitors require professional therapy afterward. They think that is bad publicity. They think that creates liability. They worry about lawsuits.
Great. I've built something that's efficient enough to traumatise people more effectively than traditional methods. I've created emotional trauma optimisation. I've created something that could potentially break people, and I have 30 days to hope nobody notices or cares. The night before the opening, I ran through every system one more time. Pressure feedback, stable and consistent. Shadow mechanics synchronised across the corridor network. Memory mirror calibrated to exactly the right intensity level. Lavender mud pits positioned for maximum comedic value with minimum psychological damage. Vibration emitters calibrated to optimal frequencies. Every trap working in concert with every other trap, creating a dungeon that felt dangerous but ultimately survivable. I was ready. My dungeon was ready. My goblin and kobold staff had run through procedures so many times that they could probably execute them in their sleep. They'd volunteered themselves as test subjects, they'd run the gauntlet, they'd survived it. Most of them were fine, though a few seemed a little different afterward, a little quieter, a little more introspective. Grubnuck, in particular, had spent most of day 29 sitting in one of the chamber alcoves, not doing anything, just sitting, thinking, processing.
Grubnuck is fine, he assured me when I'd asked. Grubnuck learning what it means to walk through place designed for nightmare. Grubnuck is learning that systems work because people not thinking about morality. Grubnuck is learning many things.
Is that good learning or bad learning? I'd asked.
Grubnuck think maybe is both, he'd replied. Is learning that helped me understand dungeon. Is learning that also depressed me deeply. Is learning that come with cost.
The preparations had taken everything out of me. I'd spent nearly 2 weeks designing, building, testing and refining. I'd burned through maybe 40% of my mana pool, I'd advanced multiple skills to higher ranks, I'd become what I hadn't expected. Good at this. Screek had delivered his final evaluation on the morning of day 30, and it had been characteristically thorough. The kobold engineer had compiled an exhaustive report on every aspect of the trap gauntlet. The pressure manipulations, the shadow mechanics, the essence generation curves, the visitor throughput capacity. He'd included architectural diagrams I didn't remember giving him access to, efficiency projections for the next 3 months, and a series of recommendations for future expansion.
The system will function, he'd concluded. It is ready for deployment. However, I must also note that the psychological intensity may exceed standard regulatory thresholds. The committee evaluator, when they arrive, may flag the emotional harvesting component as potentially problematic. I recommend you have documentation prepared explaining the non-lethal nature of the trap systems.
Are you saying they might shut me down? I'd asked.
I am saying that if they evaluate you, they might determine that your methods are psychologically harmful and require modification, Screek had replied. Whether this results in shutdown depends on how much the committee values a functioning dungeon versus a humane dungeon. My experience suggests the committee rarely resolves this conflict in ways that satisfy anyone.
Great, so even Skreek thought there was a significant risk that the regulatory apparatus would find my dungeon too dangerous to operate. That was confidence-inspiring. Glitz had spent the final evening before opening obsessively checking and rechecking trap placements, even though she and I both knew they were perfectly positioned. It was nervous energy. For an onboarding fairy, she expressed anxiety in remarkably human ways.
The committee has specific standards, she'd mentioned for the third time. They care about visitor mortality rate, which is excellent. Your dungeon has 0. They care about permanent injury, which is also excellent. Your traps are non-lethal, but psychological harm is harder to quantify. They will try to quantify it anyway. They will probably use some kind of metric. The metric will probably be imperfect.
Should I be more worried? I'd asked.
Yes, Glitz had said, but worry will not change the system. Worry will only make you second-guess design, and design is good, Gauntlet will work, visitors will experience it, essence will be harvested. Either committee will approve, or they will not. Both outcomes are possible, and both are terrifying.
The final check had revealed one small thing I'd overlooked. The transition between the shadow corridor and the reflection chamber needed better lighting calibration. If visitors went directly from complete shadow intensity to the slightly brighter chamber, the shift could cause disorientation. So, on the evening of day 30, I'd spent 2 hours adjusting the light gradients in the transition zone, creating a smooth progression from darkness to functional viability instead of the jarring shift. It was a small thing, barely measurable in terms of essence generation efficiency, but it was the difference between visitors stumbling through confused and visitors maintaining their psychological balance through the architectural progression. It was the difference between a trap designed for maximum effect and a trap designed for survivable terror. This is what I've become, I thought, as I made the final adjustments. Someone who optimises psychological torture experiences, someone who thinks about trauma cascades the way a game designer thinks about difficulty curves, someone who has strong opinions about lighting design in emotional manipulation corridors. The kobolds and goblins were preparing the entrance area for official opening. Grabak had gone through some kind of shamanic preparation ritual, burning incense and drawing symbols in stone dust. Skreek had positioned monitoring stations and essence collection mechanisms. Glitz was essentially pacing, which looked strange on a hovering fairy, but was clearly happening, while muttering about committee standards. By day 30 evening, everything was ready. The system was complete. The dungeon was operational, and I was about to open my doors to visitors and hope that whatever I'd built was at least survivable. One way to find out, I thought, as the first light of day 31 started filtering through the entrance passages. Open the doors, let the visitors come. Hope nobody needs emergency therapy afterwards. Hope the committee doesn't decide I'm too dangerous to exist. Hope I can live with what I've built. The dungeon hummed with anticipation, or possibly dread. Honestly, after 3 levels of consciousness and a library of morally questionable life decisions, I couldn't tell the difference anymore. But the system was ready, the traps were calibrated, the essence harvesting mechanisms were optimised, and tomorrow, people would walk into my dungeon and confront their own fears in ways they'd never imagined possible. That should have felt like an achievement. Instead, it felt like another thing to be guilty about. Chapter 15. Neighbourhood Disputes. The first sign of trouble arrived as a low-frequency grinding vibration, roughly the frequency of an angry wasp, emanating from the kobold sector. I'd been relatively content, or as content as a sentient rock could be, running diagnostic subroutines on the new trap gauntlet. The atmospheric entrance was holding its pressure gradient beautifully. The shadow corridors had achieved near-optimal darkness. The memory mirrors were doing their thing, without any reported supernatural side effects, which I considered a win. Then the pressure changed. Great, now what? The dungeon's spatial structure was like an extension of my own nervous system. I could feel the kobold eastern wing the way a human could feel their fingertips. Right now, those fingertips were clenched in a fist. Something was wrong with the structural integrity of vibration patterns in the central workshop area, the vast chamber that both species technically shared. 2 distinct pressure signatures were colliding, overlapping, creating interference patterns that made my core itch like someone had taken a file to my crystalline structure. I extended my perception across the space, feeling the temperature shifts, the subtle acoustic changes as the voices rose in anger. The workshop wasn't crowded, it was active, chaotic, overheated in ways that suggested 2 competing work crews had lost whatever coordination they'd been maintaining. Both goblin and kobold work crews were there simultaneously, a situation we'd been trying to manage through scheduling, but scheduling required that everyone respect the schedule. Apparently that was too much to ask. Grubnuck's voice boomed first. A rumbling baritone that carried its own vibration signature, aggressive, territorial, absolutely refusing to be ignored. I could feel it reverberate through the stone, like a tuning fork struck with particular fury.
Your mechanisms take half our space. Goblins need forge room. Much forge room. This is goblin space, yes. Kobolds go to eastern corner. We made this dungeon. We earned this space.
The response came in Squeak's clipped, measured tones, like a document being read aloud by someone annoyed about the document's contents.
The workshop allocation was negotiated at 53% shared use, 47% sectional. Current goblin equipment configuration occupies 58.2% of the total workshop volume. This constitutes a violation of the spatial agreement established on day 27 at approximately 1400 hours.
Oh, no. No. I'd made that spatial agreement 3 days ago. After a contentious negotiation that involved Grubnuck insisting his forges needed breathing room and proper ventilation zones for the heat to dissipate properly, and Squeak producing a hand-drawn blueprint with precise measurements, reference points, and what appeared to be calculations written in the margins and in the corners with obsessive detail. It had seemed reasonable at the time. The agreement was technically fair, mathematically balanced, genuinely attempting to accommodate both sides. But agreements don't matter much when two competing factions are in a confined space and one side feels disrespected.
Agreement is garbage, Grubnuck's voice cracked with genuine rage. Goblins built dungeon. Goblins died for dungeon. Kobolds arrive yesterday and demand space like parasites. Where is respect, yes? Where is recognition for goblins who fought and died?
The pressure signature shifted violently. Something large and furious had changed position in the workshop. The resonance pattern told me it was probably Grubnuck, moving aggressively toward the kobold side of the chamber, or maybe one of his lieutenants. Either way, this was escalating beyond verbal conflict into something physical. I could feel the temperature rising as well, not from the forges, they were in their normal operating zone, but from body heat and exertion. Fear sweat has a different pressure signature than regular sweat, and I was detecting fear sweat now. I needed to see this properly. Not through the abstract heat and vibration signatures that constituted my normal dungeon perception, but something more direct. I spun up my shadow theatre skill, the one that let me create detailed illusory spaces from my memory of actual places and situations. It required energy and concentration, and it drained my core's reserves like opening a faucet on a barrel, but it worked better than half-blind guessing when things were critical. The shadow image materialised in my core memory, sharp and immediate, rich with sensory detail. The workshop looked like a disaster waiting to happen. Grubnuck stood on one side, his massive frame surrounded by 4 other goblins. They were all holding tools, hammers, chisels, heavy iron tongs that could crack his skull with minimal effort. His posture screamed violence barely contained by a single thin thread of workplace civility. Squeak stood opposite, with 7 kobolds in defensive postures, most of them significantly smaller, compensating with obvious readiness. Their smallest warrior, a scrappy female named Crix, was baring her teeth. Behind them, piles of precision instruments and half-assembled mechanical devices sat vulnerable and exposed on workbenches.
The dungeon is in chaos mode!
Glitz's voice crackled through the connection we maintained.
Oh, this is not optimised. This is not in any of the efficiency protocols. Someone is being aggressive and that decreases productivity by approximately 41%. Also, someone might break the pressure plates and those are expensive to repair.
Not helpful, Glitz. But Glitz wasn't wrong. This situation was burning resources in real time. Every second of conflict represented energy I wasn't using on growth, innovation, or trap optimization. Every angry roar from Grubnuck was vibration energy that could have gone into reinforcing my structure. Every defensive stance from Squeak's team represented focus pulled away from their actual work, and if they started fighting, there was a real possibility of structural damage or worse. I made a decision that I would probably regret, but it was the only move I had left in the playbook. Leadership sometimes required calculated chaos. The question I broadcast directly into the workshop, my voice resonating through every stone and structural beam, a deep, undeniable presence that made both sides freeze like I'd hit a pause button on reality, is what the actual problem is. And I'm going to hear it from both sides, or I'm going to separate you permanently with a wall of solid stone. Your choice. You've got 1 minute starting now. Silence. Beautiful, productive silence. I could feel the temperature dropping slightly as adrenaline began to wear off. The vibration patterns calmed incrementally, the overlapping pressure signatures beginning to separate again.
The space is insufficient,
Squeak reported, maintaining formality even while clearly furious. His voice had the edge of cold precision that meant he was running on rage and professionalism in equal measure.
Goblin forging operations have expanded into our designated sectional area by approximately 15 cubic feet. We lack adequate workspace for the pressure plate device testing protocol. Furthermore, the heat radiation from the forge operations is exceeding acceptable parameters for our delicate instrumentation. Metal components are expanding beyond their design specifications, which cascades into calibration errors.
Grubnuck made a dismissive gesture, his clawed hand cutting through the air with aggression, but there was something else underneath his anger. Uncertainty? Worry? Something deeper that I could only pass by looking at the overall pattern of his behaviour than specific signals.
Goblins fight and die for dungeon. We built the traps. We fought the dire rats. We died building them more. Kobold engineers sit and measure things, play with little tools. Who contributes more to the dungeon survival? Yes, yes? Who has earned the right to space and resources?
There it is. Not about space, about status, about being valued. This was the fundamental problem with running a dungeon like a business. You could have perfectly fair resource allocation, and it meant nothing if people felt undervalued. I dealt with this in the tech industry 1,000 times. 2 departments competing for server resources, both convinced the other side was stealing bandwidth or hoarding equipment, neither one believing their contributions were adequately recognised or appreciated. The standard solution was that you had to make people believe their work mattered. You had to make it visible and vocal. I made a second decision, more calculated than the first. Both of you, I said, are going to physically walk the perimeter of the workshop, right now. Grubnuck, you'll point out every area where your forges need to be, every reason, every technical requirement. Skreek, you'll do the same for your workshop equipment, in detail, full explanations, while the rest of the dungeon listens. I'm broadcast enabling this conversation so everyone can hear the reasoning, everyone, all 30 creatures. They're going to understand what both sides need.
This is unorthodox, Skreek said,
and I could feel the hesitation in his voice, like a vibration pattern that wasn't quite stable. Yes, I agreed. It is. That's because normal methods aren't working. Walk, now, both of you, before I change my mind and build a wall. Grubnuck and Skreek made their rounds. And what I'd been trying to do was get them away from their respective tribes, break the momentum of collective anger, and force them into the roles of educators rather than fighters. By explaining their needs clearly, they'd have to acknowledge each other's legitimacy. It was manipulation, sure, but it was manipulation that pointed toward functional organisation, then away from it. It was building something, then destroying something. Grubnuck started with raw emotion underneath the technical explanation.
Forges need ventilation. Hot air rises, yes, yes. Must be positioned where chimney paths are clear. If we move them, heat gets trapped in stone, makes the whole sector unstable, dangerous. Could collapse and kill goblins here, here, and here. These are fixed positions. Cannot move them without major structural work. They are too heavy. Each forge weighs 400 pounds, maybe more, and also breaks the delicate internal structures. Metal gets stressed and warped. Also, goblins have memories of where the forges are. Muscle memory from working with them. Changing positions means relearning everything. Takes time, wastes time. Goblins respect routine.
Skreek listened. Actually listened without interrupting or measuring or finding mathematical fault. I could feel his attention through the dungeon's pressure patterns, genuine consideration rather than dismissal. Then it was his turn.
The pressure plate assembly requires a stable workbench with minimal vibrational interference, Skreek said, his tone becoming professional. Goblin hammerwork creates approximately 17.3 vibrations per second that interfere with our calibration mechanisms. The current positioning, oriented here perpendicular to the forge operations, reduces interference to 4.2 vibrations per second. This is within our acceptable operational threshold of 5.0 vibrations per second. However, the recent expansion of Goblin operations into Zone Delta 3 has caused feedback frequency to increase to 8.9 vibrations per second. This exceeds our maximum tolerance by 78%. Additionally, heat radiation from the forges is affecting the structural integrity of our precision components. Extreme heat causes metal to expand, and expansion of even 0.01 inches creates cascading calibration errors throughout the system.
I watched, felt, Grubnuck's anger shift into something else. Not understanding exactly, but recognition that Skreek wasn't being difficult. He was being technical about it, which meant he was being honest about it.
So, hammerwork is shaking your small tools?
Grubnuck's tone had changed. Less aggressive, more genuinely curious.
And heat is breaking them. Actually breaking them? Affirmative, Skreek said. The mechanisms we design require precision within 0.03 inches. Vibrational interference and thermal expansion create calibration errors that cascade through the entire system. A small problem becomes a large problem, quickly.
Grubnuck made a low rumbling sound that might have been acknowledgement or might have been a thinking out loud grunt.
Goblins cannot work without forge. Goblins are built for forging, for creating fire things. Forging is what we do best, but also, yes, we could move forge station further north. Warehouse space is bigger there, have more ventilation already in the stone. We could waste less heat overall, and the workshop could be the workshop instead of a contested zone.
I felt the pressure patterns shift in the workshop. Collective breathing out, de-escalation. The anger patterns were dissolving into something more like thoughtful concern and problem-solving.
If you relocate your forge operations to the northern position, Squeak said carefully,
his voice losing some of its defensive sharpness,
you would require additional infrastructure modification. Support beams to handle the heat distribution and weight. Additional ventilation work through stone modification. Stone reinforcement with proper heat-resistant structures. This would be considerable labour.
Goblins do this work, Grubnuck said, and there was genuine pride in his voice.
Goblins build, goblins dig. Goblins create fire homes. Kobolds design the things. Goblins build the things. That is arrangement, yes. I can provide detailed specifications, Squeak said,
and I could feel the shift in his demeanour toward something like collaboration rather than conflict.
And I will ensure the specifications account for your actual operational requirements. I may have underestimated the importance of ventilation efficiency and the practical constraints of heat dissipation.
It wasn't a complete peace treaty. It wasn't going to prevent every future conflict between the two species. But it was something like the foundation of one. They'd identified what they needed from each other, which was 80% of any functional partnership. Conflict resolution. Goblin-Kobold workshop disputes settled through transparent communication and mutual respect protocols. New framework established. Warehouse operations. Goblin primary. Lab operations. Kobold primary. Shared hub. Collaborative. Note: you could resolve a territorial conflict without violence or authority override. The system is genuinely impressed. This is either growth or extreme luck. The workshop began to empty out, as both sides seemed to accept the new arrangement, but I wasn't done yet. Stability was good, prevention was better. System notification. Dungeon authority threshold met. New skill available. Monster coordination, rank 3. Command authority. Note: just what you needed. Management responsibility. Congratulations on joining middle management, where your suffering will be more efficient and better documented. The notification was correct, if sarcastic. I could now issue direct orders to my creatures and they'd feel the weight of dungeon authority behind those orders. It wasn't mind control. I could feel the safety limiters built into the system that prevented that sort of violation, but it was close enough that I felt vaguely uncomfortable about it anyway. Later that evening, I gathered both groups back in the central hub. The dungeon's resonance patterns suggested most of the creatures were calming down, their anger vibrations settling into something more like exhausted acceptance. I extended my shadow theatre to give them a visual representation of what I was proposing. Blueprint-like images showing a reorganised space, clearly demarcated zones, a chain of command. Effective immediately, I announced, my voice carrying the weight of my new authority skill. We're implementing a formal management structure. Grubnuck, you're in charge of all goblin operations. All goblin decisions regarding construction, forging, weapon development, tool creation, infrastructure modification, that's yours. You report to me on progress and problems. You have authority over goblin personnel decisions. Squeak, same arrangement for kobold engineering and mechanical development. You manage all technical innovation, pressure plate development, blueprint creation, precision instrumentation. Shared projects, anything that affects both groups, require joint approval from both of you. You two are now responsible for preventing another situation like today. You're also responsible for teaching your teams how to work together. This isn't optional. This is how we function now, are we clear? Grubnuck nodded slowly, absorbing the promotion. I could feel his satisfaction at the recognition. Yes, I'd given him a title and authority, and it mattered more than I'd expected. The emotional resonance around him shifted noticeably. Grubnuck accepts. Goblins will work harder. Grubnuck will lead. We'll make sure goblins respect the order. We'll ensure no more conflict. Understood, Squeak said formally. I accept the management designation. Resource allocation efficiency should improve with direct oversight of personnel and projects. I will create a formal reporting structure and timeline. What I'd done was give them both what they wanted. Legitimacy, authority, and recognition of their contributions. It was cynical organisational psychology, but it was also genuinely effective. Make people feel ownership of their domain, and they'll work harder. Make them feel heard, and they'll be less likely to rebel or sabotage. Give them responsibility, and they'll take it seriously. Build them into the power structure, and they'll defend it. I'd accidentally created the foundation of actual management, which was either the best or the worst thing I could have done. Probably both. Later that night, I extended my perception through the dungeon structure and felt something unexpected. Grubnuck and Skreek were in a small side chamber off the main hub, away from their respective crews. They were sitting together, on the ground, and there was, unmistakably, the vibration signature of 2 ceramic mugs, liquid sloshing inside them. The smell coming from my atmospheric circulation suggested alcohol. Strong alcohol. Goblin moonshine, probably. The kind they distilled from fermented root vegetables and regretted immediately, but kept drinking anyway because the emotional payoff was worth the morning after regret. Goblins and kobolds. Grubnuck's voice was quieter than usual, philosophical in a way I wouldn't have expected from him. Very different, yes. Different ways of thinking, different ways of working, different ways of being in the world. We are indeed different species, Skreek replied. His tone was still formally measured, but there was something new in it. More exhaustion. Maybe the beginning of respect. However, we both serve the dungeon. We both seek to improve our position within it. And we both understand precision in our ways. Grubnuck understands precision of forge, Grubnuck said slowly, as if working through a complex thought. Know exactly where metal is right temperature. Know exactly how to shape it. That is precision, yes. Not measurement precision, but precision. It is, Skreek said, and I could feel the genuine admission in those words. Your forges are structurally sound. The ventilation work you completed was competent and functional. The metalworking technique is precise in its own methodology. Skreek is okay, Kobold, Grubnuck said after a moment, as if delivering a tremendous compliment. Annoying. Likes measuring things, very annoying, measures too much, but okay. Goblins respect the precision, even if goblins don't understand the measurements. Grubnuck is a capable builder, Skreek admitted. Your team demonstrates structural comprehension and physical execution. I was perhaps overly critical of your methods. Methods that achieve results are valid, even if they lack mathematical optimization. They drank in silence for a while, and I could feel the vibration patterns settling into something peaceful, almost companionable. Almost like friendship. Organisational update. Leadership team bonding confirmed. Grubnuck and Skreek interdependency index 78% and increasing. Workplace culture metric, positive tension model established. Competitive collaboration framework detected. Note, you have successfully created workplace romance between a goblin and a kobold. System is filing this under biological compatibility, unlikely, and moving on with its day. Well, I thought, extending a small tremor of satisfaction through the dungeon structure. That's not nothing. That's something. The workshop had settled into an uneasy truce, which meant the warehouse, as my perception now automatically nicknamed the Goblin Territory, it was where things were stored and created, was stable and increasingly focused. The lab, nickname emerging from the system's own anthropomorphic instincts, the place where things were tested and understood, was functional and becoming more sophisticated. The central hub was operating at reasonable efficiency. I'd managed a crisis without doing anything to physically separate them. I'd redirected it, created space for the creatures to solve their own problems by making them explain those problems to each other. System notification. Monster Coordination Rank 2 has evolved to Monster Coordination Rank 3, Command Authority. You may now issue binding dungeon directives to your monsters. Authority increases with each skill rank. Note, you are now a manager. You have entered middle management. Here is your coffee-like substance and your endless meetings. Congratulations on your descent into bureaucracy. The days following the workshop reorganisation were suspiciously quiet, which, in dungeon management, meant either things were improving or everyone was plotting something. I monitored closely, extending my sensory perception through every chamber and corridor. Both Grubnuck and Skreek seemed energised by their new roles. They were making decisions, implementing changes, taking ownership of their respective operations. The Goblin Territory, now properly established as the warehouse, evolved rapidly. Grubnuck's team moved the forge station northward with impressive efficiency and began construction on additional ventilation infrastructure. It was loud, constant, chaotic, and involved a lot of trial and error, but it was working. The structural modifications were competent. The ventilation improvements were immediately noticeable. I could feel the heat distribution becoming more efficient through my perception of temperature gradients. The kobold side, the lab, was running optimization cycles on their pressure plate system. I could feel the focused concentration through the dungeon's vibration patterns. This was Skreek in his element. Designing improvements, testing prototypes, measuring results against specifications, iterating on designs based on feedback. It was genuinely impressive to watch. The pressure plates were becoming more sophisticated, more responsive, more deadly, in exactly the way a trap system needed to be.
Your organisation model is developing quite nicely, Glitz observed on day 32, breaking through my focus state with barely restrained enthusiasm. Although I'm noticing some inefficiencies in the resource sharing protocols between the warehouse and the lab. Specific suggestions? You could save approximately 8% of wood consumption if the goblins coordinated their construction schedule with the kobolds' testing protocols. Also, there's redundancy in the ventilation system. I've written a proposal.
Glitz, I said, genuinely startled. Are you learning to be a consultant?
Is that bad?
Glitz's tone shifted, became uncertain, vulnerable even.
I'm trying to be helpful. Optimising. The dungeon needs optimisation, and I have computational resources available, so I'm doing the thing, the optimisation thing.
Actually, that's kind of sweet. It's not bad, I said. It's strange. You're usually more exclamation heavy and less strategically detailed.
I can be exclamation heavy and strategic.
Glitz bounced back with a burst of old cheerfulness, like a rubber ball hitting concrete.
Multiple simultaneous optimization threads. This is fine. Everything is fine, but also
the committee is asking questions about your operational status. They want to know if you're preparing for external evaluation. They'll be sending an inspector soon. And there's the other shoe. The committee, the Dungeon Regulation Committee. Glitz had mentioned them before. Some kind of governmental body that oversaw dungeon operations, probably to prevent rogue dungeons from causing chaos in the kingdom, which meant evaluation, inspection, judgment by external parties. How soon is soon? I asked.
Unknown, Glitz said, but it will be before your next level up, certainly. You need to be ready. The goblins and kobolds need to be ready. Your trap network needs to be flawless. Everything needs to be optimised.
Right, of course. Can't have a stable internal operation. Now I have to worry about external auditing too. The pressure of imposter syndrome settled into my core like cold stone, like weight accumulating. I could keep the dungeon stable, yeah, but was I good at this? Could I run something like this long term? What if the committee decided I was inadequate? What if they decided I needed to be reorganised or reassigned or absorbed into a larger dungeon operation?
Sarah?
Glitz's voice was softer, genuinely concerned.
You're spiralling. I can tell by your vibration patterns. They're very anxious and increasingly erratic.
I'm not spiralling, I said. I'm planning.
You're doing both, Glitz said gently. But that's okay. Spiralling with planning is still planning. You've got a stable dungeon, 2 capable lieutenants, and a functional trap system. That's not nothing.
The dungeon is learning emotional intelligence. This is weird. This is also kind of necessary. But Glitz was right. I had built something real. 2 species that started out hostile toward each other were now working together, coordinating on shared projects, even bonding over drinks. My trap network was functional, sophisticated, and becoming more complex with every kobold innovation. I'd gone from complete panic and existential confusion to operational stability in over a month. The problem was that stable didn't mean ready for external judgment. Stable meant home turf advantage. Ready for external judgment meant I needed to prove something to strangers who had established criteria and expectations. That was a problem for later. Or maybe for the next chapter. For now, I settled into the dungeon structure and felt the rhythms of my creatures working. Goblins hammering in the warehouse, forging metal into tools and weapons. Kobolds measuring in the lab, designing the next generation of mechanical traps. The ambient magic of the place settling into something that felt like home. Almost, I thought, is better than nothing. The brawl had shaken something loose in the dungeon's cultural structure, I realised as the next few days passed. The rivalry that had felt genuine, 2 species with fundamentally different ways of approaching problems, unable to understand each other's priorities, was becoming performance. When Grubnut complained loudly about kobold perfectionism and obsessive measurement, there was less anger in his voice and more like theatre, like he was playing a role. When Skreek responded with precise mathematical counter-arguments and pointed observations about goblin inefficiency, his slight upturn in tone suggested he was enjoying the back and forth. They were bonding through structured conflict, which meant they were working together rather than against each other. I have accidentally created workplace culture. The realisation was simultaneously horrifying and oddly satisfying. This was exactly how tech companies worked. Teams competing internally, generating energy and innovation through tension, but fundamentally aligned on the organisation's goals. It was toxic when it turned genuinely hostile and destructive. It was brilliant when it stayed in the sweet spot between rivalry and collaboration. That narrow band of conflict that generates progress and destruction. I could create that sweet spot intentionally, which meant either I was getting better at dungeon management or I'd gotten lucky twice in a row. But the truth was probably both, which was the most corporate thing I could have realised. Chapter 16. Small reptilian visitors. The pressure plate system was becoming beautiful. That was Screek's favourite word these days, beautiful. Not optimal, though he'd use that too. Not efficient, though efficiency was baked into every measurement, but beautiful. Like a thing that existed in the world and mattered beyond its function. I understood the impulse, even though I was a dungeon core with limited access to aesthetic appreciation. The new pressure plate design was genuinely impressive. Screek and his team had been iterating on the basic system for weeks, starting from the cobbled-together first version I'd helped them construct, refining it through dozens of small improvements. The triggers were now responsive enough to catch a light-footed adventurer. The pressure sensitivity was calibrated to avoid false triggering from settling stone or minor vibrations. The release mechanism was smooth enough that it consistently engaged the trapdoor without jamming or stuttering. "Test number 47, Screek announced from his observation position, his voice carrying the crisp precision of a researcher presenting data. Pressure applied at 85% of maximum expected body weight. System response time, 0.03 seconds. Release mechanism engaged without deviation. No mechanical friction detected. 0 failure conditions observed." The pressure plate had depressed under the test weight I created using earth manipulation. A stone block, roughly equivalent to a mid-sized person, approximately 160 pounds in pressure equivalents. The trigger had worked precisely. The trap had engaged smoothly. Everything operated exactly as designed, moving through its sequence without hesitation or error. I could feel the mechanical satisfaction through the dungeon's vibration patterns, the way the plate compressed, the precision of the spring mechanism, the smooth engagement of the trapdoor. It was like listening to someone play an instrument perfectly, every note exactly in tune. System notification. Kobold engineering advancement achieved. Technical innovation unlocked. Pressure plate trap, rank 1. Note, your tiny lizards made a better mousetrap. Congratulations on outsourcing innovation to employees. "Did you see that, Sarah?" Screek's excitement was barely contained, vibrating through his small frame. "Rank 1 activation. The system recognises this as a functional trap type. We have achieved trap categorization." Which means it's real. Which means it counts. "It's impressive work," I said, extending my perception to feel the subtle resonance patterns radiating from the pressure plate. There was something musical about it. The way the mechanism engaged, the precise calibration that made it work without wasting energy or motion. How many iterations did this take? 47 successful tests, Screek said, consulting his notes, plus another 18 failed iterations during development, approximately 300 measurements, 217 calculations, 400 cubic feet of material testing, consumption and recycling, 7 broken prototypes requiring full reconstruction. The guy loves his metrics. Any issues with durability? I asked. Can it hold up to repeated activation? Minimal degradation, Screek said. The spring mechanism shows predictable wear patterns consistent with normal metal fatigue under stress. Under standard dungeon traffic assumptions, approximately 3 to 5 trap activations per adventure session, we estimate functional lifespan of 240 trap activations before maintenance becomes necessary. However, if we fabricate the spring from higher quality steel, which requires accessing additional surface deposits north of the warehouse in the mineral-rich zone, we could increase lifespan to approximately 600 trap activations. Functionally, this would represent a 2.5 times improvement in trap longevity. Can you get that steel? I asked. What's the mining cost? The technical capability is yes. Grabnuk's voice came from across the lab, where he'd been supervising his team's installation of new ventilation shafts. He was covered in dust, his frame radiating the satisfaction of physical work completed well. Goblins can dig it out. It is more rock-digging work. Goblins like rock-digging. Satisfying type work, but it is also near Old Crater where dire rats live. Maybe dangerous, yes?
They don't like goblins digging near their home.
Right, the dire rats. We hadn't had any contact with the dire rat population since the early weeks. They existed in some deep cavern network beneath my dungeon's operational zone, and as long as we weren't actively threatening their territory, they seemed content to ignore us. But occasionally they'd dig upward, expanding their tunnel network. Occasionally they'd get close to areas we were actively developing. It was like living with ground floor neighbours who were unpredictable and had large teeth. Let me check the structural maps, I said, extending my perception downward through the stone layers. The dungeon's architecture was like a three-dimensional maze in my awareness. Every chamber, every corridor, every reinforced arch and carefully positioned structural beam. Below that, older stone. Unstable areas that I was gradually reinforcing, and somewhere in the deep earth, the dire rat territories. The old crater was approximately 40 feet down, beneath the secondary stone layer. The dire rats had expanded their tunnels about 15 feet closer to our operational zone in the past month, but they were still a reasonable distance away. Recovery time if they got aggressive would be tight but manageable. There's risk, I said, but it's manageable. Grubnuck, how many goblins would you need?
4, 5 goblins?
Grubnuck said, thinking out loud, pacing as he worked through the logistics.
Light work. Ore extraction, not structural removal. 2-3 days of work? Maybe catch some dire rat attention, but goblins have experience with deep tunnel work. We be careful, yes. I pick experienced miners. We bring weapons in case.
Then do it, I said. Screek, how quickly can you fabricate springs from better steel?
With proper material supply, approximately 5 to 7 days per spring, Screek said.
His precision was automatic at this point.
However, if I had an apprentice to assist with the repetitive work, specifically the heating and tempering cycles that require constant attention, I could accelerate the process. Currently, all fabrication tasks fall to myself and my limited team. Division of labour would improve efficiency significantly. I estimate productivity increase of 40 to 50% with appropriate assistant.
Before I could respond, Grubnuck appeared from one of the deeper corridor passages, his scribe sash marking him as distinctly out of place in the workshop. His scaled features were arranged in his characteristic neutral expression, though his eye ridges tightened slightly as he approached.
Sarah, the scouts bring concerning news, Grubnuck said, his English much improved. Kingdom surveyors have been spotted. Mapping parties. They are cataloguing resources in this region, logging deposits, noting geographic features. I would advise discretion regarding your external visibility. The committee rarely takes interest in dungeons unless they believe those dungeons contain something worth cataloguing.
Another warning about the kingdom's attention. First Grubnuck's scouts, now more reports about increased activity. How close are they? I asked.
The last reports placed them 3 miles north, Grubnuck said, but my scouts suggest they are moving systematically. It is a matter of time before they map this location. I recommend having your narrative prepared for the inevitable inquiry.
Oh, right. I'd created this whole management structure, but I hadn't given Screek the resources he needed to scale up his operations. He was still one kobold, trying to run an entire innovation pipeline while building multiple trap systems simultaneously. He was brilliant, but even brilliance had capacity limits. Appoint someone, I said. One of your engineers. Someone you trust with technical work. Someone willing to learn. I'll formalise the apprenticeship through the command authority.
I recommend Crix, Screek said immediately. Her precision is adequate, and her learning speed is above average. She demonstrates curiosity about mechanical systems, and willingness to accept correction. She has volunteered for advanced work on 3 occasions.
Done, I said. Crix is now your apprentice. She reports to you. She gets apprentice-level authority over junior kobolds in the engineering team. Just like that, another layer of organisation. The lab suddenly felt more structured, more intentional, more like it was getting somewhere instead of going in circles, more like I was building something that would survive beyond my immediate attention span. System notification. Kobold organisational hierarchy expanded. Apprenticeship authority enabled. Kicks assigned as engineering apprentice to Screek. Note: you've created a middle management position. Congratulations on developing middle manager energy. Day 33 was when I started noticing the problem with the Catch-22 I'd created. The pressure plates were real, the trap gauntlet was sophisticated, the memory mirrors were working consistently, the atmospheric entrance was properly calibrated. The pit traps with the lavender mud were functional and dangerous in the right ways. Everything was ready for adventurers. We had 0 adventurers. The dungeon was prepared, optimised, tested internally, but the kingdom didn't know we existed. No rumours had spread about the new dungeon manifesting in the region. No adventurers were travelling the roads in this direction. No merchants were passing through with stories about dangerous deep earth locations. No travellers had even noticed the dungeon entrance. We're a dungeon designed for visitors that nobody knows about. This was the opposite problem from what I'd expected. In the books and games I remembered, new dungeons always attracted immediate attention. Adventurers descended on them like locusts, desperate for treasure and experience and glory, but that was fiction. And fiction didn't account for the possibility that a dungeon might exist in a low-traffic area, might be small enough to not be obvious, might be new enough that word hadn't spread. How do new dungeons get discovered? I asked Squeak during one of our evening consultations. The question felt like admitting failure, like asking someone to explain why my business plan wasn't working. Generally, Squeak said, settling into lecture mode with obvious pleasure, through official kingdom channels. The dungeon registry maintains a comprehensive classification system. When a new dungeon manifests, when one emerges from the earth and becomes aware, it is registered by kingdom inspectors. The classification is then published in the Adventurers Guild bulletins, and adventurers respond based on their capabilities and equipment. We haven't been registered, I said. Affirmative, Squeak said. That would be the Dungeon Regulation Committee's responsibility. They have not yet dispatched an inspector to your location. Therefore, you do not exist in the official registry. Therefore, adventurers have no way to know about you except through rumour and hearsay. So, we need the inspector to come and do the inspection before anyone knows we exist. This was backwards from what I needed. I wanted adventurers to come test my systems, but I couldn't get adventurers without official recognition, and I couldn't get official recognition without adventurers. How long does that usually take? I asked. Unknown, Squeak said, which was his way of saying, the data is incomplete. The committee maintains regional inspection schedules, but those are not public information. It could be weeks. It could be months. Dungeons in remote locations sometimes wait a full season before receiving initial inspection. Great. We could be staring at months of nothing. The realisation hit me like a temperature drop through my structure. I'd spent all this time building the dungeon, optimising the systems, creating functional traps, establishing a working organisation, but none of it mattered if nobody could come test it. None of it mattered if nobody knew it existed. Which meant I had built something beautiful that served no purpose. This explains some inefficiencies I've been detecting, Glitz said, breaking into the conversation with the desperation of someone who'd realised their organisational model didn't have an output stream. The trap systems are fully operational, but experiencing 0 activation events? This is like having a restaurant with no customers. The kitchen is perfect, but nobody is eating. We need to optimise for visitor attraction. How do you optimise for visitor attraction? I asked. I don't have the ability to advertise. I can't put up a sign on the road, I can't send messages. I can only exist and hope people find me. You could make noise, Glitz suggested, with the desperation of someone grasping at straws. Loud noise, obvious noise, audible noise that carries for great distances. Adventurers travel through various routes, and loud noise would draw their attention towards your location. We could activate multiple traps simultaneously to create an acoustic phenomenon. That would kill us before they got here, I said. We need them alive to test the dungeon, not dead in the entrance corridor before they ever see the real challengers. System notification. Dungeon classification system explained. Your dungeon requires official evaluation to be listed in the adventurer registry. Classification determines your dungeon tier, difficulty rating, and expected monster population. Note, you are currently unclassified, and therefore invisible to the adventuring community. Try not to feel bad about this. Squeak, I said. What does the classification system mean? What are the tiers? How does a dungeon get classified? The classification system is hierarchical, Squeak said, settling into full lecture mode with obvious pleasure. His voice took on the cadence of someone delivering important information to an interested audience. It begins at the lowest tier, unranked, which applies to dungeons that have manifested but have not been evaluated by official committee representatives. Above unranked is rank 1, which designates a dungeon capable of handling novice adventurers with basic training. The difficulty threshold for rank 1 is approximately equivalent to a solo adventurer with basic combat training and minimal dungeon experience. And higher? I asked.
Rank 2 encompasses dungeons suitable for small parties of 3 to 5 trained adventurers working together, Squeak continued. Rank 3 represents dungeons requiring coordinated groups of 8 to 12 people. Rank 4 is reserved for massive dungeons requiring full-scale adventuring parties. The highest currently documented rank is Rank 5, which designates legendary dungeons requiring full adventuring guilds to successfully navigate. The oldest dungeons, the most dangerous ones, the ones that have been going for centuries. Your dungeon is currently unranked. When will we get a classification? I asked. Upon receipt of an official inspector's evaluation, Squeak said. The inspector will assess your trap systems, your monster population, your core strength, and your overall dimensional stability. They will evaluate the quality of construction, the sophistication of trap design, and the danger level. If the evaluation determines you are suitable for novice adventurers, you will be classified Rank 1. If the dungeon proves more dangerous or requires more experienced parties, Rank 2. The classification determines what tier of adventurers are directed toward your location. So we're stuck in a holding pattern, waiting for an inspector who we don't know when they're coming. I spent the next 3 days in what I could only describe as existential spiralling, which was ironic because I was a magical rock. Spirits don't really spiral. But my vibration patterns definitely got worse, my pressure awareness becoming erratic, and I spent a lot of time feeling like I'd built something that didn't matter, like I'd failed at the most basic level. Then, on day 35, Squeak came to me with a proposition. Given our current lack of external evaluation, Squeak said, and given that our trap systems remain untested under real-world conditions, I propose implementing internal testing protocols. We could create simulated adventuring parties from our existing population, have them traverse the trap gauntlet while we monitor performance and identify weaknesses. You want to use goblins and kobolds as test subjects, I said. Affirmative, Squeak said. We have adequate population for controlled trials. The goblins are combat trained. The kobolds are intelligent enough to understand the testing objective and follow specific behaviours. We could run controlled trials, identify any non-functional traps, measure effectiveness metrics, and refine the system before actual adventurers arrive. That's not terrible, I said. Might be useful. Might be the only way we can improve without getting killed. The testing would require additional trap instrumentation, Squeak continued, warming to the topic. We would need to install measurement devices that track trap activation timing, response time, trap effectiveness, and structural performance under stress. I would also recommend installing additional pressure plates throughout the gauntlet for redundancy and testing of multiple mechanisms. If you approve, I can coordinate with Grabnak to begin construction within 3 days. System notification. Interspecies collaborative resource acquisition initiated. Goblin mining teams assigned to retrieve high-quality steel deposits. Direct proximity monitoring active. Note: you're successfully managing species cooperation under resource scarcity. Your middle management is working after all. How much material do you need? I asked. Approximately 200 pounds of metal, Squeak said. Steel, primarily, for the measurement instrumentation and pressure plate mechanisms. Copper for the measurement device wiring and sensor calibration. Both materials are obtainable from our current reserves or through Grabnak's mining operations. I estimate material cost to be reasonable and time investment to be approximately 1 week for full installation. Then do it, I said. Run the testing protocol. We'll figure out what works and what doesn't before the inspector arrives, and if we get visitors before the inspector, we'll have data to show them. The next 3 days were chaos, in the productive sense. Grabnak's team was working double shifts to mine additional materials, risking deeper cave exploration to retrieve quality ore. Squeak and his new apprentice Crix were fabricating pressure plates and measurement devices at impressive speed. The trap gauntlet, which had been theoretically complete, was suddenly under active development again. But at least it felt like we were doing something. By day 36, the new pressure plates were installed. The measurement devices were positioned throughout the gauntlet. We had a testing framework ready. On day 37, Glitz interrupted my work with an alert. Sarah, Glitz said, voice shifting from cheerful to something more like urgent. I'm detecting movement on the surface. Significant auditory signatures. Someone is approaching the dungeon entrance. My entire structure went alert. Pressure patterns shifted and compressed. Temperature awareness spun up. Every sensory capability I had turned toward the surface, reaching through the stone and earth toward whatever was out there. There was definitely something there. How many? I asked. 1, Glitz said, but the auditory signature is unusual. Unusual how? I asked.
There was a pause that lasted probably less than a second, but felt much longer. Then faintly, through the layers of stone and earth, I heard it. And Sir Humphrey of the Wandering Path approaches the mysterious dungeon entrance, ready to test his considerable martial prowess against whatever horrors await within. The adventure continues. Sir Humphrey is filled with anticipation. Oh no. That's... I started.
Third-person self-narration,
Squeak confirmed, his voice carrying the slightly superior tone of someone presenting obvious data.
The individual appears to be describing their own actions as they perform them in real time. Unusual behavioural pattern, but not uncommon among certain adventurer personality types.
Who does that? I said.
Adventurers with excessive ego, Squeak said flatly. Generally poor dungeon material from a survival perspective. They tend to ignore environmental clues and walk directly into traps while distracted by their own internal narrative. However, from a testing perspective, this could prove valuable.
How is that valuable? I asked.
They will trigger traps while narrating the experience, Squeak said. This provides commentary data. Also, if they survive long enough to complete the gauntlet, they are genuinely skilled.
That sounds useful, I said.
Affirmative, Squeak agreed. From a testing perspective, they represent worst-case scenario. Minimal environmental awareness. High confidence. Zero caution. If we can effectively challenge a self-narrating adventurer with poor threat assessment, we can probably trap anyone.
Sir Humphrey continued his internal monologue as he approached the dungeon entrance, his voice growing clearer as he got closer. And the ancient stone archway looms before Sir Humphrey. The craftsmanship is impressive. The dungeon is clearly new, recently manifested perhaps. Sir Humphrey has detected a draught from the entrance. Surely there are treasures within. I could feel him now through my sensory awareness. Human-shaped, reasonably large, moving with the confidence of someone trained in combat. He had equipment. I could sense the weight distribution of armour and weapons, the resonance pattern of metal tools and protective gear. He was definitely an adventurer, a real one.
Should we activate the entrance sequence? Glitz asked. Should we engage trap systems? Is this hostile?
No, I said, just normal operation. Let's see if he gets through the atmospheric entrance without help. Squeak, start recording. This was our first real test. This is real data. Sir Humphrey stepped into the dungeon. System notification. First external visitor detected. Classification status, unranked, under evaluation. Note, well, you wanted an adventurer. Be careful what you wish for. The atmospheric entrance was designed to be disorienting. The pressure changes were subtle at first, just enough to create a sense of wrongness without being consciously detectable. The temperature dropped gradually, creating an environmental shift that made skin prickle and cortisol spike. The darkness was absolute, meant to test how the visitor adapted to sensory deprivation. Sir Humphrey walked directly into it, without hesitation or pause. And Sir Humphrey passes through the atmospheric entrance. The air grows cold, the darkness grows absolute, but Sir Humphrey is undeterred. The legend grows with each step. This guy is going to be trouble. He made it through the atmospheric entrance without triggering anything because there was nothing to trigger. Just environmental manipulation, just pressure and temperature and absence of light. Next came the shadow corridors, where my shadow theatre skill created illusory walls and false passages, designed to disorient and separate groups. Sir Humphrey walked straight through them, touching nothing, triggering nothing, completely ignoring the illusions I had carefully crafted and maintained. And the shadows part before Sir Humphrey, he navigates them with ease. His legendary courage guides him forward.
He's not engaging with any of the environmental hazards, Squeak said,
his voice taking on an analytical tone.
He's moving through the dungeon as if he knows the layout already. Either he's exceptionally perceptive or exceptionally stupid. The data suggests he is genuinely not perceiving the illusions.
Maybe both, Glitz suggested.
Exceptionally stupid, but also skilled enough to not need perception.
Sir Humphrey reached the memory mirrors, which was where I'd expected the real testing to begin. The memory mirrors were designed to show reflections that didn't match reality, to create visual disorientation by reflecting memories or fears than current appearance. They were subtle, designed to make someone question what they were seeing, designed to create psychological disturbance. Sir Humphrey approached the first mirror and stopped. And Sir Humphrey sees his reflection, but wait, is it truly his reflection? The image moves differently, more slowly. Sir Humphrey is intrigued by this mysterious illusion. He reached out and touched the mirror. The trap activated. The memory image flickered, showing him not his current reflection, but a past moment. Sir Humphrey as he'd been years ago,
Younger, defeated, bearing scars from some lost battle. The emotional resonance was powerful. I could feel it through the system. The mirror was doing exactly what it was designed to do, creating a moment of psychological disruption and emotional vulnerability. Sir Humphrey didn't react. And Sir Humphrey sees his past. A reminder of challenges overcome. This dungeon is clearly testing his resolve. Sir Humphrey rises to the occasion.
He's completely impervious to psychological manipulation, I said, feeling a mixture of frustration and admiration. His ego functions as a shield.
Correct, Squeak said. Any emotional vulnerability is immediately overwritten by his internal narrative. Essentially, he cannot be psychologically damaged because he's too busy narrating his own success. This is an unexpected result, but it provides valuable data.
Sir Humphrey continued through the memory mirrors without triggering anything else. He reached the narrowing passages, where the dungeon corridors began to compress, creating claustrophobic conditions designed to make people anxious. He walked through them, describing how spacious they were. He reached the pit traps. And Sir Humphrey observed the floor before him, a chasm, a void filled with... Is that mud? Lavender-scented mud. How curious. Sir Humphrey is certain this is a trap designed to test his jumping ability.
He's narrating it as a test of his skills, Squeak observed. He's contextualizing the dungeon as a challenge, specifically designed for his triumph. Dangerous thought pattern. Makes him overconfident in exactly the way that leads to trap activation.
Sir Humphrey took a running start and jumped. He landed on the opposite side easily, barely sinking into the lavender mud. The pit trap, designed for standard human physiology, was no challenge for someone with his athletic training. And Sir Humphrey clears the chasm with ease. The legendary adventure continues.
This is problematic, Squeak said. The physical traps require escalation. Your current design assumes standard difficulty adventurers. This individual is above average in capability.
Wait, I said. Let's see the pressure plates. Sir Humphrey continued forward and stepped directly on the first newly installed pressure plate. The trigger engaged. The mechanism responded. The trap activated. For a moment I thought he was done. He was committed to the pressure plate mechanism, and it was designed to open a pit beneath his feet, to send him tumbling into a secondary chamber below. Then he jumped. He jumped straight up with incredible explosive force, got halfway across the pit, grabbed the opposite edge with his hands, and pulled himself up with the strength of someone who trained for exactly this kind of scenario. And Sir Humphrey executes a flawless acrobatic manoeuvre. The traps are no match for his skill. The dungeon itself seems impressed.
He's extremely good, Squeak said,
his voice carrying what might have been respect.
Better than 90% of standard adventurers. He represents above-average human capability combined with exceptional training. He is probably rank 2 material.
So we're failing the test, I said.
Negative, Squeak said. This is not failure, this is data. Your trap network is adequate for standard adventurers, but insufficient for this individual. However, the positive assessment is that the system is functional. It works, it triggers, it responds. The negative assessment is that we require escalation mechanisms for above-average visitors.
Sir Humphrey made it through the entire gauntlet without dying, without getting seriously hurt, and without stopping his narrative for a single moment. When he reached the central hub, he stood in the empty space and proclaimed, "And Sir Humphrey has conquered the dungeon. No monsters appeared. The treasure must be deeper still." Sir Humphrey descends. There were no deeper levels. The dungeon wasn't finished enough to have deeper levels. He was about to start exploring the warehouse and the lab, where 29 goblins and kobolds were definitely going to have opinions about an unauthorised intruder. I made a decision. "Time to make things real," I said. Grubnuck stepped out of the warehouse shadows first, his massive frame casting pressure patterns across the central hub.
"Human adventurer," Grubnuck said,
his voice low and carrying genuine threat.
"You have entered goblin territory. You have disturbed our workshops. You have not been invited or announced. This is problem. Yes, yes?"
"And Sir Humphrey faces his first true opponent," Sir Humphrey proclaimed. The goblin leader emerges from the darkness. Combat is imminent. Sir Humphrey readies himself.
"Not combat," Grubnuck said,
raising a hand in a calming gesture.
"Not yet. First we see if human can survive dungeon properly. You follow gauntlet path, yes, yes. You do challenge. You test dungeon systems."
"The goblin offers a challenge," Sir Humphrey narrated. Sir Humphrey accepts. Squeak appeared from the lab, his small kobold frame looking official despite his size. The trap system requires refinement data, Squeak announced, his voice taking on the formal tone of someone conducting official business. You will traverse the gauntlet again while we monitor performance metrics. You will activate each trap. You will demonstrate trap effectiveness. You will provide feedback on difficulty scaling and mechanical performance. This is compensation for your intrusion. And the kobold engineer makes demands, Sir Humphrey said. Sir Humphrey agreed to provide data. The adventure continues. And like that, we had our first real test subject. System notification. Dungeon testing protocol initiated. First adventurer voluntarily entered gauntlet for data collection. Note, you accidentally invented user testing. Congratulations on rediscovering basic QA methodology. The testing took hours. Sir Humphrey ran through the gauntlet repeatedly, triggering traps deliberately, showing us exactly how he defeated each mechanism, providing real feedback on what worked and what didn't. His physical capabilities were genuinely exceptional. He was probably rank 2 material, maybe even pushing toward rank 3. But more importantly, he was willing to participate in our testing. He seemed to find the whole process genuinely enjoyable. By the time evening came, we had comprehensive data on how a professional adventurer interacted with our trap system, and we had information on how to improve. Pressure plate mechanism requires deeper pit, Squeak announced, reviewing his notes with obvious satisfaction. Current pit depth is 8 feet. Your subject cleared it via climbing and jumping. If we increase pit depth to 12 feet and reduce climbing surface texture, make the wall smoother, more difficult to grip, we create a failure condition for standard adventurers. Memory mirrors need actual memory connection, Grubnuck added, surprising me with his insight. Adventurer he narrate past doesn't feel sadness or fear. Needs something that makes him feel something real, makes him pause, yes? Even the goblins were learning to think in terms of trap optimization. Sir Humphrey, for his part, seemed genuinely impressed. And Sir Humphrey has never encountered a dungeon with such collaborative management, he said, narrating his own amazement. This is excellent adventuring experience. Sir Humphrey will spread word of this dungeon's competence. You will tell others? Squeak asked, catching the important bit. You will report this dungeon to your guild. Affirmative, Sir Humphrey said. Sir Humphrey will visit the Adventuring Guild and report this dungeon's status. They will add it to the preliminary registry. Other adventurers will come. Which meant word would spread, which meant the committee would learn about us eventually, which meant we needed to be ready. But for the first time, since I'd realised the visibility problem, I felt like we had a path forward. Later that night, after Sir Humphrey had left, still narrating his own departure, still impressed with our organisational structure, promising to send more adventurers our way, I gathered my thoughts and looked at what we'd built. A functional trap system. A working organisational structure. 2 species working together toward a common goal. And now, actual external validation from a real adventurer. Sarah, Glitz said softly, you did something good here. You built something that works.
We built something, I said. I couldn't have done this alone. Glitz's usual sparkle seemed to dim for a fraction of a second.
Just filing the standard report, Sarah. Nothing interesting. Boring committee paperwork that they definitely won't read.
But her typical enthusiasm rang slightly hollow, and I noticed the hesitation before the words came. She shifted quickly past it, but there was something off. Something she wasn't saying. I raised a mental eyebrow, but got distracted by the next realisation.
That's what good leaders say, Glitz replied.
Maybe that was true. Maybe I was learning how to do this. Maybe the imposter syndrome was the background noise of someone trying to build something real in a world that had rules she didn't fully understand yet. The dungeon settled into the night, its structures humming with the residual magic of the day's testing. Tomorrow we'd begin implementing Squeak's improvements. We'd deepen the pits. We'd strengthen the pressure plates. We'd refine everything based on real data. Tomorrow we'd be ready for the next visitor, and the next after that. But tonight, we could rest in the knowledge that we'd done something real. We'd made something that mattered. Chapter 17. Sir Humphrey Dangerfield III, Esquire. The pressure wave hit my lattice before the shouting did, which meant someone was either extremely loud or extremely enthusiastic. Given how the vibrations announced themselves like an aggressive startup pitch, I was betting on both. Why is there a human narrating themselves like a nature documentary? Sir Humphrey Dangerfield III, Esquire, hereby enters the domain of the mysterious and surely treacherous dungeon of the Blighted Crystal. Mark this moment, for it shall be inscribed in the heroic handbook for generations to come. The pressure spikes grew more intense as he approached the entrance. I could sense the weight distribution in his armour, the vibration patterns in his movements, the resonance of pure, uncut conviction radiating through the stone. He sounded like a man who'd memorized himself out of a book. Oh, no. Oh, 1,000 times no. Glitz, I projected into the hive mind. We have a visitor. A loud one. A very loud one. Oh yeah, new friend time. Glitz manifested in the main chamber in a blur of green euphoria. Hey, welcome. I'm Glitz, and you're about to have the most amazing time of your entire existence. The adventurer crossed the threshold into my domain, and I got my first real look at him through the vibration patterns and spatial distortions that served as my eyes. He was young, maybe 25, with the broad shoulders of someone who'd trained extensively and the unblemished confidence of someone who'd never failed at anything important. His armour was meticulously maintained, the work of either a dedicated squire or obsessive personal care. The way he moved suggested proper training, each step placing his weight methodically, conserving energy the way you'd expect from someone who'd fought in formation. He wore a full helm, one of those ridiculous ceremonial designs with a plume that probably looked impressive at tournaments and got immediately snagged in actual cave systems. But I could sense the earnest energy pouring off him like heat from a dying star, the absolute conviction that he was currently doing exactly what a hero was supposed to be doing. The vibrations of his breathing were even, measured, suggesting he wasn't panicking, despite being in a dungeon with unknown hazards. This is going to be interesting in the worst possible way. The resonance patterns around him suggested a complex internal state. He was nervous, certainly. The pressure waves of his heartbeat were elevated. The subtle vibrations of muscle tension throughout his body indicated a heightened state of alert. But underneath that was something else. Excitement, anticipation. He'd come here on purpose, seeking exactly this. Skreek materialised beside Glitz, his posture managing to convey scepticism even through the telepathic link. The kobold's resonance field contracted slightly, the way it did when he was processing information he found mildly offensive to his understanding of optimal organisation. This human exhibits behavioural markers consistent with fantasy roleplay immersion, Skreek said, disdain coating each word like inefficient code corrupting clean systems. I calculate an 87% probability he is fundamentally harmless. Statistical deviations suggest he is either exceptionally deluded or following a structured behavioural framework. Either hypothesis results in minimal actual threat assessment. Thank you, mysterious sentient creatures. I shall note your greeting in my heroic handbook. The knight reached into a pouch at his belt and withdrew an actual leather-bound book, consulted it solemnly, then began narrating in a theatrical baritone. Upon entering the dungeon, the hero shall first appreciate the architectural grandeur, establish rapport with the indigenous creatures, and prepare mentally for trials ahead. Sir Humphrey shall now commence the first phase of appreciation. He turned slowly in the main chamber, his armoured body rotating with ceremonial precision. I could feel his attention moving across my walls, my ceiling, the careful placement of my first pressure plate near the corridor entrance. Magnificent, he declared. The stonework alone speaks to a level of dungeon craftsmanship rarely encountered in these modern times. The attention to structural integrity, the careful blend of intimidation and functionality, the subtle way the shadows dance across the... He paused. Is this a trap? Yes. Yes, I confirmed through Glitz, who seemed delighted to have an actual conversation with someone who made vocalizations instead of existing in a state of perpetual enthusiasm. Pressure plates throughout the first corridor, mechanical triggers the usual. System notification. Monster coordination has reached rank 3. Your minions now respond with greater tactical understanding. Coordination bonuses increased by 12%. You can now manage up to 35 minions with active real-time communication. Note: congratulations, you've promoted your goblin to manager, your kobold to engineer, and yourself to what exactly? Dungeon CEO? Consistent notifications get fired for insubordination. Sir Humphrey appreciates the transparency, the knight announced. Many dungeons rely on deception for their trap effectiveness. This dungeon, however, appears to value honest communication, a refreshing approach. He consulted his handbook again. Phase 2. Navigate the obstacles with appropriate caution and theatrical narration. He approached the first pressure plate. I could feel his weight distribution, the careful placement of his boots. He stepped, precisely, on the trigger mechanism. Oh. The stone slab beneath him descended smoothly into the floor. He managed 3 running steps before gravity became relevant, and then he was falling, clanging, shouting, and narrating all the way down into the mechanical pit I'd designed for exactly this kind of moment. Except I'd designed it to trap smaller creatures. An armoured human was significantly heavier. Whee! Humphrey! Sir Humphrey descends into the abyss. The mechanical grinding of the great dungeon gears shall test his valour. This is precisely what the handbook predicted. He landed on the secondary platform I'd installed, the one designed to catch people before they hit the actual ground. His armour clanged against the stone, with the resonance of a bell tower during a particularly aggressive celebration. At least he's not dead. Why are they never dead? The pressure patterns in the pit shifted as he hauled himself upright. An excellent secondary challenge. Sir Humphrey admires the layered difficulty approach. He consulted his handbook by what I presumed was the light of a torch. The instructions state that a hero must overcome adversity through determination and strategic thinking. Sir Humphrey shall now employ his unmatched intellect. For the next 5 minutes, he attempted to climb out using increasingly elaborate rope-based techniques he read from the handbook. The pressure patterns in the pit shifted as he tried each method, then failed in various creative ways. None of them worked, mostly because the handbook appeared to be a fantasy adventure novel than actual tactical guidance. He'd read passages like, "The hero shall leap mightily upward," and "A true warrior's spirit can overcome any earthly obstacle," and decided these constituted legitimate climbing strategies. I watched the vibrations of his increasingly frustrated attempts with something approaching sympathy. He was genuinely trying, applying effort and focus, working from completely useless instructions. It was like watching someone troubleshoot a system using a fiction novel instead of documentation. After the 3rd time he slipped back down, I decided intervention was necessary. Finally, I had Grubnuck lower a rope from above. The troll-goblin hybrid manifested at the pit's edge, with a sound that could only be described as a snort of amusement. Yes, night-heavy, Grubnuck confirmed, each word deliberate and distinct. Like rocks with legs, like many rocks, like all rocks together in armour shape. Thank you, noble goblin. Sir Humphrey acknowledges your exceptional strength. The knight remained completely earnest even while covered in dungeon muck. Shall Sir Humphrey continue? Phase 3 is the narrow corridor, I projected, more out of curiosity than anything else. More pressure plates, shadow effects, and the corridor narrows substantially. Trap analysis. Adventurer response to claustrophobic design. Confident engagement. Estimated panic threshold, not reached. Estimated humility development, proceeding as designed. Note, the system observes that your elaborate emotional torture corridor inspired genuine appreciation rather than trauma. You've accidentally designed something educational instead of cruel. The system is not sure how you managed this. Understood. He consulted his handbook one more time, nodded with the certainty of a man following a recipe, and approached the corridor entrance. The narrow passage was designed to be claustrophobic. The pressure on the walls forced a specific body shape, certain movement patterns, certain mental states. An armoured human with his shoulders as wide as mine, in core manifestation, wouldn't fit through without removing his armour. I'd calibrated it carefully, wide enough to not kill anyone, narrow enough to trigger the exact right amount of psychological pressure. He didn't remove his armour. I waited for that calculation to happen, for the moment that he'd weigh safety versus pride. Instead he turned sideways, proceeded at a crawl, and narrated the journey in breathless theatrical whispers, third-person commentary on his own struggle, treating himself as a character in an ongoing saga. Sir Humphrey feels the stone pressing against his protective shell, he whispered. The dungeon itself demands resolve, not strength, testing character through discomfort. This is a trial of character, not merely of... His armour caught on a protruding stone. I felt the vibrations of him attempting to wiggle loose. For 30 seconds he struggled in complete silence, at first. Then, Sir Humphrey shall employ the technique of tactical rotation. He twisted, angled differently, and after another minute of scraping sounds and muffled clanging, he emerged into the wider chamber beyond. That was intentionally designed to humble the physically impressive, I told him, watching through the pressure sensors as he checked himself for damage. Most adventurers hate it. They prefer direct combat challenges. But that was a magnificent challenge, he protested, seeming offended at the suggestion that it was meant to frustrate him. It required me to think, rather than merely react. It forced me to accept vulnerability. The handbook states that true heroism often involves moments where strength alone proves insufficient. I'm starting to like him. That thought ignited panic. Choices made outside pure survival calculation. Priorities warping into territory I couldn't afford. That was how you ended up caring about outcomes beyond essence generation. The next obstacle was the mud pit. I'd engineered it specifically to be psychologically unpleasant while remaining completely survivable. A trap that looked like it would be dangerous but was designed as a confidence breaker rather than a life taker. A statement in dungeon language that said, "You are not as invincible as you believe." The mud was warm, precisely heated to body temperature so it wouldn't cause shock response or hypothermia, lavender-scented, a decision I still deeply regretted, but which Glitz had insisted upon with such overwhelming enthusiasm that I'd eventually caved to stop hearing about it, and deposited anyone who fell into it several feet below the ground level of the passage. It was perfect for what it was designed to do: break confidence, build character, create a memory that stuck with you. It was terrible for what it did to dignity. The mud pit was designed for adventurers who needed to learn humility. The ones who came in convinced they could bulldoze through anything, that strength and armour were sufficient for all problems. The mud pit said no. The mud pit said, sometimes you fall, despite being prepared, and the only way out is admitting you need help and accepting it. Sir Humphrey approached the pit's edge with reverence, consistent with how he'd treated every obstacle. "What is that delightful aroma?" he asked. "Lavender." "Lavender," I confirmed, waiting for him to make the obvious joke about his dignity being a goner. "Wonderful. It speaks to a level of culturing that transcends mere dungeon aesthetics. Most dungeons are content to smell of carrion and despair. This dungeon clearly understands the importance of environmental psychology." He took one step toward the pit and immediately plummeted into the muck. This time he didn't narrate. This time he yelled with genuine surprise, flailed through the lavender mud, and could find the climbing rope I had provided specifically for extraction. He hauled himself out covered in purple-tinged slime, his armour now streaked with the stuff, his dignity thoroughly compromised. He sat on the edge of the pit for a moment, breathing hard. The purple-tinged mud dripped from his armour in steady streams, pooling around his feet in lavender-scented puddles. He was a mess. His armour was compromised, his dignity was destroyed, his carefully maintained appearance was thoroughly destroyed. He sat there and breathed for a while. Visitor assessment. Genuine emotional arc achieved. Humility trait activated. Narrative adaptation complete. Essence yield from satisfaction metrics. 285 AC equivalent. Note: your elaborate mud pit successfully demonstrated impermanence to a human who expected permanence through preparation. The system approves of your metaphor as engineering approach. That, he said quietly, his voice stripped of theatrical narration, was humbling. Intentionally, I confirmed. Most adventurers come in expecting to overcome everything through skill and determination. The mud pit says that sometimes you fail and no amount of preparation prevents that. The only option is getting back up. Sir Humphrey appreciates the intention. He consulted his handbook, which was now also covered in lavender mud, found what he was looking for, and managed what I could perceive as the sensory equivalent of a smile. Through sheer force of will and narrative reframing, he turned falling into a mud pit into something that fit the hero's journey arc. There was something admirable about that kind of commitment to a narrative, even if the narrative was partially delusional. By the time he made it to the final chamber, he'd encountered 7 separate pressure plate traps, each one triggering different secondary mechanisms I'd engineered into the corridors. He'd walked through shadow effects that I'd calibrated specifically to generate low-level fear response, experiencing the particular sensation of being watched by things that existed beyond perception. He could trigger the new mechanical boulder I'd been meaning to test, a beautiful piece of Squeak's engineering that rolled with the precision of something that had been designed by someone who understood geometry and kinetics. The boulder had rolled at him at high velocity. He'd dove aside with more reflexes than I would have expected from a human, rolling across the stone floor and coming up on one knee with his hand on his sword hilt. Then he'd watched the boulder complete its circular track and roll harmlessly away. He'd spent 5 minutes congratulating himself on his reflexes before realising the boulder was rolling in circles on an engineered loop and posed no actual danger to anyone smart enough to step sideways. I'd watched the pressure wave patterns shift as comprehension dawned on him. Appreciation flooded through. He understood. The boulder was a reflex test, not an execution. It was a trap designed to separate reaction from panic. The final chamber opened before him, and I could sense his awe through the pressure sensors, a sudden shift in his resonance patterns from alert to genuinely overwhelmed. "Magnificent," he whispered. "The crystal itself." I'd never been looked at quite like that before. Not by Glitz, who saw me as a source of enthusiasm amplification. Not by Grubnock, who saw me as a boss who paid him in experience. Not by Squeak, who saw me as a malfunctioning system in need of optimization. Sir Humphrey saw me as important, as worthy of attention and respect. Oh God, he's going to make me have feelings. "Sir Humphrey Dangerfield III extends his formal greetings to the Dungeon Corps," he said, and I could sense him removing his helmet, finally. The pressure patterns shifted as the metal came free, his face exposed to my sensory network. He was young, earnest, with features that contradicted his armour's promise of competence. The vibrations of his breathing had slowed, the anxiety of the trials replaced with something more like satisfaction, mixed with genuine reverence. I have travelled far to test myself against reported dungeon trials, he continued, genuine and unadorned. The trials were well constructed and educational. Your dungeon shows deliberate care for the adventurer's growth, not the malice of typical dungeons. That's exceptionally rare. Oh God, he's genuinely moved by this. The realisation crashed through me. He wasn't performing gratitude. He'd arrived expecting death, received deliberate challenges instead, and found that recognition meaningful. He'd been treated not as an enemy or a resource, but as something worthy of careful attention. I'm not crying, you're crying. Your dungeon is good, he continued simply, and the conviction in his voice made the statement feel like a formal pronouncement. I will note this in the Adventurers Guild registry. Others should experience this. Not all of them will appreciate it, but those who are genuinely seeking growth rather than profit will recognise what you have created here. Well, I said, finding myself at a loss for sarcasm, completely unprepared for having my design intentions recognised by someone I'd expected to either rob me or destroy me. That's not going to cause any problems. System notification. Essence generated from genuine human satisfaction. Essence gained, 285 AC. First successful dungeon experience completed. Note, the human broke your trap and came back complimenting you. This is the opposite of what most people expect from customer satisfaction. Confusing. Sir Humphrey replaced his helmet with absolute ceremony, crowning himself king of this moment. Sir Humphrey shall depart now, but promises to return. And perhaps, he added, with what I could only perceive as a hopeful tone, others will follow. As he made his way back toward the entrance, Grabnak intercepted him. The goblin manager materialised directly in his path, solid and unmovable, his status as someone who'd survived enough dungeon combat to earn a position of authority evident in every resonance pattern. You come back, yes, yes? The goblin asked, his improved English careful but direct. Dungeon has good traps. Not trying kill, but trying teach, make better? Make more good? Sir Humphrey turned, and I could sense the exact moment his earnestness made contact with Grubnuck's carefully forged warrior philosophy. It was like watching two different definitions of honour meet and recognise each other. Sir Humphrey swears upon his honour that he shall return, he said, and the conviction in his voice suggested this wasn't casual politeness. And he shall bring others, for dungeons such as this deserve to be experienced by many. Those who seek genuine growth, who value challenge as opportunity rather than merely as obstacles, will appreciate what has been built here. Grabnuck chirped with what might have been approval, and the two of them exchanged what looked like a formal warrior's salute. Then Sir Humphrey replaced his helmet, and made his way back toward the entrance. He departed in a clanging symphony, each footstep a beat in a narrative he inhabited constantly. His resonance carried confidence, satisfaction, and genuine hunger to return. I was left with the vibrating resonance of his departure, and the uncomfortable realisation that I'd experienced something dangerously close to connection with another sentient being. Not functional interaction, not transactional exchange of violence or essence, an actual moment of mutual recognition and respect. Reputation update. Positive word-of-mouth reputation established. Projected visitor increase, 240% over next 14 days. Adventurer referral chains initiated. New behavioural model detected. Seek personal growth rather than rob dungeon blind. Note, the system wonders if you realise you've accidentally created the first hospitable dungeon in recorded history. Congratulations, Sarah, you've completely broken dungeon culture. Well, that's deeply problematic. Did he like us? Blitz asked hopefully, resonance field still vibrating with residual excitement. Like genuinely like us, or just politeness like us? Because those are different. I think those are different. Is that different? I think he liked me, I said, turning the concept over in my consciousness like someone examining an unexpected artefact. Which is worse. Liking is complicated. It means he'll come back. It means others will come back following his recommendation. It means I've created something that resonates with people beyond surviving or extracting resources. Squeak materialised, having clearly been monitoring the entire exchange through the telepathic network, storing data, processing the interactions, analysing outcomes. His expression was exactly as sceptical as I'd expected. The human exhibited behavioural markers of genuine appreciation, Squeak said. Positive emotional resonance. Intention to provide referrals, intent to return.
If positive experiences generate essence equivalent to or exceeding traditional dungeon methodologies, then from a purely optimization standpoint, focusing on customer satisfaction may prove more efficient than traditional dungeon methodology.
Did you suggest I treat adventurers like customers? I asked incredulously. Like this is some kind of hospitality business instead of a survival mechanism.
I suggest you treat them like anything that generates useful resources, Skreek replied, with his usual clinical precision. Positive experiences generate essence. Fear generates essence. Pain generates essence. The method by which you acquire essence is irrelevant to the fundamental survival calculation. Only the efficiency matters. Only the outcome matters. Which was, technically speaking, completely true and also completely missing the point. Outside, I could sense Sir Humphrey beginning his journey back towards civilization. His footsteps clanged through the stone in loud, distinctive pressure waves, a narrative my senses tracked breath by breath. His resonance hummed with satisfied confidence, someone transformed by challenge rather than merely surviving it. The path back to the nearest settlement would take him 3 days of travel. 3 days of sleeping in dungeon-cold caverns and travelling through territory that didn't care about his earnestness. 3 days during which he would tell the story to anyone who would listen, the innkeepers, the other adventurers, the curious villagers. 3 days during which rumours would spread like essence through a growing lattice. More importantly, I could already sense the vibrations of other travellers on the same road, drawn by those early rumours, by whispers of a curious dungeon in the wastelands that didn't immediately try to kill you. A dungeon that had something other than death to offer. The pressure sensors at my entrance were already registering increased foot traffic, the subtle vibrations of new arrivals, new hopes, new people seeking whatever they thought I might have to give them. Sir Humphrey had set that in motion. The question was whether I was prepared for what came next. Great, now I have a marketing problem. Skreek was already calculating optimal positioning for additional traps. Glitz was planning celebration parties for future visitors. Grubnut was thinking about combat training protocols for managing larger adventurer groups. And I was thinking about how I'd never felt anything quite like this before. Pride mixed with terror, mixed with the uncomfortable realisation that I'd created something that resonated with human values. Not human fears, not human greed, human aspiration. But beneath the sarcasm, beneath the corporate lexicon and the dark humour, what had shifted fundamentally? For the first time in its existence, I'd had a visitor who didn't try to destroy me or exploit me, or use me as a resource to be extracted like ore from a mine. Someone who genuinely seemed interested in understanding what I'd built, and who'd been moved by the intention behind it. Not the essence, not the power, not the strategic value, the intention. And for the first time I realised I cared what he thought. Not because it generated essence, not because it increased my power reserves, not because it made me more strategic, or powerful, or efficient, but because he'd seen me as worth caring about, because he'd looked at my design choices and understood what I was trying to do, and instead of exploiting that or mocking it, he'd appreciated it. That was new. That was dangerous. This is going to be a disaster. But it was going to be an interesting disaster. The kind that changed things. The kind that made you different from what you were before, and maybe, buried underneath all the corporate horror and dungeon exploitation and essence calculations, that kind of disaster meant something. Don't get philosophical about this, Sarah. You're a literal rock. Magic rocks don't have emotional arcs. That's not how the system works. But I'd never been a rock. I'd never been anything. I'd been a software developer trapped in a magical crystal, and then I'd been a survival mechanism, and now I was something that had values and choices and the ability to recognise the differences between them. And pretending that didn't matter, pretending I was still responding to stimulus and generating resources, was getting harder by the day. Growth, as Skreek said, was inefficient. But it was also unavoidable. Chapter 18. Party Crashers. They arrived 3 hours after Sir Humphrey left, travelling in tight formation with practice coordination, the work of real combat experience, not enthusiasm. I felt them coming through the pressure sensors long before they reached the entrance, could track their approach through the vibrations of their footfalls and the distinct resonance patterns each of them generated. The moment I registered their collective resonance, I knew this was going to be a different kind of problem. 3 adventurers. 1 carried axe-wielder's weight, years of muscle memory in every stance. 1 moved with archer's precision. Someone who knew survival was about seeing threats early. 1 radiated institutional magic, trained through discipline rather than raw talent. These weren't enthusiasts seeking growth and affirmation. These were professionals seeking profit and extraction. Welcome to the dungeon equivalent of a hostile takeover. We're here for the loot, the axe-wielder announced the moment he crossed the threshold.
His voice was gruff, weathered with the authority of someone who'd survived real combat, made life or death decisions correctly. Word is this dungeon's got undefended valuables. Adventurers Guild rating system says it's safe. We're in and out before sunset. He was a large man, broader than Sir Humphrey, but less pretentious about it. His armour was scarred and functional. Earned scars, not decorative ones. Scars from fights where survival mattered more than technique. This was someone who'd fought actual people, risked actual death, and came away with scars to prove it. He'd done it not for honour, not for growth, not for any of the things Sir Humphrey valued. He'd done it for money, to eat, to survive, to pay off debts and avoid starvation. I'm Durgan, he continued, gesturing to the others. That's Lysara, the archer. She spots traps. That's Keth, our mage. We're here to assess dungeon value and extract anything of substance. Please don't try to kill us. The last line was delivered with a tone that suggested he wouldn't be particularly bothered if I tried. Well, this is the opposite of charming. Lysara was shorter, maybe 5'4", but years of bow work had carved muscle into her arms. Years of tension, breakdown, rebuild. Her eyes never stopped moving, tracking angles, noting pressure plates. She read dungeons like faces. Dozens of them had taught her the language. Her resonance burned with focus and calculation. Underneath lay weariness. She'd seen things she couldn't unsee. And kept looking anyway. Keth wore robes redolent with spell components. Exotic, expensive, evidence of institutional training. His magic resonated differently from Squeak's logic or Glitz's chaos. Controlled, methodical, beaten into place by repetition and institutional discipline. Okay, professionals. This is going to hurt. Glitz, I projected. Get everyone into defensive positions. Grubnuck, Squeak, organise the workers. These aren't tourists.
Ooh, but they're so grumpy. Maybe they need a party.
Glitz's enthusiasm was immediately dampened by the actual danger assessment.
Oh no. Okay, yes, boss. Serious time. I can serious.
As they moved deeper, I caught fragments of overheard conversation. The casual talk of people who saw dungeons as another resource location. Kingdom posted salvage rights on all unclaimed dungeon resources last month, Lysara was saying to Keth, her tone matter-of-fact. They're cataloguing everything they can find. Says it's for taxation purposes, but really, they're marking dungeons worth harvesting. Dungeon cores especially. Have they marked this region? Keth asked. Not yet, she said, but the notice was clear. Any dungeon without active kingdom oversight is considered abandoned resource. Salvage rights apply. That core would technically belong to the Crown if they decided to exercise the claim. Oh, the kingdom isn't mapping. They've formalised the process of taking something they want. The adventurers moved through my main chamber with the efficiency of people who'd done this exact thing multiple times before. Durgan approached my crystal directly, studying it with the kind of appraising gaze you'd give to a particularly interesting gemstone. Beautiful, he said, genuine appreciation in his tone. Not predatory, honest. The kind of recognition given to something valuable. High-purity crystal structure. Excellent colour saturation. If we harvest it correctly, we could get 50,000 gold at the Academy. Maybe 60 if we're careful with the extraction. 30 if we have to fence it through the black market channels. He was running calculations, market values, fence options, extraction methods, not malice, the math of survival. Calculating my death as a commodity, as a simple financial transaction, extract the valuable components, sell it, move on to the next problem. We're not harvesting anyone, I said, and I was gratified to hear that my voice didn't shake. You're welcome to test the dungeon. You're not welcome to destroy it. Lysara laughed, sharp, humourless. Dungeons don't negotiate. You generate essence, you cause problems, we remove you as a service. I'm generating essence without causing problems, I countered. I'm functioning. I'm not attacking travellers on sight. I'm not spawning monsters to slaughter innocent people. I'm existing and offering experiences. And that makes you different from other dungeons. Durgan said, still studying my lattice structure. But it also makes you a liability. Dungeons that play nice get used up, get cultivated by adventurers for profit, get slowly drained of essence until they're too weak to maintain their own structure. Then they collapse, leaving expensive magic crystals for people like us to harvest. He was so matter-of-fact about it that I missed the cruelty. This wasn't malice. This was efficiency. So what do you suggest? I asked, though I was fairly certain I wouldn't like the answer. Prove you're worth more alive than dead, Lysara said. She was examining the shadow corridor now, noting the pressure plate placements, the mechanical triggers, the way I'd engineered the psychological effects to be subtle rather than overwhelming. Show us why we should report this dungeon as a positive experience to the guild instead of a source of harvestable materials. A different test. Not Sir Humphrey's kind. Fine, I said. You want a dungeon experience? I'll give you one. System notification. Hostile adventurers detected. Dungeon defense mode activated. Fear essence generation protocols available. Escalate psychological pressure gradually. Note, it's like a performance review, except the reviewers carry axes, and you live in constant pain. I sent Durgren into the first pressure plate trap, knowing exactly what I was doing. The stone slab dropped smoothly, falling into the mechanical sequence I'd programmed into the stones themselves. He fell into the secondary chamber like Sir Humphrey before him, with the same initial confusion, the same moment of processing that gravity had suddenly become relevant. Except Durgren didn't narrate. Durgren screamed. Not pain. Durgren knew the difference between hurt and damage. This was something primal. A scream of someone transported backward into a moment they'd spent years escaping. His scream hit the chamber walls hard enough to reverberate through my entire lattice. Trauma made audible. The pressure waves were so intense I had to dampen my sensory input to avoid overload. Through the spatial distortion, his face, eyes wide, jaw locked, muscles vibrating with controlled panic. Transported backward to somewhere hot, underground, where he'd lost people. Oh. Lasara immediately fired an arrow down into the pit, not aiming at Durgren but at the walls, testing my trap's actual danger level. The arrow passed through empty space and embedded itself in the bottom of the pit with a solid thunk. He's fine, she said coldly. Durgren, situation assessment? I'm fine. His voice came from the pit, rough and raw. Just fine. But he wasn't fine. His emotional state radiated fear, rage, trauma, bundled exactly as I'd engineered it, except he had real death attached to it. Squeak materialised beside me, something approximating concern crossing his kobold features. His neurological resonance indicates he experienced a flashback event, PTSD response. Your trap mechanism was psychologically triggered. He is a military trauma case, I confirmed. The narrow space, sudden drop, the fear of being trapped, it hit something actual. This is problematic, Squeak noted. A traumatised combatant is significantly more dangerous, not less. I heard Grubnuck lower the rope. Durgren hauled himself up with mechanical precision, every movement controlled, every gesture stripped of anything unnecessary. He refused help, he refused acknowledgement. He moved directly to the next corridor, like a man operating on autopilot, as if his consciousness had checked out and left his body to handle the physical problem of continuing forward. His resonance had shifted. Confidence still present, but cracked, raw vulnerability bleeding through beneath his refusal to acknowledge it. But the second corridor was the narrow squeeze, designed for specific psychological pressure. Trapped, suffocated, unwelcome, subtle, engineered, calculated. Durgren made it halfway before the pressure pattern shifted. He was breathing hard, moving jerkily, his hands scraping against stone with increasing desperation. Then he stopped entirely. I can't, he said flatly. I can't do this. Lasara extracted him with rope and arrows, practice method. She was watching me now, eyes tracking layers underneath my neat dungeon design. Therapeutic dungeon, she said. Not a question, a statement, a recognition. That's what you are. What? No, I'm trying to survive. I'm trying to generate essence. You're not trying to kill us, she continued, precise in the way of people who've learned that wrong analysis means death. You're not trying to trap us for profit. Not like most dungeons, you're testing us, making us experience actual challenges without actual danger. The narrow corridor wasn't designed to hurt Durgren. It was designed to trigger fear response in a controlled environment. She paused, working through the calculation of what this meant. Which means you've engineered personal growth through controlled stress, a space where people face fears without dying. That's not a dungeon. It's therapy with better production values. He has PTSD, I confirmed, because there wasn't much point in lying. The pressure pattern would trigger. I know what it does, she interrupted. I have PTSD, different kind. She turned to look at Kath. We're staying. We're not, Durgren said. He'd recovered some of his composure, but only some. We're taking the crystal and leaving. You're not doing that, I told him, and I meant it with every resonance pattern in my lattice. I'm offering you something better than profit. I don't want what you're offering, he said, but he was lying. I could feel the desperate hope underneath the words, the exhaustion that came from carrying trauma as a constant weight. Lasara shot him a look that could have cut glass. I'm trying something. You don't get to volunteer us for therapy, he snapped back. I'm volunteering myself, she said calmly. You can wait in the main chamber, or you can join me, but either way I'm staying. She approached the memory mirror I'd placed in the final chamber, and I felt a spike of panic. The memory mirror wasn't designed for harsh testing. It was designed to reflect your actual trauma back at you with perfect clarity. Maybe don't let her look in it. But I hesitated for a second too long, and she was already staring into the reflective surface. What came back was her memory, not mine. Vivid, terrible, specific. Profound failure. Someone dying because her instinct had been wrong once. A teammate, friend. Death preserved in perfect clarity. That moment had carved her. The precision, the constant calculation, the absolute need to see every trap, because if she missed one, someone died again, and she'd carry the failure forever. She screamed. Genuine existential terror, not theatrical distress. Keth reached to pull her away, but it was too late. The mirror's secondary effect activated. He saw his own memory. His failure to save someone with magic. The realization that training and discipline couldn't prevent death. That all his study meant nothing because death doesn't negotiate. The absolute terror of inadequacy. The knowledge that he'd been trusted and he'd failed. He screamed too. System notification. Memory mirror essence harvesting protocol activated. Emotional resonance detected at exceptional intensity. Essence gained 1247 AC. Fear essence 382 AC. Trauma essence 114 AC. Note: psychology is the most effective dungeon mechanic. Maybe consult an actual therapist before deploying next time. I pulled them out. Lasara returned gasping, her eyes wide with the shock of confronting her worst moment made perfectly clear. Keth was crying, his hands shaking, his magical resonance crackling with chaotic instability. Durgrim moved toward them. I expected violence, rage, the response of someone realising he'd been deliberately manipulated. Instead, he was studying them both, his trauma displaced by immediate need. The warrior's instinct to protect his squad, even these near strangers. Oh God, I broke something. Guilt slammed into me. Not because I'd generated essence, the numbers climbing, but because I'd done it knowingly, with full understanding of the cost and full calculation of the benefit. I didn't mean to, I started, and the lie was obvious enough that I stopped myself. Yes, you did, Lasara said, her voice rough from screaming and grief, and the particular kind of ragged emotion that came from staring directly at your worst moment and having to acknowledge it existed. You knew. You triggered us intentionally. You designed traps to exploit our weaknesses and harvest fear as resource. She wasn't wrong. That was exactly what I'd done. I was testing. You were harvesting, Keth interrupted, his voice shaking. That's all you were doing. Just like they said. Harvesting our fear for your own survival. He was right. I'd calculated the essence gain, watched the numbers climb, used their psychological damage as a resource. I'm not better than the system I complained about. I'm operating a smaller version of the same exploitation. You're right, I said quietly. I was harvesting. I rationalised it as helping you face your fears, but that's corporate bullshit. I was using your trauma as a resource. For a long moment, no one spoke. But, Lasara said, her voice carefully controlled, you stopped. When you realised what you were doing, you pulled us out, instead of letting the mirrors run longer to generate more essence. That's not because I'm good, I countered. That's because I experienced emotional discomfort, same exploitation with guilt attached. Then you're like the rest of the guild, Durgrim said. He was helping Lasara to her feet, his own hands still trembling from proximity to his own trauma. But at least you're aware of it. They left an hour later, after I offered water and rest. They refused, Durgrim on autopilot, Lasara needing motion, both needing distance from the mirrors and what they'd seen there. But they didn't harvest me either. That had seemed to require a decision I hadn't made, a final act of violence they wouldn't commit. They wrote a report for the Adventurers Guild, one that I later found out classified me as challenging psychological environment, not recommended for trauma survivors, good for growth-focused adventurers who can maintain emotional boundaries, which was a polite way of saying, this dungeon will make you confront your worst moments and harvest your pain as a resource, but it won't kill you in the process. Sir Humphrey, meanwhile, had filed a report that read, excellent training opportunity, very considerate dungeon design, recommend for heroes seeking personal development, which was a polite way of saying, this dungeon genuinely cares about your growth and will test you fairly without trying to destroy you. The two reports were filed within 3 hours of each other, and they contradicted each other entirely. One said I was a place of healing growth, the other said I was a psychological minefield. Both were exactly correct. This is what my existence looks like now. I'm a Yelp review. A contradictory, confusing, impossible to rate Yelp review. But as my essence reserves climbed from 2 sources, genuine satisfaction from Sir Humphrey, harvested trauma from Lasara and Kath, I had to confront something uncomfortable. I'd made better choices than I would have even a week ago. I'd recognised the exploitation happening in real time, even if I hadn't prevented it from starting. I'd pulled them out instead of letting the mirrors run longer, maximising the essence gain. That had to mean something, recognising exploitation and choosing not to maximise it, even if the recognition came late.
Growth is acknowledging you were wrong yesterday and being slightly less wrong today, Squeak observed, materialising beside my lattice. His voice carried its usual dry precision, but there was something different underneath it now, something that might have been understanding. It is an inefficient process. Many would argue it is not growth at all, merely damage limitation.
How would you know? I asked. You're a kobold engineer, you optimise things. You don't generally acknowledge being wrong.
Because I recognise I am wrong frequently, he said,
and the cold precision in his voice didn't waver.
It is inefficient, but it appears to be necessary. Every system requires maintenance. Every design requires refinement. Even the designer's understanding of their own design requires continuous update.
He paused, then added, I have been wrong about you multiple times.
I calculated your threat level at 87%. I calculated that you would optimise your dungeon for maximum essence generation, regardless of cost. I was wrong. The process of acknowledging this and adjusting my models is inefficient.
But you're doing it anyway? I asked.
It appears I am, he said coldly.
Outside, my senses detected new arrivals hourly now, drawn by the conflicting reports, the mystery of a dungeon generating such different experiences. Some were seeking growth and challenge. Some were seeking resources to exploit. Some were curious about what kind of dungeon could create such contradictory reviews. Sir Humphrey had meant well when he left his glowing report, but his earnestness had brought them. The adventurers with problems, with trauma, with the desperate hope that maybe there was a way through it instead of endless coping. His belief in me had opened the door. We need policies, I said, thinking out loud about something I'd never had to think about before. Actual guidelines, screening mechanisms. If we're going to generate essence without causing permanent damage, we need to know what we're doing. We need to not be harvesting people's trauma by accident or design.
That would require becoming a business, Glitz noted cheerfully, her enthusiasm undimmed by the ethical implications. With policies and structure, and maybe a mission statement. We could have meetings about intentions and goals, and how to help people, but in ways that don't involve psychological weaponization.
Please God, no, I said. Anything but meetings. But even as I said it, I knew Glitz was right. There was no way to function as a growing community without structure. No way to scale beyond just do something that feels right, without guidelines. No way to make the choices matter if I didn't acknowledge what the choices were. But the seed was planted. I was no longer trying to survive. I had intentionality, choices, the ability to harm, with growing awareness of that fact. Welcome to consciousness, it comes with guilt. As night fell, I prepared for more visitors. Sensors detected travellers drawn by conflicting reports, by the mystery of what I was. Some would arrive seeking growth, like Sir Humphrey, with earnestness and handbooks, and the desperate hope that their potential could be unlocked through the right challenges. Some would arrive carrying wounds, like Lasara and Durgren, trying to prove they were still functional through sheer force of will. And the dangerous part was that I'd proven both approaches generated essence. Tons of essence, different types, different qualities, but essence nonetheless. A dungeon existed to generate essence, a dungeon existed to survive. The method was theoretically irrelevant. The dungeon that helps people grow and the dungeon that exploits them looked identical. Both would have visitors, reports, resources, both would survive. The difference was internal, the intention behind each trap, the choice to recognise what you're doing and decide if it's acceptable. To choose between the easier path and the right path, knowing that both paths led somewhere viable, but only one of them let you sleep without thinking about what you'd done to get there. Well, that's a crisis of conscience I wasn't equipped for. But consciousness doesn't equip you for anything. You wake knowing too much. You become something that recognises harm and can choose against it anyway. It was the worst thing that had ever happened to me. And somehow it was also the most important. Chapter 19. Knowledge Seeker. The pressure wave hit me first, a resonance pattern I'd learned to recognise as footsteps descending stone corridors. Rhythmic, deliberate, vibrations encoded with direction, weight, emotional state and the gain itself. The slow cadence of someone descending carefully, respectfully, with armour that sang against the stone in faint metallic whispers. Sir Humphrey, alone, walking toward the core chamber. I'd expected this visit since the memory mirrors fractured his party 3 days ago. The other 3 adventurers had fled like they'd seen a ghost. But Humphrey had lingered in the antechamber, helmet removed, staring at his reflection in a pool of water, with the intensity of someone debugging their own soul. Then he'd asked Glitz if he could return to speak with me. Glitz vibrated with excitement through the crystal matrix, harmonic feedback cascading. Yes, yes! This brave knight wants to visit. Amazing! Feelings, drama. So romantic. Falling in love with you. I'd corrupted her on the spot, almost. Instead, I told her to facilitate the visit and maintain operational discretion. The dungeon had enough drama without Glitz narrating our interpersonal dynamics like a romance serial. Now he approached, and my dungeon trembled. Anticipation, hope, terrifying vulnerability. The chamber held its breath. The walls resonated at the frequency of anticipation, a system waiting for impact that might change everything. The air pressure stabilised, the temperature dropped slightly from the ambient 52 degrees I maintained for goblin and kobold comfort, and the faint resonance of groundwater in the lower strata became musical, a deep thrumming that travelled up through the bedrock. The dungeon was nervous. The physical structure reflected my emotional state into reality. Wonderful or catastrophic, probably both. Sir Humphrey entered the core chamber, and I felt the displacement of his body through the air pressure alone. Large, armoured, but moving with surprising grace for a man in full plate. His footsteps created distinct resonance patterns. Left boot, right boot, the faint click of armour joints, the soft whisper of his breathing. He removed his helmet again, and I felt the subtle shift in air currents as iron left his head. His breathing steadied, synchronising with the pulse of mana through my core structure. "Greetings, Sarah," he said, his voice carrying the careful formality of someone speaking to an oracle or a being of significant power. There was no ceremony in it, though. Respect. "I have come to seek knowledge, not treasure, not victory, not the accumulation of power at your expense. I hope this is acceptable. Knowledge, of course. The one thing no amount of adventuring gives you, because adventuring is fundamentally about action, not understanding. You kill the boss, you take the loot, you leave. You never ask why the boss exists or what drove the dungeon core to create it." "It's more than acceptable," I said, and I meant it with an honesty that surprised me. Most adventurers want to loot my panic and call it heroism. You want to understand it. That's either wisdom or the worst life choice a human has ever made. He moved closer to my crystal, proximity creating vibrations that registered as a kind of focus. I sensed his shape, broad shoulders, combat-trained, moving with reverence. Visiting a shrine, not a lair. His breathing followed the pattern of focused meditation, centering himself for a conversation he treated as significant. New. Nobody treated a dungeon core as philosophically significant, only tactical. "Sir Humphrey has removed his helm to show his face," he said, settling onto the floor with a sound like distant thunder. "This is a gesture of trust among his people. Sir Humphrey is bare to you now, unshielded, without the armour or formality that defines his role as warrior. He hopes this conveys the seriousness of his intent." I processed it through several cycles of mana. The helmet removal was important. I'd sensed it, but filed it away as practical. Humphrey framed it as a ritual of vulnerability. He understood what trust meant between beings with inherent power imbalances. Shadow theatre skill surge incoming. This moment deserves manifestation. "What I want to tell you is important," I said, and I felt the skill activate at rank 3, drawing deeper mana reserves than before. Around Humphrey, shadows pooled and deepened. For a moment, one of them took shape. A woman in a business suit, sitting at a desk, surrounded by floating spreadsheets and holographic project management diagrams, looking exhausted in a way that no fantasy context could quite capture. Humphrey's eyes widened. "What is this? A memory?" "That's me," I said, pulling the manifestation back into diffused shadow. "Sarah Chen, software engineer, pre-dungeon, pre-everything. I'm working through some things by way of existential projection. It's therapeutic and probably unhealthy." He was quiet for a long moment, processing, his weight settling deeper into the stone floor, as if he was planning to remain here for hours if necessary. Then, "Sir Humphrey understands. Grief takes many forms, and memory is both blessing and curse. The dead cannot be released until the living make peace with their passing. Sir Humphrey has many ghosts." Unexpectedly incisive. This man narrates himself and it works. "I need to tell you something," I said, and the honesty surprised me even as I initiated the data transfer. My voice carried a weight that extended through the mana channels and into the stone itself. About how adventurers work, about how I work. About the entire system that contains both of us. You deserve to know what you're walking into, because once you know it, you can't unknow it. "Sir Humphrey appreciates directness," he said, with the gravity of someone who'd requested testimony from the gods themselves, especially about matters that touch the soul. I told him about the guild classification system, how the system nudged cores toward specific threat levels. Treasure, adventurers, calibrated ratios, fear generating essence with predictable yields. The whole apparatus designed like the worst SaaS pricing model, extracting maximum value from human suffering while maintaining deniability. It's a pyramid scheme, I said flatly, words dropping like stones through the mana matrix. The system sits at the top, sells the concept of adventuring to the guild as an essential social function. The guild sells adventurers to dungeons. Dungeons harvest essence from the fear and desperation of dying adventurers. And everyone with institutional power profits. The money, the essence, the resources, all flow upward, while the actual risk flows downward. I generate fear because it's how I pay my soul debt, but the entire structure is designed to keep me generating fear forever. There's no exit condition written in. There's no win state where I'm suddenly free and the debt is cleared. Humphrey listened without interrupting, breathing steady. His calm radiated as pressure waves, not absence of emotion but skilled management, like a warrior managing adrenaline. His hands lay open on his thighs, palms up, in a gesture that meant he had no weapons and no defences. And yet, Humphrey said slowly, his words careful and measured, you build, you expand. You create spaces for creatures who have no other option, no other path in life, no hope of anything better. You feed them, you protect them, you teach them. Sir Humphrey observes this contradiction and finds it meaningful. I'm not altruistic, I said quickly, defensive, because vulnerability was dangerous and I was letting too much show through the crystal surface. The goblins and kobolds generate fear too. It's economically efficient to keep them happy and healthy. Their fear, when they're threatened, is worth more than their mechanical cooperation. It's strategic. It's business optimization. No, Humphrey said, amusement in his voice, warmth reaching my core. You are creating a community. This place is different from the dungeons I've seen. Broken cores, malevolent ones, wounded stone. Your fear is calculated, professional. Strategic fear in service of something beyond destruction. That's corporate speak for slightly less evil, I said. But the tension unknotted from my structure, pressure normalising, warmth returning. That's what we always told ourselves at the company. We're not evil, we're making necessary trade-offs. We're not exploiting users, we're monetising engagement. We're not destroying small businesses, we're providing market efficiency. It's language that makes the exploitation sound necessary. Perhaps, Humphrey said. I've learned something over 40 years. Survival requires moral compromise. The question isn't whether you compromise, but how, toward what end, with what acknowledgement of cost. You try. You wonder if there's another way. That wondering is the difference between monster and person. I processed it through branching logic, testing it against corporate ethics and personal responsibility. Then, the guild will classify me as high risk eventually. The system tracks my essence generation rate with mathematical precision. Once I hit a certain threshold, they'll send professional adventurers, not explorers. They'll want to shut me down or absorb me into their network. They'll frame it as expansion, but really it's acquisition with violence. Yes, Humphrey agreed, not offering false comfort. This is likely. The system rewards growth and punishes stability. You are becoming more powerful, more efficient, more dangerous. This makes you valuable, and valuable things are controlled. So, what do you want from me? I asked. Why does the knowledge matter? What difference does understanding make when the outcome is probably predetermined? Because, Humphrey said, and I felt him rise to his feet with the practiced motion of someone who'd done it thousands of times. Sir Humphrey has spent 30 years being what others expected him to be. A warrior, a hero, a righteous man defending civilization from the darkness at the edge. And he has learned that expectation is a cage, even when lined with gold and the applause of crowds. If you are to survive what is coming, you must know what you truly are, not what the system says you are. You must know what you value, not what the guild claims you should value. And you must have at least one person in the world who has chosen to see you for what you are, rather than what you can be exploited for. System notification. Shadow Theatre skill now at rank 3. Projections can now persist for up to 30 seconds and may include simple auditory components and basic emotional resonance. Your fear puppets are getting better at impersonating human emotion. This is worse than mindless shadows. I'll help, Humphrey said simply, his words falling into the chamber like offers of a covenant. Not with power, not with force, not with the adventurer's toolkit of violence and resource extraction. I will help with presence, with witness, with the terrible gift of being seen by someone who matters. and with silence when appropriate, when the world doesn't need to know what happens here. That often moved through my structure like a shockwave, radiating outward through every mana channel. A real ally. Someone outside my system, outside the guild apparatus, outside the massive structure that was designed to extract and monetize my existence. Someone who'd chosen to stay when leaving was the rational option, when removing himself from this place would have involved significantly less psychic and physical danger. Someone who looked at a dungeon core, a being inherently predatory and dangerous, and saw something worth protecting. "There's what I need to give you," I said. "A kind of dungeon architecture, but portable. It's based on my core resonance signature, but won't function like a full core. You could never use it to power a dungeon or expand your power. But it will carry my signature, and the system will have a harder time classifying this place without direct evidence of your presence. It will read as a known contract, a documented relationship, instead of an isolated threat operating in darkness." The process was intuitive. Skill upgrades had expanded what I could manifest. I drew mana from deeper aquifers, pure, unrefined essence from layers below where Grubnuck's people tunnelled. I pulled water upward through crystalline matrices, feeling the pressure change. I crystallised it along specific frequency patterns, imprinting my essence at a quantum level into physical matter. The shape came naturally, something small enough to carry, substantial enough to matter, beautiful in a way that suggested intention rather than accident. A shard the size of a man's palm, pulsing with a faint luminescence that matched my own emanation, with internal fracture patterns that looked like circuit diagrams or the branching of ancient trees. I felt it form, like giving away a piece of myself, though the shard was inert now, severed from my sensory apparatus. But lighter, somehow, like setting down a weight I didn't know I carried. The soul debt decreased slightly, as if the system was recognising the transfer of essence to a physical object as a partial payment of my obligation. Humphrey reached for it carefully, as if it might break. His fingers made contact, and the shard resonated with his touch, recognising him as intentional rather than accidental, as someone who approached with respect than extraction-driven aggression. "Remarkable," he whispered, and I felt through the mana channels that his word was genuine. "This is part of you. You have given me part of yourself." "It's insurance," I said. "Keep it secret, keep it safe. When the guild eventually notices the anomaly in my readings, and they will because I'm generating too much essence for a solo operation and the system tracks everything, that connection to you will create plausible deniability. I won't be a solo operation running in the darkness, I'll be someone's resource. That makes me less interesting as a target for forcible acquisition. They'll see established relationships and think about complications, about leverage, about whether the trouble is worth it." "And in exchange?" Sir Humphrey asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer and had been prepared for it since he walked down into the chamber. "May I ask you to return?" My voice came out smaller than I intended, so I pushed the request through with more force, more clarity. "Not constantly. I don't want you taking unnecessary risks, but occasionally. As your schedule permits, to share knowledge, to remind me that there are people outside this dungeon who aren't trying to extract something from me or reduce me to a classification metric or quantify my value in essence units and gold pieces." Humphrey held the shard up to the faint light filtering down from the upper chambers. I could feel him processing the weight of it, the responsibility of it, the trust encoded in its crystalline structure with the precision of a master craftsman. "Sir Humphrey shall return," he said. And there was a ritual finality to his words, an oath that felt older than language itself. "This is a covenant sealed in crystalline intention. As long as there is breath in Sir Humphrey's body and will in his spirit, he will carry the shard and remember the dungeon that created it. He will speak of you to those who deserve to know. He will defend this secret with the same ferocity he defends his own life. Created. Not generated or manifested, created. As if I was an artist, not an apparatus." I laughed, genuine absurdity bubbling up when the universe offers what you didn't know you were starving for. "You might be the first to give a dungeon core an emotional promotion through sheer earnestness." "Is this not how all things advance?" Humphrey asked, amusement and warmth in his voice, genuine joy. "Through honest encounter with beings different from ourselves? Through the willingness to see value where institutional systems demand we see only threat or resource?" "That's a philosophy, not a dungeon strategy," I said. "That's not how business works. That's not how systems work." "Perhaps strategy is the problem," Humphrey suggested. "I've been a strategist for 40 years, successful through calculation, but fundamentally alone. Isolated in crowds where everyone was tool or threat. Your dungeon is alone too. I offer different wealth. The knowledge that you're not forgotten, not expendable, not merely a classification in a ledger designed by entities that will never know your name. The stone walls around us relaxed, settling with a sound like a long exhale. The temperature stabilised. The water pressure from below steadied into a gentle rhythm, like a heartbeat, the pulse of the dungeon's life force beating in synchronisation with my core. "Thank you," I said, and the words felt strange and necessary in equal measure. For staying when you should have run, for asking questions instead of demanding answers, for treating me like a person than a puzzle to be solved or a resource to be quantified. "You are welcome," Humphrey said gravely. "And Sarah? Sir Humphrey also thanks you, for reminding him that heroism is not measured in conquered dungeons or defeated monsters, or the accumulation of titles and status, but in the choice to see the other being, even a dungeon core, even an entity fundamentally predatory in design, as worthy of truth rather than exploitation. You have given Sir Humphrey a reminder that he needed much." He secured the shard in a leather pouch at his belt, positioned over his heart like a talisman, like something precious enough to keep close to the vital organs. "I should return before nightfall," he said, moving toward the exit with slow grace. "The roads are safer in daylight, and Sir Humphrey has commitments to honour in the town. But I will return again, when the roads permit travel, and when you have need of contact. And when I do, perhaps you will tell me more about what a software developer is." The terminology intrigues Sir Humphrey greatly, and he suspects there are insights in your professional background that might illuminate the nature of dungeon operations. "Deal," I said. "Fair warning, it involves a lot of explaining corporate dysfunction in fantasy terms. You'll probably find it tedious." "Sir Humphrey suspects he will find it fascinating," he said, and the warmth in his voice carried all the way down to my core as he ascended the stairs, his footsteps creating new resonance patterns in the stone. The vibrations told me stories as he climbed. Determination, resolve, but also peace. Resolution. The feeling of someone who'd made a decision and accepted its consequences. The chamber fell silent, except for mana and groundwater's thrumming. My dungeon had made its first real friend. Smartest move or catastrophic security breach. The system was probably filing incident reports. But as Humphrey's footsteps faded upward, I didn't care about security anymore. For the first time since arriving in this world as a crystal with a soul debt and a grudge against corporate structures, I had someone who knew what I was and stayed anyway. Someone who saw past the fear I generated, past the dungeon architecture, past the whole apparatus of my existence, and found something worth honouring. The dungeon in its own way had learned to hope. System notification. Phantom architecture skill now at rank 2. Dungeon elements can now be designed with increased structural integrity and minor aesthetic customization. Complexity limit increased. Your ability to build prettier dungeons has been upgraded. The existential horror is still there. It's better decorated now. System notification. Memory mirrors skill now at rank 2. Reflections now capable of storing emotional imprints. Subjects may experience vivid recollection of personal memory fragments and associated emotional content. Your psychological manipulation toolkit is getting frighteningly sophisticated. The system approves of your escalation. System notification. Emotional essence harvesting skill unlocked. New skill category, emotional resonance management. Begin with rank 1. Emotional states beyond fear may now be harvested for essence, including hope, despair, dread, and existential vertigo. Your emotional exploitation toolkit has been upgraded from causing suffering to managing the full spectrum of human consciousness. Congratulations on your expanded capacity for psychic manipulation. Chapter 20. Underground Economics. The numbers didn't lie, which was both a comfort and a curse. I'd spent 6 years as a software engineer, watching projections get manipulated into whatever narrative the business wanted to tell. Quarterly reports that reclassified expenses as strategic investments. Revenue streams that included theoretical future earnings. Growth projections that assumed every user acquisition would be replicated infinitely, but crystal core mathematics were harder to fake. Mana consumption, essence generation, resource burn rates, population statistics. These were base-level calculations that fed into every other metric in my dungeon's operating system with the inevitability of gravity, and they were terrible. "Explain the deficit again," I said to Squeak, whose voice carried its usual tone of aggressive precision, the intellectual contempt of a scholar surrounded by beings who couldn't follow advanced calculations. The kobold scholar was arranging physical tokens on the chamber floor, creating a rudimentary spreadsheet out of limestone and pigment that could be both quaint and deeply, undeniably accurate.
The tokens represented food units, mana units, resource conversions, and population needs, all laid out with the precision of someone who studied economics across multiple civilizations.
Simple mathematics,
Squeak said, his voice sharp enough to cut crystal, sharp enough to make the air pressure change slightly.
Population of 29 creatures requires approximately 180 units of food per day, approximately within margin of error, accounting for seasonal variation and individual metabolic differences. Our hunting parties, led competently but lacking professional training, currently secure perhaps 140 units of food per day. Current deficit of 40 units daily. Over the 10-day cycle we have been tracking, that accumulates to 400 units of shortage that must be compensated for.
Which we're covering with? I asked, already knowing the answer because the math was inescapable.
Core mana reserves,
Squeak said flatly, arranging the tokens into a downward-pointing graph that couldn't have been more depressing if it had been labelled Trajectory of Failure.
Highly inefficient, extremely expensive in terms of mana that could be allocated to infrastructure improvements, offensive capability, or essence conversion systems. At current rate of expenditure, you will deplete discretionary mana reserves in approximately 3 weeks. After that, the dungeon cannot sustain current operations without drawing on structural reserves, which will result in degradation of the core chamber and loss of architectural stability.
The pressure in my chamber increased fractionally, a physical manifestation of stress that made the groundwater pulse irregularly. The idea of running out of mana reserves was the dungeon equivalent of running out of cash. Catastrophic terminal, a game-over scenario from which recovery was theoretically possible but practically unlikely. Resources were life. Mana was breathing. Without them, I couldn't feed my people, couldn't defend the dungeon, couldn't even maintain the basic structural integrity that kept my core safe from external threats. What about the essence income from adventurers? I asked, cycling through recent data. We've had some visitors. The fear should be generating something.
Minimal and inadequate, Squeak said, with no attempt at diplomatic framing or softening the blow.
He was a scientist, not a therapist, treating truth as objective fact.
The wanderers who defeated the goblins and kobolds in the first 2 chambers generated approximately 47 essence units total. Quality fear, decent intensity, but small group. The memory-fractured party generated 89 essence units before departing in psychological distress. When divided by the infrastructure cost of creating the memory chambers and the mana cost of maintaining the experience, the return on investment approaches break-even at best. The rate of adventurer visitation remains sporadic, unpredictable, and wholly insufficient to justify the infrastructure investment or current operational burn rate.
Glitz, hovering near the mana circulation channels like a particularly optimistic AI demon, like a piece of sentient software convinced it could hack reality itself, interjected with the force of someone who believed genuinely in the power of positive thinking.
But the potential! Think of the exponential future! Once word spreads about our dungeon, adventurers will flood in like rats finding grain storage. We'll be a destination dungeon. We'll have rating systems. Competitive dungeons will envy us. People will write songs about us.
That requires treasure, Squeak said, with the patience of someone who'd had this argument before, who'd explained economic fundamentals to an over-enthusiastic spirit demon multiple times without seeing comprehension sink in.
Adventurers are motivated primarily by 3 factors: challenge, treasure, and reputation. We currently provide one of these, partially, and only to individuals willing to take extraordinary risks on uncertain returns. Treasure attracts serious adventurers who are better equipped, more experienced, more likely to generate substantial fear essence, who generate more essence, which generates more income, which pays for more infrastructure, which attracts more adventurers, which generates more essence. It is a positive feedback loop, a cascade effect. We are currently trapped before the cascade begins, locked in the bootstrap phase with insufficient capital to initiate growth.
System notification. Fear essence harvesting skill, now at rank 3. Fear extraction efficiency improved by 34%. Secondary emotional responses, despair, dread, existential vertigo, anticipatory anxiety, now harvestable for essence. Your emotional exploitation toolkit has been upgraded further. Congratulations! You can now profitably harvest the full spectrum of human emotional suffering with improved yield efficiency. Existential vertigo. The notification had nailed it with precision that felt personal. I was, for all practical purposes, a fantasy real estate developer who'd inherited a startup that was burning cash faster than any venture capitalist would inject it. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd fled the corporate world to escape the constant pressure of growth metrics and sustainability debates, only to recreate the exact same apparatus in a dungeon context. The only difference was that my board of directors consisted of a crystal core, a manic spirit entity, a contemptuous scholar, and a team of goblins and kobolds who depended on me for their continued existence and had no way to question my decisions. How much treasure would we need to break even on operations? I asked, forcing the question through the layers of my own anxiety. Give me a specific number. Give me what I can work with.
Depends heavily on the quality and type of treasure, Squeak said, arranging tokens into new configurations that represented different economic scenarios. Small dungeon economics are fundamentally non-linear. 1,000 gold in low-quality loot, common swords, basic leather armour, might attract one wandering treasure hunter hoping to make quick gains. One copper farmer maybe gets the idea they could make money adventuring. 100 gold in high-quality arcane artefacts attracts professional adventurers, trained individuals with institutional backing, people who have the skills to survive multiple dungeon encounters and generate proper fear essence. We need the really good stuff, Glitz finished, her voice taking on a calculating edge that didn't contradict her cheerful delivery. The emotion analyst in me recognised what she was doing, switching communication modes, shifting from enthusiasm to pragmatism without losing her fundamental character. We need items, magical items, weapons that sing when swung, armour that feels like second skin, potions that grant real benefits, scrolls with spells that could change a person's life, things that make adventurers' eyes light up and convince them to tell their friends about us, things that are worth talking about, worth travelling for, worth risking death to obtain. Which requires either in-house crafting capability, which we demonstrably lack, or acquiring loot from somewhere else, which costs resources we don't have, I said, following the logic tree to its inevitable dead end, the point where every path converged into resource insufficiency. It's a classic bootstrapping problem. You need capital to generate returns, but you have no capital to invest. You need reputation to attract customers, but you have no way to build reputation without customers. It's the nightmare scenario every startup faces, and the only solution is usually either finding outside investors, or finding some way to differentiate the product so dramatically that people take a chance on you. There are options, Squeak said carefully, his voice taking on the tone of someone about to suggest things he knew would be uncomfortable. None of them optimal, all of them carrying significant risks. Lay them out, I said. All of them. I'll evaluate the risk-to-reward ratios. First option, reduce population. Fewer creatures consume fewer resources, reducing burn rate proportionally. This approach has negative effects on essence generation capability because fear scales with community awareness and group dynamics. It also has negative effects on combat effectiveness, which reduces your defense capability. But the mathematics are sound. Fewer mouths means lower expenses. Terrible option. Grubnuck and the others trusted me to keep them alive. They'd chosen to follow me. They'd accepted my authority in exchange for security. Reducing population would be a fundamental betrayal of that covenant. Second option, increase hunting efficiency through intensive training programs. Train the hunting parties more rigorously, expand hunting territories beyond current safe zones, potentially trade with external communities for food supplies. This increases risk significantly, because external contacts mean external exposure and potential guild attention. It also means relying on parties outside my direct control, which introduces variables I cannot manage. Also problematic. Isolation has been our strength from the beginning. Every contact point was a potential leak, a place where information about my operations could escape and reach the guild's bureaucratic apparatus. Third option, find sources of high-value treasure through mechanisms other than dungeon design. Salvage operations in nearby areas. Trade with entities who value what we produce. Theft, if you're willing to accept the legal and ethical complications, or discovery. Actively exploring the deeper tunnels for natural resources, ancient artifacts, things left behind by previous civilizations. We're goblins and kobolds, I said dryly, though the statement carried more nuance than the simple classification implied. Stealing and trading are kind of our cultural heritage, our evolutionary specialisation. We're good at acquiring resources through unconventional means. What's the actual mechanism for making that work? There are merchant networks, Squeak said, voice carrying insider knowledge. Underground networks, non-guild affiliated. They move goods through caves and tunnels, places where surface trade is impossible or impractical due to regulations, taxation, or institutional controls. They exist because legitimate trade structures don't serve all markets. If you had goods to trade, or something unique to offer, something valuable enough that they'd take a chance on you, they might provide capital liquidity in exchange for ongoing distribution rights, or product supply agreements. Translation. Become a criminal supply chain node. Join the underground economy. Trade in things the guild didn't want regulated or tracked. Fantastic, that's exactly what a low-profile dungeon core.
But then again, I was a dungeon core in a fantasy economy designed to extract essence through fear and suffering. The criminal element seemed quaint by comparison. The moral baseline for underground economics couldn't possibly be worse than the official dungeon classification system. Where would we find these merchants? I asked. How do you even make contact with illegal trading networks? They find you, Squeak said, with certainty learned through experience. If you are valuable enough to be worth finding, if you produce what they need or have what they want to acquire. The networks have intelligence operations that would impress your military strategists. They know what's being produced in every cave system within 1,000 miles. They track resource flows. They identify opportunities. That's not helpful, I said flatly. It is accurate, which is superior to helpful, Squeak replied, without the slightest hint of apology. System notification. Mana crystallization skill unlocked. New skill category, alchemical processing. Dungeon mana can now be converted into crystalline structures for storage, trade, or advanced applications. Begin with rank 1. Current capacity, 15 pure mana crystals per day, production maximum.